What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app as the Buck gives you a crotch shot and now a Jeter shot to start a Monday show. This is no April Fool's joke here, Buck.
Yeah, it really happened.
It really happened. Yep, the Yankees 4 games swept the Astros in Houston over the weekend to begin the 2024 Major League Baseball season. We will recap that series. We'll talk about the Rangers. Of course, plenty of college basketball as the men's Final Four is set. Half of the women's Final Four is set, and unfortunately, the Texas Longhorns will not be a part of that. We will recap the Longhorn season-ending loss to NC State. We've got some Texas football updates. We've got a big-time recruiting nugget to bring the people. We've got Longhorn baseball and Longhorn softball and plenty to talk about, as this is our first show since last Thursday. So appreciate everybody tuning in this morning. Hope everyone had a fantastic Easter weekend. A belated happy Easter to you and yours, and a belated happy Easter to you, my friend. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic, BK. How about yourself? I had a lovely weekend. I went to a wedding on Saturday at Westwood Country Club. A friend of mine and a young man that I got a chance to meet a couple years ago were married, and it was absolutely a sweet, sweet event. Some celebrities there: Donovan McNabb, Tim Brown, Ray Brown, offensive lineman for 20 years for the St. Louis Cardinals. They were the St. Louis Cardinals, I believe, at that time.
Oh, the guy played baseball?
Yeah, it was fun. It was an awful lot of fun and a lot of happy faces, a lot of happy people. But just a great scene at the Westwood Country Club on Saturday evening. Really nice, down by the water, and then everything happened upstairs. So it was kind of cool. I hadn't been to a wedding in a long time. I'm not like you. I'm not the wedding crasher. You know, I don't go to a lot of weddings, and this one was really, really special. 2 special people, and who have known each other a long time, and now we'll be together hopefully for a long, long time. Good stuff.
Amen. Amen. How about that for a who's who of wedding guests? Tim Brown, the Heisman Trophy winner, the college football Hall of Famer,
first wide receiver Heisman Trophy winner, I believe.
Yes, indeed. And then Donovan McNabb.
Donovan McNabb was sitting right next to me. Big dude.
Oh, he's put on some LBs since his playing days.
Big quarterback.
He's fat.
Big old round-shouldered quarterback.
Oh no! If you're calling him round-shouldered, then he must be big.
He was big when he played. You know, I remember him in high school when he was in Chicago, and I was at University of Illinois, and we tried to recruit him. He went to Syracuse. He was big then, dude.
Yeah,
he was big. And that whole 6'1", no, that dude is 6'3" and wide.
If you're telling me he's big now, then that's saying something, because you're right. He was pretty burly when he did play.
Oh, yeah.
And I can only imagine what he's gotten like post-playing. So that's good. Glad you had a good time. Good Easter yesterday?
Yeah, it was a good Easter. I had, went to grandson's, a little Easter egg hunt over at Joyce's grandson. So we went over there for a little bit, I'm going to get my chocolate full, early in the morning.
Of course.
Dude, never had any cake. No cake pierced my lips this weekend. The cake that's still in the freezer, or no cake at the wedding for me.
Whoa.
Different type of wedding, different style of stuff, Not when it'll sit down, let's eat right away. There's a lot of socializing. I like weddings that I like to eat. I like to go and have my stuff ready. Let's go.
Yeah, get that free meal right away.
Immediately. I mean, you've been to a lot of weddings. It's more of they have like a social hour or so before you start eating. Generally it's here comes Mr. and Mrs. whatever. Okay, they can come while I'm eating. I can clap and eat at the same time.
Yeah, they can do their first dance while I'm chowing down on some slightly undercooked chicken. All right.
Hell yeah, man. It was different. It was different. I mean, I guess things have changed a long time since the last wedding I was at was my wedding, actually.
No way.
Oh, no. My wife just reminded me. She goes, that's the first time I've seen you in a suit with a tie on since the day we got married. It's 5 years ago.
Wow. I'm so
And they
jealous
must just
right
not
now.
like us, which they must not like us or something. Or they just know I'll be there for the reception and then I'll be gone.
Well,
But I was there.
you don't
I
have too
was
many friends getting married these days, I don't
no,
think.
no. What they're doing is I'll be going to their funerals. That's what I go to.
Yeah.
I'm more the funeral age now than the
What are you
wedding age.
you're a funeral crasher? What are you doing what Will Ferrell did in Wedding Crashers?
That's me. That's kind of me now. But they do. It's more of a social event. I think guess that's what weddings are. But it's not a social sit down. It's standing. And plus I don't drink. You
Uh,
know, and they didn't have my big hat stuff there, so they didn't have any of that stuff. It was strictly Topo Chico, water, and booze.
there you go. At least they had the topos for you. Do you drink
That's
that stuff?
Yeah, and then I spent the night peeing all night long, getting up like 8 times the last 2 nights, but that's all
Uh,
right. I need to cleanse myself, but it was fabulous. I was it was good to see a lot of beautiful people there.
good.
Really,
Yeah.
really, you know,
Weddings are different nowadays. I mean, every wedding is different, right? So I can't sit here and tell you what happened to you on Saturday is what happens at every single wedding that I go to. But yeah, more often than not, you get that sort of cocktail hour after the ceremony. There's just a little break in between the
yeah,
ceremony and the start of the party. So it's usually an open bar type of situation.
ooh,
Or they're
baby.
finger foods. There's usually people walking around with like
Oh, yeah.
finger foods.
There was some crab. There was some little crab cakes going around that were delicious. Hell yeah, there was.
Any deviled eggs?
No deviled eggs. No,
Okay.
no. My wife was looking too fine that night.
That's
Just
why
too fine. Oh, yeah.
I
I'm a
figured
whole
there may have been some deviled eggs.
And me, listen, dude, I was holding on for dear life, of course. I shaved and everything. I got myself all shaven pretty good and
Huh?
really shaved up because I've got this surgery hopefully on Wednesday that they don't need to have going through a hairy face to cut down by my throat. So I don't need them saying, "Oh, we're going to reshave you." Oh no, you're not. I'll get it done.
Mm, yeah,
I will
busy
get it.
week. Busy week for you with the
Yeah,
wedding and
it's a
then
busy week. It's a busy week. I've been looking forward to hoping that they find what they need to find so I can get this whole ordeal over with and get some poundage back on me, get some energy back in my life because this too much calcium is draining me. Weird things over the last couple of years have happened to me, and I don't need it. You get to be this age, you don't need a lack of anything. You need more of, or
yeah.
or if you got too much being built, you need lack of. So, like I said, I'm in between that. As my wife says, I haven't seen you. I said, well, I hope you don't see me anytime soon, dressed up, laid out somewhere. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is getting toward that time. I mean, I don't see these grandkids do their thing. Grandkids, and especially if the ones that are in this state, they've got to have what first grade ceremonies for graduation.
Oh yeah. Kindergarten graduation, first grade
Kindergarten.
graduation, everything.
Yeah, I got to be ready for all that stuff.
Yeah, you're
Dude,
too young. You're 68. You're not 98. Don't be talking like that.
dude, they had it. This was a 25-minute at the most ceremony.
Oh
It
yeah.
was sweet. It
That's
was that was quick. It was longer to get down to the lake where it was than it was for the service.
That's sort of the trend now too. Now, if you're going to a very religious wedding, then obviously it's going to take a little bit longer, but most weddings, once again, I can only speak for myself. Most of the weddings that I've been to are like 30 minutes or less. I mean, I've been to some that are 10 minutes, Buck, and then that's it.
What?
Yeah.
Well, this was a little different. I mean, this was a Jufro wedding. Jufro, I called it.
Everyone was like the Jufro haircut.
No, 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 no. It was African American, married a young little Jewish lady.
Calling that the
Beautiful.
Jufro wedding.
The Jufro wedding. It was
Oh
awesome,
my
man. It was
gosh.
awesome. People were so happy. These two have known each other for a long, long time. And I mean, the dad gave a speech that was just fabulous about his daughter and about the young man who married his daughter. It was kind of touching. I mean, it almost got you crying. I mean, thank goodness there was it wasn't totally quiet for the talk, but Robert Geller was absolutely fabulous. Gave a great speech about his wife, his daughter, and his new son-in-law. I mean, and his son-in-law's mother. And we know him a little bit. Kwame Lassiter, we remember him. He played at the University of Kansas.
Sure.
Came here and stuck it to Texas for 1 year. Father played in the NFL for a long, long time. And I think his father died working out, had a heart attack a couple of years ago in his 50s, but long time safety for the for the Arizona Cardinals. And the guy who took his place was who's the guy who took his place? The guy who died in the firefight, friendly fire.
Pat Tillman.
Pat Tillman is the one who took his dad's place for the Cardinals.
Wow.
You know, after 9/11, when Pat Tillman went to enlist and turned down a big contract. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the guy. So it was kind of neat. You know, dad's not there. So the five brothers are the grooms guys, and it was kind of cool. It was really, really special. A lot of older NFL guys and their wives who played, obviously, with his dad were there for the son's ceremony. His five brothers. He's got five brothers. So it was good. It was peaceful. It was nice.
There you go.
Well,
glad you had a great time.
I had a great time. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. Speaking of Pat Tillman, you know, thank you folks out there. Thank you to your sons and daughters for sharing them with all of us. Thank you.
Well
Be
said.
careful.
Our guy Noe this morning, Jufro, what dictionary is that in? Yeah, I believe that is in the Goldberg-Weinstein dictionary.
That was awesome.
An offset of Merriam and Webster. We've got Goldberg-Weinstein this year.
Oh, it's great.
That is great. Well, I got to give you, a lot of today's show is going to be giving you some love, Buck. It has nothing to do with the wedding.
Oh, is it about my surgery? Are you feeling bad? You think they're going to cut my throat or something?
Nah, your surgery is going to go great. I'm not worried about that at all. It has nothing to do with that. It has a lot to do with two different things.
Nice.
The Final Four is set for the NCAA men's basketball tournament. And I took a look at our TSU Bracket Madness Challenge yesterday. Just curious to see who had the best bracket going into the final weekend of the Big Dance. And lo and behold, sitting in first place in our Texas Sports Unfiltered Bracket Madness, the one, the only, Bucky Godbolt.
There's not a chance. Come on. I've never, you know me, I pick all those favorites.
And it worked. Well, you also went bold this year. So you have three of your Final Four still alive. And one of those teams that you picked is NC State. You picked an 11 seed to make it to the Final Four. And sure enough, they beat Duke yesterday in the Elite Eight in Dallas, and they are in the Final Four. So you had UConn. You had Purdue. A lot of people had UConn and Purdue because those are 1 seeds, but not a lot of people, and I don't know if anybody in our bracket pool had the 11 seed Wolfpack in the Final Four, but you did, and that is why you're in first place right now.
I'm telling you, BK, they may be playing better at the best basketball of anybody in the country. I don't know I don't know how far they can go, but I have them losing to Purdue. I know that, but I think they've ridden this train that they're on right now pretty well. They've done a good job and they can play defense with the best of them. Now, I didn't know if they were going to be good enough defensively, because offensively, they've got skilled guys all over the place. They got rebounders. They got the guys who specialize in rebound, specialize in block shot, and they got the big chief in the middle. So that's going to be a fun matchup, NC State and Purdue. It really, really is. Purdue's playing fantastic right now. I just took Purdue because there's just no way. That team's way too talented to get snake bitten like 3 times, 3 straight years in a row. And UConn, I mean, that's the one who's winning it anyway. Forget all the rest of them. As good as those other teams can play, there's nobody right now that's in the brackets that can beat UConn, I believe.
So there are the standings right now, and you are both Bucky G and Bucky G, a.k.a. These Nuts. I screwed up and actually accidentally submitted your bracket twice. It's the same bracket, as you could tell by the scores. I just submitted it from 2 different accounts. So you are tied with yourself right now.
There you go.
Place. And look at that. The PCT, that's percentile. That's every bracket that was submitted this year. You are in the 99.8th percentile of the 100% of brackets that were filled out. Buck, you have one of the best brackets in the universe right now.
Come on.
Yeah, dead serious. I mean, that's insane. Your national champ is still there. You had UConn winning it all. Of course, they're still alive. But once again, 3 of your 4 Final Four are still dancing. The one Final Four team you missed was Baylor.
Yeah, and I was taking a flyer on them playing. I thought they were playing their best at the end of the season. They just They just didn't have enough. You're right.
Yeah, that was sort of a weird region, right?
Yeah.
You had a 4-seed Alabama beating a 6-seed Clemson in that regional final. That one was pretty tough to predict. But yeah, I mean, putting an 11 seed in your Final Four, that's as bold as it gets. And it's crazy because NC State was not going to make the tournament. And they were down by 3 with 5 seconds left in the ACC tournament semifinal.
Yep.
Virginia was at the line shooting a 1-and-1. You had a 90% free throw shooter at the line. If he makes one free throw, the game's over. NC State's season is over. They don't make the tournament, and none of this happens.
And their coaches may be fired.
And you're right. Kevin Keats probably loses his job in Raleigh. But Virginia kid misses the free throw. NC State hits a crazy game-tying 3 at the buzzer to force overtime. They win in overtime. Then they beat North Carolina in the ACC title game. And then, yeah, they've won 4 straight games in the NCAA tournament, including beating Duke for the second time in 3 weeks yesterday.
They played them 3 times. They played them 3 times in March.
Yeah, they played them at the end of the regular season. They played them in the conference tournament. And, yeah, they played them once again in the Elite Eight yesterday in Big D. So, this is as improbable of a run as we've ever seen. I know you don't think NC State's a George Mason-like team because NC State's an ACC team, and they won the ACC tournament this year. So it's weird to call a team from that conference a Cinderella, but this is one of the more improbable, unlikely runs that we've ever seen in this tournament.
Yeah, I can see why they won the ACC. I mean, it's just that's a good basketball team. Like I said, they've got these skilled players that do skilled things like rebounding. That may be a guy's forte. But when they're just, it's not just because they get a couple rebounds over what other guys get. They get a lot more as certain guys do. They go above and beyond. And their team, like I said yesterday, when I saw them play defense, because Purdue's a really good defensive. I mean, Purdue can play some defense too. So I watched Purdue play defense yesterday. Then I watched NC State play defense. I'm like, man, these 2 teams can get after you. They don't like to give you a lot of points, And Duke was playing good. Duke was giving up only 50 points a game.
Yeah, Duke was playing great, and they were in control of that game for most of the first half, but NC State just turned it on. The DJs are great. Obviously, DJ Burns, the big right tackle, has become maybe America's favorite player in this NCAA tournament because he is big, but, man, he's graceful down on the low block.
He's got a nice, soft, left-handed shot.
Yeah, he really does. And, he's been a ton of fun. 29 points for DJ Burns. I mean, every time they gave him the ball down low, they had no answers. And that's what I was thinking about. If Duke somehow beat NC State, they would have to go up against Zach Edey and Purdue. And Duke's weakness all year long has been defending the big man. And they couldn't even do it against DJ Burns. It could have been a disaster if they had to try to stop Zach Edey. But now you get Zach Edey and DJ Burns.
There'd be some belly bumping there now.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Zach Edey, he was incredible against Tennessee.
That guy only jumps 1 inch off the ground, and he's slamming.
Yeah.
I saw him hang on the rim yesterday. I'm like, dude, get off that rim. What are you doing?
He couldn't. The funniest thing was, after the game, they cut down the nets after those regional finals, and everyone else uses a ladder, right? They've got that Warner ladder, of course, sponsored, and all the players and coaches get up there with the scissors, and they cut a little piece of the net and take it for themselves. Zach Edey did not need the ladder. He just literally reached up, started cutting the net.
Nice.
He's over 7 feet. He's got that ridiculous wingspan. And what a game for him. That was the other game yesterday, right? I mean, NC State kind of pulled away from Duke in the second half to where, all right, you kind of knew with about 3 or 4 minutes left who was going to win that game. Not the case with that Tennessee-Purdue game. And for Rick Barnes, coming oh so close to a return trip to the Final Four, but his Tennessee Volunteers come up a little short, 72-66, the final.
Yeah, and his stud had 37, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that game had just about everything you wanted. Now, I was rooting for Tennessee, so it didn't quite have that. But, yeah, the 2 best players on the 2 respective teams, maybe the 2 best players in college basketball this year. Zach Edey went for 40 for Purdue, and Dalton Knecht went for 37 for the Volunteers. I mean, it was mano-a-mano. That back and forth was a ton of fun, but Zach Edey and his teammates a little bit better yesterday.
What did he end up with in the first half? Because he started out kind of slow, and then I know he got a couple little short-range jumpers going, but was he in the high teens by halftime.
Yeah, I think so, because I think he had made 4 or 5 threes in the first half.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, he was great throughout. Missed a couple of shots down the stretch that obviously would have helped, but yeah, I mean, he was magnificent. The problem for Tennessee was he was the only guy who was doing anything, right?
Yeah,
Like the point guard Zakai Ziegler, who we talked about a lot when Texas
right.
played Tennessee, he really struggled. He was 3 of 12 from the floor, 1 of 8 from 3. And the bigs just were doing nothing. Like they were in so much foul trouble because they couldn't guard Zach Edey, and you can't breathe on that guy without there being a foul. Tennessee's bigs did nothing offensively, and they couldn't hold their own defensively against Edey too. So it was like
Well,
one person for Tennessee who
yeah,
showed up.
early Edey was turning the ball over. He was getting in there, and they were getting hands on the ball, and he was making some really bad passes. So I thought Tennessee actually was going to end up winning that game, and they did not, because once that guy elevates, it's over with, because he's taking you up with him. It's
Yeah,
going to look like, it may not be a foul, but it's going to look like a foul, because your whole body, when he goes up, is going to go up with him too. You
sure.
know?
Tennessee was up 11 at one point in the first half. It was 32-21. And actually, I was on a flight back home during that game, and I totally spaced. I forgot the game was on. I literally turned it on when it was 32-21. I'm like, oh shit, Tennessee's looking good here. And then Purdue goes on that big run. I think it was 13-0 to come back and take the lead. And then it was back and forth pretty much the rest of the way. But yeah, Tennessee got off to that hot start, but too much Zach Edey. And, Zach Edey, I don't want to say he's bad for college basketball, Buck, because I think villains are good for sports. Like
Sure.
their storylines, and I think you need people to hate as sports fans. And I think Zach Edey has become one of the most hated, if not the most hated player in college basketball, even though he's the back-to-back national player of the year. But God, the way he plays, it's just so annoying. I mean, he's
Well,
just
yeah, very similar. I mean, Lou Alcindor, when he played for UCLA before he was Kareem, that's how he was. That's how people did. Just he was too big; they didn't like him, and he had that sky hook. But I mean, he was a rebounding machine. He was an assist guy, but he was a skilled guy. And this guy, I mean, he doesn't take long jumpers. He doesn't have to. He's right there at the rim. As soon as he goes up, he's at the rim, and he's got a nice touch. But yeah, it's hard to officiate that guy, because he's just bumping. I mean, he knocks guys that are 6'7", 6'8". He knocks those guys all over the place. But the officials don't want to call fouls every time. You
yeah.
know?
Yeah, you're right. No, he's a tough guy to officiate because there is contact with him on the low block literally every time down the floor.
He's got a nice touch. He shoots. He's good at the free throw line.
Right. Yeah, and that helps a lot too, right? Like you think of
yeah.
other dominant bigs in the history of this sport. I mean, look, I'm not comparing Zach Edey to Shaq, but I'll just think of a guy like Shaq who lived down low and got to the free throw line 15 to 20 times a game. Shaq couldn't make his free throws.
Yeah,
Edey's
like
a 70 plus.
Chamberlain the same. They couldn't make. They weren't free throw shooters.
Yeah, and Zach Edey's not the greatest free throw shooter in the world, but he does shoot just upwards of 70% from the line. Right. So he's not a liability, which if you can find a big man that you can trust at the free throw line, especially in those late game situations, then that is huge. And yeah, like it's just annoying to watch. Let me ask you this about Lou Alcindor.
Yeah.
Did he live at the free throw line like Zach Edey does?
Well, I mean, he made a lot of shots. I mean, once the skyhook got going, BK, that thing was like automatic. I mean,
yeah.
You weren't going to foul him because you weren't going to come near touching the skyhook, and he got that thing off anytime and every time he wanted. Nobody was going up there to block that. I mean, Lou Alcindor and Elvin Hayes, the Big E, they used to have some battles. That's when they let him just play, But everybody didn't. He probably had the most storied career of all basketball players. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
From Howard Memorial in New York, from a high school player to UCLA and all the championships there to the NBA. I don't think anybody has had a more storied basketball. No one has.
You can definitely make that case.
But he didn't. But he was a good free throw. He was a good free throw shooter. It wasn't like Will Chamberlain or some of these guys that couldn't shoot. I mean, some of those big guys at that time. And Elvin Hayes was not a 7-footer. He was that 6'9", 6'8" guy that was just a stud. I mean, Zach Edey's not a little 7-foot guy either. He's not like skinny guy.
No, he's 7'4", 300 pounds.
Yes.
I mean, he's a mountain of a man. and he's impossible to guard. And when the refs call as many ticky-tack fouls as they do against him, then he's even tougher to guard. And I have less of an issue with the fouls that were called on Zach Edey. I have more of an issue with the fact that he was only called for one foul over the course of this game. With how physical that dude is down low and how he is on the glass too, just shoving guys around, going for rebounds. Like, I hate watching him play. He's awesome. This is not like, Zach Edey sucks, he's overrated. No, he's incredible. And he's putting together an all-world resume. And if Purdue wins the national championship, then he's not going to be the greatest college basketball player ever, but he's going to have a resume that isn't second to too many folks.
True.
We're talking about a 2-time national player of the year and a national champion, which would probably come with the most outstanding player award in the tournament as well. But I hate watching him play. Like, just annoying. I hate watching Purdue play because it's literally a guy sitting at the free throw line, and it adds 30 minutes to the game because that's how he play. They just throw the ball to him on every possession, and it works. I'm not blaming Purdue for it. It's just,
well, yeah, I get pissed when they don't throw it into him. I get pissed when they come up the court and they don't. And they've been hitting their threes, though. They've been coming up. And when that guy goes and he sets his legs down and a screen, I mean, it's like the Great Wall of China when he sticks his leg out there.
Yeah.
He doesn't, and he does. He wide bases those picks. I'm like, damn, you get hurt if you hit that leg of his going around the corner.
You're trying to walk around Mount Everest if you're trying to get around Zach Edey's screen. Yeah, Purdue only made 3 threes yesterday. They were 3 of 15 from deep. It was really one-on-one.
Yeah.
It was a one-on-one game. Like, obviously some other guys stepped up and made some big shots, but it was really Zach Edey and Dalton Connect just going back and forth. And it was fun to watch, but Zach Edey's just, I don't know.
I like the young guard for Purdue because he got hammered last year for them putting so much faith in him as a freshman. He looks so much different this year. And that guy's going in there rebounding with those guys. And he looks like he's 6 foot.
Yeah, Fletcher Lawyer, I think is who you're talking about.
Yeah, he looks like he's no bigger than 6 foot. I mean, when he goes in there. But he's going, grabbing rebounds, really aggressive player, coming off the picks, pick and roll.
Yeah, him and Braden Smith.
And he doesn't turn the ball over.
Right. Yeah, they got 2 little whiteys, Braden Smith and Fletcher Lawyer. I think they're both sophomores. And both of those guys, I mean, they've been, number 2 and 3 for the Boilermakers this season. And
that's going to be that'll be a tough game for NC State, but that's going to be quite the game.
It will be. Yeah, it's a fun matchup, a 1 versus an 11 seed. Both teams playing great. Once again, what NC State's done has been tremendously fun to watch. And it does kind of feel like it's the lovable team in NC State going up against the hateable team in Purdue. Purdue will be favored in that game next weekend in Phoenix, but I think most of America will be rooting for the Wolfpack to try to find a win there. And then, of course,
Jimmy V.
Yeah, NC State going for the first championship since Jim Valvano had that legendary run in the 80s for NC State. And then, of course, the other Final Four or other Elite 8 games, UConn just – who's beating UConn? You talk about NC State playing better than anyone. No one's even close. No. I think everyone's playing for second place right now, Buck.
I do too. There's nobody. I don't think there's anybody left on the bracket now that can beat UConn.
I don't know if there's been any team in the last 5 years in college basketball who can beat this UConn team. I mean, I thought what last year's UConn team did in the tournament was special, but this year's team is even better.
Well, I do appreciate the love, BK, but there's more love to be had.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you this first before we get to your Yankees. Our grand prize for the Texas Sports Unfiltered Tournament Challenge is a 65-inch TV from our buddy Tom McKay over at Audiovisual Consultations. And as of now, I don't think this can change at this point because you've got UConn winning it all, and the 2 guys behind you also have UConn winning it all. So I think you're pretty much locked in to winning our tournament challenge. I've got to ask you, what happens with that TV?
I got to give it away. We're in the running for things, but we can't win the prize. I'll just take the glory. Somebody else can have the prize. You decide what you want to do.
You just want the pride?
I want the pride. Yes, that's more important to me is the pride.
Okay.
I mean, Tom's giving away a 98-inch screen TV for the Mullet Open. I'm already done. That he's done me a solid right there. So we can use it for 10,000 subscriber, 9,000, 8,500, whatever we have to do. But I'll take the pride.
Okay. Well, we could give it to whoever finishes second behind
Oh,
you.
and they will be a distant second, by the way. Just let that be known.
Yeah. Well,
DD. I mean, a
it's it's
distant second.
it's not DD. As of right now, it is Gringo Horn who is in second place. He's 90 points behind you. Now, his bracket's pretty good. He's in the 97th percentile of all brackets filled out across the ESPN platform. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we give it to Gringo Horn, or what is that, LJ Longhorn? Those guys are duking it out for second place right now behind you. I don't know.
Maybe
I'll leave
you
the
gotta get the
decision up to you because
no,
you're going to
I
win
don't
this thing.
that one the randomizer will speak.
Oh, the randomizer?
Yes, between those
Wow.
2.
Oh, between those two, not between everybody who filled out a bracket.
No, between those 2. Second place has to get everybody needs a ribbon.
Everybody
Come
gets a
on,
trophy.
kids.
Are we doing that?
Somebody's gonna have to have a trophy. I can't win. Legitimately, I can't. I'm supposed to win. That's the deal. That's the deal, folks. I'm supposed to win.
You are the expert. You are the sports talk
Yes,
host, and we are talking
yes.
about sports here.
So I can't. Yes, I'm supposed to win this. This is supposed to have been easy. Easy pickings. I don't know what you people were looking at, but this was easy. How I got Baylor in there, I should be slapped for that one. Arizona, I thought about that, but to me at the time, I thought Baylor could slide in there. But North Carolina State actually was really playing good basketball.
They
And you got
were.
to give the ACC. It is the ACC. You got to give them some credit. The
Yeah.
Dukies and NCs, North Carolinas of the world. Some love.
Yeah.
Hell, NC State had to beat Boston College. What the hell?
Well, I don't know if
Yeah,
that
come on,
did a
man.
whole lot for them, but I think they did beat Boston College at some point during the regular season.
Do you think
So,
I threw any Boston College smack on Tim Brown?
did you?
Hell no. That one
What are
time.
you going to say to that guy, that college and pro football Hall of Famer?
No, even the guy Ray Brown said, "Aren't we at a nice table with the Hall of Famer over there?"
And he wasn't talking about you from high school?
I thought he was talking about me for being in the Wall of Fame, my high school Wall of Fame. When I said, "So you heard I went there this year for my 50th?"
Yeah, I heard you got locked out of your own school, Hall
I
of
was in a
Famer.
porta potty
Heard you
there.
fell in that porta potty out there, guy.
No, man, it was no. I didn't say anything to him. I had talked about, I had picked up Tim Brown from the airport before. And then
Yeah.
when we first looked at each other, he looked at me, I kind of looked at him strange, like he remembered me. But I picked him up when he was playing for the Raiders. He was coming in to Austin. Remember, they'd have that deal with the Cowboys every year.
Yep.
And so a friend of mine, when I was on radio, knew Tim Brown and knew that I was here and asked, could I pick up Tim at the airport? I said, yeah, I'll take him over to where they were staying, the hotel that they were staying at. That was right across from St. Ed's. I don't know, it's a big Holiday Inn at that time. It's been about 80 different hotels, but yeah. So I think he kind of remembered the face, but he was probably looking at the age going, that damn dude over there is old enough to be my dad.
And you had the clean shave going on,
Oh
too.
yeah, I had a clean shave going on. Oh yeah.
Might have thrown him off a little bit. All right, we'll shift gears. We'll get to your Yankees. We got some Major League Baseball to talk about. We also need to talk Texas women's hoops as well. Boy, what a weekend for NC State. What a day for NC State. On the same day, their men's and women's teams make it to the Final Four. Unfortunately, the NC State women did it at the expense of the University of Texas. So we'll talk about all that and some football as well. But first, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Like I said, I didn't get a chance to have my Big Hat Spirits this weekend, but folks, they are available if you at all your local HEBs. They've got the mocktails with the orange, lemon, lime, kombucha, and I love that ginger in there. They've also got a new one coming out, the mojito. They have the margarita that's out right now. Very, very tasty. Non-alcohol drink. It is absolutely my favorite. Over ice. I should have brought some in a can. Can you imagine me walking in the wedding with a 6-pack of that, just like strolling down?
Just put them in your suit pocket or something, sneak it in there.
Bulging out of my suit pocket, But folks, they're doing a fantastic job. The folks over at Big Hat, and they're all over. They're getting all over the HEBs, even in some 7-Elevens right now. So I want to thank those folks over at BigHatSpirits.com. And of course, Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks and 290 South, and of course Pond Springs Road. That's up north, and they've got everything that you need to have a healthy lawn, also a healthy landscape. If you're interested in doing it yourself, let the experts there tell you exactly what to do. Tell them that we sent you, though, please. Let them know that we've sent you so you can get some cash off of what you're trying to do. Trees are expensive, man. Roses are expensive. Shrubs are expensive. Fertilizer is expensive. So if you can get a little bit of coin off, just mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they will get something off your bill. Believe me. A lot of my friends have gone down there and picked up some roses. They've come all the way south. But remember, Pond Springs Road, they've got one up north, too. So don't forget about that joint up there. It's Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services. Love the folks there. My garden is, I've got everything in the garden now.
There you go.
I pulled out the hose and didn't put it back in. Guess who chewed a hole in the hose?
Hold on.
Yeah,
dude.
Dude.
You pulled out of your hoe and then put it back in?
No, I left the hose out with, to do some little drip, I had a little sprinkler going around in my garden.
The hose were dripping.
Yeah, it was dripping. It was dripping. And then that dog chewed it in half because my wife tells me every time, roll it back up. She goes, that's why I have the hose stand that you roll it in. The dog won't bother it once it's inside. I left my hose hanging out and the dog bit a hole in it.
Can't leave your hose out. You got to control your hose.
Yeah, man.
You know better. They got to get back in the house. They can't be outside running around like that.
Hose just running all over the place.
It could be dangerous. Oh,
but I love the folks over at Leaf because the garden is going. I'm going to be away from my garden for a couple days. So maybe I can call my friend Javier if I can find him.
Oh, boy. It's been a while since we've seen Javier.
Yes.
Your friend. You mean your servant?
No, my friend. He is a friend. We've shared bread together.
Like you've given him a slice of bread as a payment for work one day?
No, dude. We've sat and had lunch together. I used to get Javier, bring him the big turkey for Thanksgiving like a good friend would. Yeah. Not like somebody that's done work for you. He's done work for me. But I should have learned how to be a mason. While I had Javier around, I should have learned some masonry instead of just watching him wearing the white hat, the white helmet, as he wore the yellow helmet.
What kind of mason work do you need to be doing?
There's always room to be a mason. Masons make a lot of money. But for me, just stuff that I do, build my own little wall. It's not that hard.
Who's paying for that wall? Javier's people?
No, not that wall. Wall, no, not that one. Not the water wall.
Oh, you're building your own wall to keep who out?
Walls.
Who are you trying to keep out there?
Nothing. I have a rose garden, so it's walled in. But it would have been nice if I would have known how to do that. Didn't seem like much when Javier was doing it, but I just say this. Since he's done it 4 years ago, it's still up. If I would have done it, it would have been gone 2 years ago at least.
Yeah, you trust Javier. I trust Javier. We all trust Javier more than you when it comes to that.
We can find Javier.
And I have no idea if my plant that you gave me is living or not.
Are the leaves curled up? Are they green like regular green leaves, or are they curled up like they're dried up?
Some of them are blooming. Some of them are not. Some of them look alive. Some of them look dead. I watered it yesterday. I keep watering it. Maybe I'm watering it too much. I don't know what to do.
It's like a desert rose. The word desert means it doesn't need a lot of water.
Why does it look like shit then? What am I supposed to do if it looks like it's dying? Just let it look like that?
Look it up. Look up desert rose and find out if you need to put a little fertilizer. You're right there where Leaf is. You're right there at Monterey Oaks. Go over there and ask him what it needs.
You're right. You're right. I'll take a picture of it and go in there. And
I'll tell you what it needs.
That's hard for me, man.
You're putting gallons of water in it thinking it's dried up. It's from the desert.
It's from the desert. All right. Shout out to Leaf.
By the way, rain will be okay for this week. Next week, sorry about your eclipse, folks.
Oh. No way.
Sorry about you millions coming from everywhere for the eclipse.
That is great news.
What?
As a guy who doesn't give a shit about the eclipse, I am glad that everyone else is going to have their great moment ruined.
Dude, they're still coming. They've already paid for the trip. They're coming. They're coming for the drinks. They're coming for they'll sit there in the rain with their goofy glasses on.
Hey, but I'm glad it's raining then. I hope the weather sucks so they don't move to Austin after they come visit.
Oh, yeah, just wants to visit. Oh, I think I want to move here now. Yeah, I was talking to Big Ray Brown. He goes, man, this is I'm thinking about my retirement, Joe. He did a little coaching too after playing for the Cardinals all that time. And he goes, I'm looking for a retirement place. He goes, I didn't know Austin was like this. I'm like, okay, Ray, you don't need to move here. Stay in Arizona. He's like, it's too hot there. I'm like, it gets hot here too, dude.
Yeah. Stay out there, Ray. We don't need
Yeah,
you or anybody else moving here.
anybody else. Any of you people.
You
Oh,
people.
not just any particular people.
It sounded like
Just
a certain
no,
particular person.
no. I mean,
Okay.
all of you people.
Well, hey, all of you people should be drinking Olipop.
There you
That's
go.
for sure. I'm rocking the Olipop lid this morning. I've got one in my fridge. I was lazy and forgot to get it before the start of the show. Love the Olipop. A bunch of us are big Olipop believers now. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. Olipop is a new kind of soda. That's their slogan, and it's true to its word. Olipop is a soda that tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. Inside of every can, a unique blend of 7 ingredients that actually help support your digestive system. 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any sugar, hardly any calories. This stuff is not only not bad for you, it's actually good for you. But most importantly for me, it tastes great. Tons of great flavors. The classics, the cola, the lemon lime. They've got a cherry cola. They've got a grape. They've got an orange squeeze that tastes just like the Sunkist. This stuff is revolutionary. And it changed my life. It got me back into soda. It can do the same for you as well. Pick it up, HEB, Costco, Walmart, Target, wherever you buy your groceries, you can find Olipop, or find out more at drinkolipop.com. They also have it at 7-Eleven. Shout out to our friends at 7-Eleven, Ashish, Wendy, the whole crew at 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. If you need that donut on your way to work today, if you need that coffee after the holiday weekend to get your week started,
Yeah,
they've
man.
got it there, of course. Great people, great selection. And make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app as well to cash in on the 7 Rewards program. It's going to hook you up with great deals every single time you walk in to 7-Eleven.
Loving them.
All
Loving
right.
them for sure, man.
All right, Buck. How about some baseball?
Yeah,
You brought
man.
out Jeter at the start of the show. Hell, you just brought out Jeter a couple of minutes ago. And if you want to bring out Jeter again right now.
Give me a little fella.
Oh!
Uh-oh. That's a broken leg.
Man down. Man down.
Oh,
Oh, no. Jeter's going on the injured list.
He's not only down, he's underneath. He's under. Oh, he fell underneath the drawer, too. He's out for a while, folks. Jeter's going to be out for a little bit.
Oh, no.
I mean,
if the Yankees start to scuffle, we know who to blame.
Yeah, that's my fault. But they're not scuffling today.
Oh, my God. Well, now I'm a little worried about the Yankees moving forward. They got off to a great start. They swept the Astros in Houston. 4 straight wins for the Yankees going back to last Thursday. A disastrous start for the Astros, but a perfect start for your New York Yankees. And how about Juan Soto, the big offseason acquisition for the Yankees? He was amazing. Back on opening day, he had the game-saving play out in right field with the play at the plate, the outfield assist to preserve a 1-run Yankees win. He had a game-tying a homer on Saturday. He had the game-winning RBI single yesterday. I don't want to say it was a one-man wrecking crew, but the Astros could not get Juan Soto out. He looked great, and your Yankees up and down, about as impressive of an opening weekend as you could have possibly got.
Yeah, Aaron Judge, the whole works there. Are they now just role players now for Juan Soto? Is that what it looks like early?
Yeah, I mean, Soto was amazing. He hit 529 with an OPS over 1360 over the weekend. Yeah, Aaron Judge didn't do that much. Giancarlo Stanton didn't do that much.
Well, we're not expecting him to do anything. We're expecting him to have a hammy by next week.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes with Giancarlo. But yeah, I mean, it was the Juan Soto show, really. And for the Astros, their bullpen, yikes. They spent big money on Josh Hader. He had a rough opening weekend. They had this 7-8-9. I called it the big 3. I thought it was going to be the best back end of a bullpen in all of baseball, and it still could be. Still have 158 games left in the Astros season, so plenty of time for them to get things right. But that bullpen was not good at all, and that's where the Yankees did most of their work. Most of these games were close, but in the latter innings, when it became a battle of the bullpens, the Astros offense couldn't get big hits, and the Astros pitching staff couldn't get big outs.
Oh, it's early. That's early in the season. They'll come around. But let's just not forget about the Yankees. Let's not just, Booney will have them. Believe me, by the All-Star break, they'll be ready to fire Aaron Boone. So Everything will be back in place.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not buying it. Like, look, the Astros are going to be fine. I still think the Astros are going
They
to win the
always
American
are.
League West. They're always fine. It's 4 games. It's so early, and they haven't gotten off to a start like this in a long time. But they've gotten off to some sluggish starts in Aprils in years past, and obviously
Yes.
found ways to turn things around and make it to 7 straight American League Championship Series. So I don't know if this series says a whole lot about Houston. It might just say that the Yankees are really good. And look, like they're supposed to be really good. They had the third
Yes.
best odds to win the World Series going into the season. So it's easy to overreact after one series, easy to overreact after the opening weekend in any sport. But maybe this is just like the Yankees are going to actually live up to their payroll and their talent this season.
And maybe it's not about Jeter. Maybe it's about that uni that I had on last Thursday.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it's about me in the uni and me taking on Fromberg. How about that? Hey, Frommy, how you like that? How you like that on opening day? My guy throwing guys out at home, making big plays. Come on now.
The Astros, they had a couple of 4-game losing streaks last year, but they were never 4 games below 500 in all of 2023. The worst they were was 3 games under at 3-6. So once again, like they've gotten off to some starts in this golden era that they've been in going back to 2017, but it's been a long time since the Astros have been swept at home. Actually, the first time since 1978, the Astros were swept in a 4-game series to open up a season.
All right, well, let's go to the most important team of all, the defending world champions. What did they do? What did the group from Chicago do to them over the week?
Well, the Rangers won the series against the Cubs.
Because it's about the series. We know that. It should be.
It's all about the series. We do not complain about series wins on this show, whether it's the Longhorns or it's the Rangers or in your case, the Yankees.
Yep.
Or in a lot of folks' cases, the Astros. The Rangers lost yesterday. They had a chance to sweep the Cubbies. They couldn't get it done. It was a 5-5 game going into the 9th inning, and Jose Leclerc blew it. The Rangers bullpen they gave up a 4 spot with 2 outs in the 9th. That was the difference there. But a walk-off win for the Rangers on opening night back on Thursday. It's pretty cool. They raised the banner and then walked off the Cubs in extra innings to get that win. And then they had Friday off, which I thought was interesting. Saturday was a blowout win, 11-2, the Rangers over the Cubs. But the Cubs got the last laugh yesterday, and they took 1. So the Rangers 2-1 to open up the year. But, yeah, the Astros, the worst record in all of baseball right now. They are tied with the Miami Marlins, the only 2 teams that are 0-4 to open up the 2024 season. Let's hear from Joe Espada, the new manager of the Houston Astros. Remember, no more Dusty Baker.
Oh, we can't get that old dude has to go. You know, if any game they lose, it's always Dusty's fault. But now it's time for that old dude, and he's gone now.
Well, even when they won, they won in spite of Dusty.
Yeah, you're right. In spite of Dusty, they still won.
Dusty's gone, and he hung him up after last season. So Joe Espada, who was the bench coach for Dusty Baker in the Astros the last few years, takes over. Obviously not a great start to his managerial career. Here is Espada after the 4th and final loss of that 4-game series in Houston.
You know what? We played hard. It felt like playoff baseball. And if something could have gone our way, we could have won 2 or 3 of those games. You know, it's baseball. But I thought that we played hard. I think our bullpen, the last 2 games, we pitched really well. We make pitches. And, we got a new series starting tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go.
There you go. The Astros are into moral victories now.
Yeah.
They played hard.
Yep. I don't know if Astros fans love hearing that, but that's the rational thing to say. Like this it's not the NFL. It's not college football. If you start 0-4 in football, your season's done. The Astros can hypothetically go 158-4 this season. So much.
They're very good at the end of the season. That's when they start to really pick it up. They can start slow, but boy, they finish hard and finish strong.
Yeah, and they'll be fine. They were 8 for 41 with runners in scoring position, so they couldn't get big hits. And once again, the bullpen just couldn't get anybody out. And for as good as the back end of the Astros bullpen was supposed to be, a lot of Astros fans were critical of Dana Brown, the GM, for not doing enough to address the depth of that bullpen. Right. And that depth did not look very good. So once again, it may just be the Yankees are great, and they're going to be a contending team this year. But yeah, not the ideal start for the Astros for sure. Much better start for the Rangers. By the way, those two teams will play this weekend. So the Astros will welcome Toronto. Doesn't get too much easier for the Stros because Toronto's very good. Meanwhile, the Rangers will go to Tampa tonight. So some good opponents for both of the Texas teams this week. We'll see if the Astros can bounce back and pick up their first win of the season tonight in H-Town. It's Renell Blanco getting the ball for the Astros.
Now that Tampa game, is that what's the Tuesday game after I have my surgery? Am I going to be able to? My surgery is in the morning on a Tuesday, on a possibly on a Wednesday. Are they there for how many games are they there for?
Yeah, you can go watch the Rangers in Tampa. It's Monday to Wednesday. So they've got a night game tomorrow and then a day game on Wednesday. So tomorrow
maybe a little groggy sitting down. How about sitting in the stands, not being drunk, but looking like I'm drunk?
They're going to put you on the anesthesia and you're going to go to a baseball game. And I pray that they put your ass on camera for that deal.
As I'm sleeping on somebody's lap.
You're drooling.
Oh, yeah.
Like this, passed out.
What is wrong with this guy?
This guy's drunk. No, not that.
No.
Worse than that.
Yes. He's going to be out for a while here.
Yeah, he will be. He will be. So, yeah, the Rangers will be in town in Tampa Bay, the first road series of the year for the Jers.
Yeah, I would just be one of probably 12 people at that game anyway.
Yeah, it is like, I think it's, no, Tampa was home to open up their season against Toronto. So I was going to say, if it's their homo, then maybe they'll have some fans out there. But they've already played a few games at the Trop this season.
Oh,
so, yeah, there will be about 20 people
attending
great. Those games.
One drunk old man.
Oh, man. All right, while we're on baseball, how about the Texas Longhorn baseball team?
Sir.
Big weekend for them as they take 2 of 3 from Kansas State. You know, K-State was in first place in the Big 12 going into the weekend. And we talked about Texas needing a bounce back after the disappointing midweek loss that they had to A&M Corpus last Tuesday. People were again calling for David Pierce's head, and it felt like it was a chance for the wheels to sort of fall off for this Texas baseball team. The series opener on Thursday was not good. They lost 14-6. Texas actually was up 3-0, but LeBaron Johnson couldn't get out of the second inning. Texas gave up 8 runs in the second inning and got blown out in that series opener. And then it's like, oh, shit, this thing is really about to spiral out of control. But credit to the Horns. They galvanized, and they found a win in a crazy game on Friday, 21-11. The final score there, Texas put up 10 runs in the last 2 innings to take the lead and pull away. And then a much more normal 6-3 victory on Saturday. Max Grubb, a great start for Texas in that series finale over the weekend. And Buck, despite how much of a roller coaster ride it's been for David Pierce's crew to this point in the season, Texas is tied for second place in the Big 12, just a game out of first. So they still are very much alive in this conference race.
Absolutely. You got to win those series. Those, as we're always looking for sweeps. We don't want to get swept. We're looking for sweeps, but just win the series. That's important, especially in conference play. You just got to have those, and you'll keep on moving up if you just keep winning those series.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the second or the first place team, you just got to win the series versus those teams. So they did what they had to do. And that'll take a little pressure off. As I said last week, I said, if he wins this series, everything will be okay again. They'll just wait till he loses a Tuesday ball game, and then everybody can start freaking out again.
Right. The hope is cooler heads continue to prevail, right? Like David Pierce is not going to get fired during the season, and he should not be fired during the season. He should be given every opportunity to try to right the ship here. And history says he probably will find a way to right the ship here. But that's a huge series win, like you said. And to go on the road against a ranked team, once again, the team that was in first place in the conference, beat him 2 out of 3 times, that is huge for Texas. And once again, to bounce back after the way that Thursday night game went, when your ace just didn't have his best stuff and couldn't record an out in the second inning, and you lose that game the way that you did, that could have been disastrous. But for the Horns to bounce back the next 2 days and win one of the craziest games you'll ever see on Friday, and it was 8-3 Texas, then it was 8-8, then it was 11-8, then it was 11-11. And for Texas to respond the way that they did is massive. So, yeah, keep stacking series wins together. I mean, you've got an average BYU team coming to town this weekend. You've got a midweek game against Abilene Christian. Please don't do that, or don't lose that, excuse me. But a relatively easier part of the conference schedule coming up for Texas, where they've got BYU at home and then a trip to Houston next weekend. So you'd like to think
BYU is another Thursday event because they can't play on Sundays.
Right. Yeah. Thursday to Saturday this weekend again for the Horns. So you'd like to think Texas can win a couple of more series in a row, and then it picks back up again because you've got TCU, who is the preseason favorite to win this conference. You've got Oklahoma, who's currently in first place to win this conference, and you've got Oklahoma State back to back to back. So
Wow.
it will get a lot tougher. There's still a ton of league play left ahead of this Texas bunch. But, yeah, nice bounce back after the embarrassing loss to A&M Corpus, the CCs, as you like to call them.
Yeah, CC's got them.
And if you're going to criticize David Pierce after losses, you got to praise him after wins. Pitching still a little bit of an issue, but the offense did its job. Once again, Max Grubb on Saturday. It was Easter yesterday. There was no game yesterday. Really strong performance for him.
They need to get their number one on a roll.
Yeah. OBJ has been too hit or miss this season. We know how good he can be. He's had some phenomenal starts this season, but he's also had some duds. And for this Texas team to win the Big 12 and potentially make another deep postseason run, they need their ace to look like an ace just about every time he's out there. So I got faith in LBJ figuring it out. But, yeah, that was disheartening, I should say, last Thursday. But nice job by Texas. Once again, ACU tomorrow. A lot of Christians this week with Abilene Christian and BYU. No Jewish schools coming to town. That'd be an easy series win for Texas if they could get Abilene Jewish, but not coming in.
Abilene Jewish not making it this week?
Not making it this week. No, I don't know if they have enough Jews in Abilene to field a team. So
how is and for the women's basketball team, are we talking about another Cinderella story with NC State? Also,
no, they were a 3 seed.
The country?
Yeah, I mean, they were a 3 seed. So, yeah, no, they were a lot better during the regular season than the men's team was. But we'll shift gears. Let's give some sponsor shout outs first, and then we'll get into the women's tournament. Also, Edey Reese announcing his retirement over the weekend. It seems like it's for real this time.
No, July 1st, when it's official that they're in the SEC, he's got to make one more year. He's got to do it 1 year in the SEC. Shouldn't he? He should.
I hope he stays forever. Like, I hope he dies next to that pool. Actually, I hope he never dies. I hope he just coaches Texas till he's like 250 years old, because I'm going to know our swimming and diving program is in good hands as long as he's in charge. But we'll see. We'll get to all that here in a moment. But first, Buck, another shout out to another great sponsor.
Folks, there's a company right here in Austin that's making a huge difference, and that is Clean Cause Beverage brand. They get 50% of the profits to support individuals in recovery from drug and alcohol addictions. Half of the profits do great things all over the Austin and surrounding areas and all over this country. Clean Cause drinks are organic, sparkling herbal matis in flavors like cherry lime, orange ginger, and they're going to get your day going with 160 milligrams of better caffeine that don't give you the jitters like a lot of coffees do. I mean, I've been loving this for an awful long time. You can pick them up at H-E-B, of course, 7-Eleven, Whole Foods, and they're at hundreds of stores around the state of Texas. Just about any place you go in, you can find these Clean Cause drinks. And right here, BK, how about this one? Blueberry. Blueberry they have. A new blueberry drink out that's fantastic. And they also have this one right here. This one is the lemonade tea. 160 milligrams of juice in there that won't screw with you. It won't give you the jitters. My wife loves this drink. I've had this drink, and we are into the liquids here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've got all kinds of drink sponsors that we love, but these folks right here are giving 50% of their profits back to help alcohol treatments and, of course, anything to do with drugs. Love the folks over there. I want to thank Courtney and the whole gang over at Clean Cause. Love those folks.
Yeah, cleancause.com is the website. You can shop online or you can pick some up at your local stores. But it's a fantastic drink, and obviously the work that Clean Cause is doing in our community is second to none as well. So they were a great pre- and post-game sponsor for us last fall, and now they're becoming more of a big-time, full-time staple with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. So shout out to the team over there for what they continue to do for us, but more importantly, what they continue to do for folks in recovery. Also, another new sponsor today, Buck. How about our friends at Picks Sports Gear? Are you a pickleballer?
I haven't got there yet, but once I get this surgery done and I get some of this bone density back, where I can make some diving plays like Jeter does or did, or he used to make diving plays when he didn't have to dive. That was the only thing about that dude,
Yeah,
Sorry about that, Jeter. Yeah. I won't be making dives. Okay, I'll just get to the ball and make those fantastic plays. Yeah, tell me about this group.
You just broke Derek Jeter's leg, so I'm not sure he's going to be making any.
Right. I still haven't got him out. I'll get him out after the show.
There you go. Yeah, Picks Sports Gear. If you're a pickleball player and you want to take your game to the next level, our great friends at Picks Sports Gear have you covered with top-of-the-line equipment designed specifically for pickleball enthusiasts. They've got high-performance paddles. They've got some apparel. They have everything you need to dominate the court every time out there. So if you're a pickleball player, or your wife, your girlfriend, your friend, your sister, brother, whoever is a pickleball player, you got to let them know about Picks Sports Gear. They also have some demo days coming to various spots around Austin, so you can actually try out their equipment for yourself before you buy. They've got a bunch of them coming up here in the month of April. We'll give you more details about those locations as they get closer. But in the meantime, you can go to picksportsgear.com. That's P-I-X, picksportsgear.com to find all of their great gear and those high-performance paddles. And if you use the promo code RADIO10, even though we're not on the radio, we're still sports talk radio in a sense.
Yes.
You get 10% off your purchase. Just like that, 10% off the best pickleball gear that you can find. Picksportsgear.com, promo code radio10.
Yeah, why go to Fabletics and get that stuff? Because you know what they'll talk you into, like they got me. Yeah.
Kevin Hart is not out here scamming people for picks. They're scamming you for Fabletics, and you had to pay, what was it, like $50 a month?
A month, yeah. $59.95.
For the right to buy clothes? You had to pay for the right to buy clothes.
Yes.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And yet a lot of people probably subscribe
to it. Members, that's how they make their money. Then you can't get out of the membership.
Why don't you
Although I did. I'm out of the membership. They overpaid. I sent it back.
That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
What?
That this company was screwing you. They were stealing money from you for months, and you decided to give them money back.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Didn't want to do that. Didn't feel comfortable with that action.
Good for you. You're a better man than I. I'm stealing that money.
It's not. Well, it is stealing, really. If they're over. Yeah, it is kind of. But you know what? They hurt me badly. Just the way they presented that to me. Never said that you had to be in it for a year. There's no limitation on it. It means I could have joined 1 week and quit the next, but they made it difficult for months and months to come. I'm pretty sure Picks isn't like that. We don't have to worry about memberships. Let's just get some gear.
Just get you some gear and get to the courts, man. Pickleball is huge all over the place, but especially here in the ATX. And if you want to have the gear and equipment you need to dominate the court, they've got you covered. Picksportsgear.com.
Yeah, pickleball's just not for old folks anymore.
No, I got a bunch of friends who play it. Like, it's all ages. It's one of those sports that you can really play at any time. And it's lazy person tennis is what it is. It's like in between tennis and ping pong.
Yeah, I love it.
It's fun. I've played it once or twice. It's really fun, and I see the appeal. I'm more of a tennis guy myself, but this Pick Sports Gear deal might buy me a paddle and get out to the court and start getting into it a little bit more. I play with the olds. Yeah, that sounds weird.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm going to play with the youngs either. Then I'm going to start sounding like P. Diddy.
Okay, way to go, Diddy.
That's the last thing we want. But shout out to Pick Sports Gear and Clean Cause. Also some love to Audio Visual Consultations. Actually, let's let you hear from our man, Tom McKay of AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice. Thank you, Tom.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And just to clear something up in regards to Edey Reese, our guy Steve comments. And yes, Edey Reese announced last summer that he was hanging them up, but the Texas swimming and diving season came to an end over the weekend. The Longhorns finished 7th place in the NCAA championships. That makes it 44 consecutive top 10 finishes for Edey Reese in the Texas men's swimming and diving program. Texas, the official Twitter account at Texas MSD, tweeted out a thank you to Coach Reese over the weekend, basically signifying that his run is over. How about this? 46 seasons for Coach Reese here in Austin, 15 national championships. Basically every third year he won a national title, 28 top 2 finishes, 36 top 3 results. Once again, those 44 straight top 10 finishes. And, oh, yeah, how about 45 consecutive conference championships?
And a boatload of gold, silver, and bronze medalists.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Under his wing.
He is, look, we throw around the term GOAT a little too willy-nilly in sports these days. Edey Reese, the greatest men's swimming and diving coach of all time.
Absolutely.
Yep. So congrats to him on a tremendous, tremendous career.
We know you really won't be retiring.
And we'll see you in a couple of months, Coach.
Yes, we'll see you when we're in the SEC.
Texas is supposed to make an announcement today about who Edey Reese's replacement is going to be. So
for 2026 or 2025.
I feel like this happened a couple of years ago. I can't remember. I could be wrong.
It did. He was going to retire.
But I know he was, and he came back. But did they ever hire a replacement? And then he's like, well, get rid of that guy. I'm actually coming back. Or did they just say, did he just change his mind before they brought in somebody else?
Changed his mind before they started to hire somebody. No, they probably got the word is out. Hey, Edey, we really got to hire somebody this time. He's like, nah, don't do that. They should do that today and say, oh, we were just kidding. He's going to stay for another year. Hell, just pay the dude his money and let him collect for a year and see what it's like. Just hang around Edey Reese for a year.
Yeah. All right. Like a coach in waiting kind of deal.
Yes, sure. Just come to practices, hang out, pick up a check every month, you know?
Yeah. I'm not sure who the assistant coaches are for men's swimming and diving. Like maybe you just hire one of Edey Reese's assistants and say, well, he's been learning under that guy for years, so let's just give him the job. I don't know if that's what happens.
You keep those other coaches anyway because they've been doing such a good job.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you've been doing, keep doing. And I'd love to keep Edey Reese forever. It doesn't seem like that's a possibility. So I don't know. I don't know where Texas goes, but apparently some sort of announcement is coming down today. Thank you, Steve, for watching and for giving us an update on that. But yeah, the culmination of a phenomenal, legendary career for Edey Reese last week and into the weekend. Congrats to him.
We got to talk to.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Coach Reese is fabulous. We're going to get him on the show.
Yeah, we should. I think I've only spoken to Coach Reese one time, but it was in a media format, so it wasn't face-to-face. So hopefully we get the chance to talk to him on YouTube and get to see him. Hopefully we get the chance to see him in person a couple of times too. And curious what retirement holds for the GOAT for 2 months before he comes back.
I took a nice long vacay.
Yeah. He's earned it. He has earned it.
Absolutely.
To say the least. All right, some other Texas happenings about the women's basketball team, Buck. Disappointing loss yesterday, but a incredible season for Vic Schaefer and company, making it all the way to the Elite Eight. Of course, they hoped for at least one more win, right? Texas women trying to make it to the Final Four for the first time since 2003, and unfortunately their quest to win another regional came up a little bit short in the Elite Eight. 76-66, the final score. The 3-seed NC State Wolfpack knock out Texas. And NC State was just better yesterday. It's as simple as that.
They had better bigs yesterday.
Yeah, they were better all around, especially in the first half. Like, they got where they wanted offensively. They got what they wanted offensively, and they couldn't miss, especially James. I mean, she made 7 threes for the game,
Wow.
5 in the first half. Texas just couldn't stop her. She was tremendous, and North Carolina State led by 12 at halftime. You know, the game was pretty even in the second half. Vic Schaefer switched things up, went to a 3-2 zone, and that helped a little bit. But you're right. In the second half, NC State going up against that perimeter heavy zone just threw the ball down low, and a couple of the NC State bigs were able to kind of get what they wanted near the hoop. So in the first half, it was a barrage of threes. In the second half, it was more work down low, and NC State was a better team. You tip your cap, you give them credit. Unfortunately, Texas did not play its best game. Texas missed a bunch of bunnies offensively too. And that struggled. You know, Shaylee Gonzalez in her last ever game as a Longhorn, she was, she struggled. She didn't score after having 15 points. She was massive for the Horns in that Sweet 16 win over Gonzaga, and just not enough for Texas. So hell of a year for Vic Schaefer. We'll let you hear from Coach in a second. I mean, I thought, and most people I think thought Texas's season was going to fall apart after Rory Harmon got hurt back in non-conference play.
They fought hard.
They won the Big 12 tournament title. They obviously did enough to get a 1 seed, and they made it all the way to the Elite Eight. So nothing at all for these Texas women to hold their head down for. But sucks that they come up just a tad short from getting back to the Final Four.
Very good year for them.
Yeah, Zaya James, the name of the stud for NC State. She's been their best player all year, and she was the best player on the floor. 27 points for her. NC State made 9 threes, Buck. Texas made 1.
Oh.
That's that might be your difference in a 10-point game right there. We'll let you hear now from Vic Schaefer, staying positive after the season-ending loss in Portland yesterday.
One of the things I'm proud about this group, y'all, you're never going to write anything bad about them. You're never going to write anything about their character. These kids they're great Longhorns, and they're incredible competitors, and they do it the right way. And that's how I can sit up here today with a smile on my face, even though I just got beat, and be so proud of them, because I know they did everything they could today, yesterday, the day before, to get to this point. Trust me, this was not easy. And just like I told y'all, Apollo 13, rewiring the capsule to get them home, it was a challenge. But I'm going to tell you, I think we got them home. And that was our goal. And we'll be back. Thank y'all.
So there you go.
Yeah,
I believe them. They'll be back, Buck, because look, they lose Shaylee Gonzalez, they lose a couple of bench players, but most of this year's team is returning.
Yeah,
Rory Harmon,
yes,
she'll be back from injury, and they've got a top 3 recruiting class coming in as well. So this group,
team, they won't miss a beat. They will really be good next year.
They could be even better next year. And that's awesome to think about as a Texas fan, perhaps scary to think about if you're a fan of another women's college basketball team, because once again, this team without its best player was a 1 seed. They won their conference tournament. They made it all the way to the Elite Eight, and they get that best player back. And like you said, the freshman Madison Booker, who took over for Rory Harmon as this team's starting point guard, she was the Big 12 Player of the Year as a freshman. So she's back for another year. And now that backcourt of Booker and Harmon, that could be one of the best in all of women's college hoops next year. So the future is incredibly bright for that bunch.
Yeah, this will be the women's game itself over the next couple of days, or tonight. We'll pick up some viewers tonight for sure. I'll be watching tonight again. This will be my second or third time watching a full game. I won't miss this one tonight. LSU, Iowa. I'm not going to miss it.
Yeah, your girl, Kim Mulkey, trying to get back to the Final Four. How about a national?
Maybe that's why I won't miss the game.
Yeah, of course.
Come on, man.
We know that.
Come on.
That's your crush. That's your girl. You got to support her. She tries to get back to the Final Four.
Yeah, her outfit wasn't that great the other day. It was just kind of eh.
And, more hit pieces coming out about Kim Mulkey over the weekend.
Where's the writings on the wall or on the trees or on the paper? Let's go. I need to see that. If it's true, let's get it out there.
We need to get that drop. Move on. Find another story to write. We got to bring that one back. Yeah, that Washington. The Post piece came out late last week.
It was nothing.
It wasn't as much as I think people thought it was going to be.
No, she wasn't like making them take cold showers and stuff like that. She's just a hard-nosed coach.
Yeah, that's what Bobby Knight was too, right?
Yeah, but
I got to read the whole article, but it came out last week, titled "The Kim Mulkey Way." The LSU coach holds grudges, battles everyone, and keeps winning, but at what cost?
At your cost, not hers. That's right. It's all about her.
She's making plenty.
And the girls too. I'm sorry. It's not always all about her.
It's all about her.
She's going to find out you're talking about her like this. No, I'm going to let her know how you talk about her.
No, please don't. If you do that, I'll have to get my affairs in order beforehand. Because
sure, with her,
that will be the end of my life. I keep saying it.
There's a hole in the swamp waiting for you.
Yeah, she's got a hole waiting for everybody. That Washington Post writer is the next guy to get thrown in there. But yeah, this will be awesome for women's college basketball. 6:00 tonight, a rematch of last year's national championship game. It's the regional final in the Albany 2 region. The 3-seed LSU, the 1-seed Iowa. This is what the committee wanted when they put these two teams in the same bracket. And this is what I think everybody wanted when we saw the bracket come out for the women on Selection Sunday. Huge matchup. Iowa looking for revenge. Of course, LSU won the national title game last year. Iowa a 1.5-point favorite. It's Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese. And then your other, how about this? Great night for women's hoops. You got UConn playing for a spot in the Final Four against USC. UConn, the 3-seed, a 3.5-point favorite against the 1-seed USC in the Portland 3 region. I try to follow here. But, two great games for women's hoops. Hopefully a great night for them.
Great players, 3 great players.
Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, like Juju Watkins, the freshman for USC. She's one of the best in the country. Paige Beckers for UConn has been one of the best women's college players for the last few seasons now. And obviously, Caitlin Clark for Iowa, the greatest women's college basketball player of all time. She's trying to win a national championship to end her storied career. You got Angel
Reese. Records to break, or has she broken them all?
I'm sure there's something else she can break, but all the scoring stuff she's got taken care of already. So now she's just adding to the all-time points record that she set for college basketball. And she could come back for another year. She's already said she's not. She's going off to the WNBA, maybe to the Big 3 with Ice Cube. But if she really wanted to set these records to where nobody could touch them, she would return to Iowa for one more year.
For sure.
She ain't doing
that.
By the way,
cashing in.
By the way, we got to talk about this at least a little bit. The controversy surrounding that Texas game yesterday. I don't know if you saw this, and this was something both teams had to deal with, but the 3-point lines were different. Texas and NC State played that game on an asymmetric court. There were 2 different 3-point lines all weekend long. So Texas had to deal with it in their Sweet 16 game in Portland against Gonzaga. NC State had to deal with it in their Sweet 16 game as well. And both teams had to deal with it yesterday. They didn't notice it until yesterday. The 3-point lines were off. Like the distance between the hoop and the top of the 3-point line was different on one end of the floor compared to the other end of the floor. In an NCAA tournament game with the Final Four berth on the line. I'll show you. Here's one side of the court. I got to try to find it side by side, but there's what one side looks like. And then here is the other side. Let me see if I can find one with a picture with both in the same shot. But you can clearly tell if you get a side-by-side shot that the 3-point lines are different.
Looks like my stick people that I make drawings of. When somebody says, draw me a picture of a man. Okay, and I'll put 2 big boobs on them. I mean, it looks like, it's off a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like that at all, but thank you for letting us know. You used to draw stick figure men with giant tits.
I always did. I always
That
do
is,
that. That's my stick figure, a man or a woman.
that is awfully progressive of you right there, getting out well in front of the trans
Oh,
movement.
yeah. Long time ago as a kid, I was putting big boobs on men and women.
I'm going to start calling you Caitlin instead of Bucky.
That is off right there.
How does that happen in an NCAA tournament game? Are you kidding me? And so Texas, they talked to the coaches before the game, they being the refs, and I guess tournament officials were there too. And they're like, okay, well, we can delay this game and fix the court, but it'll take an hour or two. And the coaches were both like, nah, we'll deal with it. We'll play with it. I think they wanted the game to be on TV. Like if they delayed the game, then I think they ran the risk of the game not being televised.
Oh, no, can't lose that money.
Yeah, and the coaches also, they want their kids to be on TV. Like they fought hard, they've worked hard to get to this moment. They want people to see all of the fruits of their labor. So they both decided they agreed to play the game. And once again, both teams had to deal with it. Like both teams had to play on the same court. So it's not what cost Texas or anything. But how bizarre. If that happened in a regular season game, it would be weird. But that in an Elite Eight game and nobody noticed it until like 4 or 5 games were played on that court.
How did you not notice that?
I don't know. It's obvious too, and it's pointed out like that. Like it is clear that the two ends of the court are different.
There's no doubt.
One more time. But holy shit, man! Like that
one right there is round shouldered. The other one's shaved.
That's fat.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah. So maybe from court level, it's not as easy to notice, but with that TV camera,
keep your head on a swivel. Know your surroundings. I would know my surroundings there. I would think, the minute I look at that, I would say that something's off right here.
Yeah, and I'll give the women some credit too for being willing to play on that court. Like,
yeah, I mean, both teams are going to play. It's both sides.
If something like that happened in an NBA game, the divas in that league, yeah, sorry, we're not playing it here. If the hoop is 9 feet 11 inches tall instead of 10 feet tall, sorry, we'll play the game tomorrow. We'll delay it an hour. We'll delay it a day. We'll delay it a week. Yeah,
we'll play at the end of the year.
Yeah, we need everything perfect. So I'll credit the players and the coaches for being willing to deal with that. But once again, a total F up by the folks out in Portland.
Yeah, the ladies are going to feel like they always get the raw end of the deal when it comes to the NCAA tournament. Something always happens. They don't have the right gym equipment when they're going to get their workouts. Something weird like this always gets them. Doesn't happen to the men, but the ladies get this deal. Remember that year they had the workout deal that was like Universal Gym or whatever it was, where everybody else had the weights, the really nice weight room. But when they got to their place, it was just junk.
Yeah, I think that was the bubble year, right? So when the WNBA resumed play in the Florida bubble, they had state-of-the-art equipment that the players could use. And when the WNBA picked up its season in 2020, they had gotten completely shafted. I don't even remember where their bubble was, but wherever it was like not even middle school gym quality equipment that they.
Was that in Indy?
Maybe
in Indianapolis somewhere.
Maybe. I don't know. They played the men's Final Four in 2021 in Indianapolis. I think they might have done the women's there too. But I can't remember where the WNBA bubble was in that bizarre COVID year. So tip of the cap to Vic Schaefer and all the Texas women's basketball players. Tremendous ride. A lot of fun. Once again, nothing for the team to hang their heads down for. I think this fan base is very satisfied with how this year went. For Vic Schaefer, sucks for him. He's been to 3 Elite Eights in his 4 full seasons at Texas, has not been able to make it to the Final Four. Now, he's made it to a Final Four before. He played for a national championship at Mississippi State, so I don't think this is something like you got to worry that you got a coach who just can't get over that hump. But unfortunately, at Texas has not been able to get to the mountaintop just yet. And the Longhorn women, just like the Longhorn men, looking for their first Final Four since 2003. We'll have to wait at least one more season.
Yeah, but they'll bring back a fantastic team again next year, which will be great.
Yes, agreed. I think the first year in the SEC for the Texas women's team is going to be sensational. It's tough. You got to deal with your girl, Kim Mulkey, in that league. More importantly, you've got to deal with South Carolina, who is 2 wins away from another national title under Dawn Staley. They haven't lost a game this season. They've been the premier program in women's college hoops for the last 5 years or so. So not going to be easy, but I think Texas is ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I don't want to become a Longhorn, half Longhorn, and then half LSU dad. Remember, I'm a half LSU dad too. My daughter went to LSU, so and those people don't give up on anything. They truly are good at everything. They think,
Well, they are pretty good at most
my wife
sports.
my daughter thinks I should be sporting some of their colors sometimes, and I said never, ever.
Please don't.
No.
Yeah, thank you for that.
No.
We appreciate that. Don't pull a Bo Davis on us, please.
I don't even want my grandkids sporting that color. So I sent them all the Longhorn gear. So they're not wearing LSU gear ever.
They can be Boston College fans, but don't let them be LSU fans, please.
No.
And keep them in that burnt orange and white. We
up to
we
mom and
appreciate
dad
it.
or Cajun pee on the floor people.
Oh, your daughter does that?
No, not saying she does. She went to LSU. I don't know. I haven't checked my bathroom after she's gone. I'm going to have to start. I know if my son-in-law goes to the bathroom, I know exactly what to expect. Or my grandson, I know exactly what to expect from them. I better put a towel around the toilet.
Yeah,
or on the walls.
Like when the exterminators come into your house, they put those like shoe condoms on.
Oh, yes.
Before they walk inside. Yeah, that's what you need to do when you walk into a bathroom in the state of Louisiana.
Absolutely, folks.
Bring those shoe bags or shoe condoms, whatever the hell.
Oh, yeah.
They call them. All right. Before we get into some Texas football updates, we've got a big-time recruiting update to talk about, and also some latest updates from Texas spring practice, which will resume this week following Easter weekend. Let's give some more love to some more sponsors, Buck.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Now, their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more info, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Love our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Also love our friends at the Altstadt Brewery. I had a buddy texted me a picture of the Altstadt Brewery over the weekend. Drove all the way from Dallas to check out the Altstadt Brewery. He had heard me talk about it for years, decided to make the trek down to Fredericksburg, and said he had a phenomenal time. And you'll have a phenomenal time if you make your way down to the heart of the Central Texas Hill Country in Fredericksburg. The Altstadt Brewery is spectacular. I know it's Monday. You can already start planning ahead for the weekend. And if you're looking for the perfect weekend trip for the beer drinkers in your life, whether that's you, your friends, your loved one, your family, whatever, bring a group to the Altstadt Brewery. The place is massive. They've got live music every weekend, an outdoor beer garden, a German-style restaurant serving up great German food, but also food from all over Europe. We're talking tremendous chefs, too, very accomplished chefs who work there. They're not just bringing in random people and serving up like frozen bratwurst or nothing like that. No, they are taking things to the nines at the Altstadt Brewery. It's an awesome place to spend a day or to spend a weekend, and you won't regret going out there. So go to their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more info about the Altstadt beer, which, of course, you can pick up outside of Fredericksburg as well. But I don't talk about the brewery enough. Y'all make sure at some point in 2024 to make that trek to the Altstadt Brewery for an unforgettable day, plus some great beer as well.
And folks, our good friends over at Sue Patrick and Jay Willems since 1975 have an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, and accessories, of course, and even more. They've got the tons of Texas-themed gifts there, men's and women's clothing, a wide variety of Longhorn gear there. They offer free shipping on online purchases over $49, free curbside, of course, pickups. And folks, there's always plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. I think my little grandson, I know he was a little disappointed I didn't bring in another jelly cat for Easter yesterday. I did not. I didn't get by Sue Patrick. I'm very disappointed. And so are they, folks. They've got everything that you're looking for. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. Once again, they're located at 5222 Burnett Road.
And we'll be out there again soon.
Yes, we will. We're going to make that change from the Big 12 gear to the SEC gear, definitely on July 1st, correct?
Yeah.
Definitely hanging out there that day.
That's going to be an awesome, awesome day. And yeah, they'll have all of the Texas SEC gear that you could ever want.
There you
Right
go.
there at Sioux Patrick once the move becomes official at the start of July. Also, shout out to CentexTickets.com. I used CentexTickets.com over the weekend on my vacation. I bought some Dallas Stars hockey tickets.
Nice.
On CentexTickets.com. If you want to go to a Stars game, you can get your tickets there. Baseball season is back. If you want to catch an Astros game or a Rangers game or both, you can get tickets at CentexTickets.com. The biggest sporting events in the country, the biggest concerts in the country, especially the ones coming to Austin, biggest Broadway shows. I mean, whatever. If it's a live event.
Usher will be coming here shortly.
You going to see Usher?
I haven't made that decision. I think the CMAs are at the Moody Center also this week.
Are they?
The awards, yeah.
Wow. I knew they were coming up. I didn't realize they were here in Austin.
I think it's this week sometime, the CMAs at the Moody Center. You know that son of a gun will be packed, and you know you'll try to get a ticket to get into that joint for that.
God, yeah. This CMA.
Is that this week? Checking
Maybe,
it out?
Is it? I'm trying to do a Google search. Doesn't look like it's this week. Maybe the CMT Awards?
CMT Awards. I'm sorry, the CMT, yes.
What is CMA? Country Music Awards?
Yes.
And CMT is Country Music Television Awards? Do we need two of those?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. The CMAs were not here. It was CMTs that were here last. Also, they're both here. This is back-to-back years, I believe.
You're right. CMT coming to Moody Center on April 7th. That is this Sunday.
Sweet.
Very good. Good call. I don't know if we need two separate country music awards. I'm a big country music fan. It feels a little excessive, though, doesn't it, to have the CMAs and then the CMT awards?
Just have them both here.
Sure. I guess so. Well, can you get tickets to that, or is that one of those like the Oscars, right? You can't get tickets to those, can you?
I think for a price, you can buy tickets to get into some seating. I bet you have some public seating in places.
Okay. But
most of those seats will be taken up by stars, probably.
Wonder if your girl, T Swizzle, is going to be in town.
You know, she does those things remotely. She very seldom shows up for that kind of gig anymore. She doesn't have to.
She shows up to the big ones, right? The Grammys she's at every year. Look, I'm on CentexTickets.com. You can get CMT Music Award tickets on site right now. Good call. So if you want to be there,
they have some open to the public. Yeah,
that'd be cool.
That'd be fun to be at.
Oh man, always live shows, live performances going on at those things too. That would be
Edey
fun.
will not be there.
Rodney calls it the Contemporary Music Awards. Says country my ass. Yeah, country music has changed a lot over the years, Buck. It ain't what it used to be.
Boy, they're about to. Edey will not be showing up there.
Yeah, I don't think Edey would be there regardless. Because he's not really a country music singer, but I don't know if he's going to be showing up anywhere anytime soon. Maybe
federal prison.
Yeah, could be going to jail. Probably should be going to jail. We'll see. We're at the very beginning of what could be a very long process.
Oh yeah,
for Mr. Combs over there. But what a mess of a situation.
Yeah, I wonder if he believes he can fly.
Maybe he does. I wonder if R. Kelly still believes he can fly.
Who I don't know.
Knows. All right, quick sponsor shout out here before we get back into the sports. How about a word from our friends over at Pest Wranglers?
Hey, it's Steve from Pest Wranglers, and I don't know of a single mosquito that owns a home with a backyard, but they sure like to hang out in your yard and make you miserable. Pest Wranglers can fix that for you. Our mosquito treatments are designed to kill adult mosquitoes as well as keep mosquito larvae from developing for up to 3 weeks. Use us all summer or just once before that big party. No contract, no hassles, no blood-sucking mosquitoes. Check out our reviews and see what others are saying about Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, effective, reliable, affordable. Online at pestwranglers.com.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Get the whip to that.
There you go. Shout out to our guy, Steve, and the crew over at Pest Wranglers. Those pests are coming out. Make sure you take care of them. Don't let them ruin your spring or summer. No. Reach out to our friends at Pest Wranglers. All right, Buck. We'll start with the Texas recruiting nuggets before we get into some spring football conversation. The number one wide receiver in the country for the class of 2025 is a young man by the name of Dorian Moore. plays his high school football at Duncanville in the DFW Metroplex. Duncanville, one of the premier Texas State high school football programs. He was here this past weekend for the Texas Relays. He was already scheduled to make a visit on April 20th for the spring game. That's coming up a few weeks from now. But apparently he's coming again this weekend. So Dorian Moore, who is an LSU commit, but even though he's still committed to LSU, he recently released a top 4, and Texas was one of the 4 schools in that top 4, along with LSU, Ohio State, and Oregon. Dorian Moore is coming this weekend for another visit. So it'll be 3 times in the span of a month that the number 1 receiver in the country for next year's recruiting class is in Austin. That seems like a very good sign.
Yeah, that tells you an awful lot of kids. In a month, he's going to be here for 3 straight weekends. That's a lot right there, especially with the names that I hear. LSU, Ohio State, wide receiver university. Wow.
Yeah. This would be a huge get.
Yeah, and I'd have to be getting him to say something for me if he came 3 straight weeks. That's one of those, let's talk about this after your 3rd trip here, back to back to back weekends. Back to back to back weekends, 3 weekends. Wow.
I think it's 3 in the span of 3 in the span of 4 weeks, but even that doesn't happen that often. No. And he was here for Texas Relays on Friday, so it wasn't technically a visit, and I don't think he was technically allowed to meet with any of the Texas coaching staff because it wasn't an official visit. But I'm sure
it was on his own dime to come down here for the relays.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody affiliated with the Texas football program showed up. Hell, a few somebodies probably showed up to support Dorian Moore and a bunch of the other recruits and targets that Texas is looking at for future recruiting cycles.
You can come and hang out with the players and hang out for relay weekend if you want to. I mean, you can go to practice. You can do all those things. You can't be courted that weekend by the coaches, and they can't play for room or meals or any of that kind of stuff. But if you want to just come hang out with the guys at their apartment, you can. Nobody can stop you from there. That's your weekend.
That's kosher. Yep, agreed. And I'll give some love to our friends at Horns 24/7. They caught up with Dorian Moore earlier in March, and he was asked about Texas, and he said, quote, "It's always love. They're always checking in on me, making sure I'm okay, making sure my family's straight. It's about life. Every now and then they talk to me about football, but they know I'm a ball player. They know I'm going to come in and handle business. They're really trying to see who I am outside of football," end quote. So Texas, I mean, look, every school in the country wants Dorian Moore on their football team. He's the number 1 receiver, and I think the number 3 player in the nation, according to the composite rankings for 2025. Everybody and their mother is offered this guy. Texas, just like everyone else, they know how good he is on the field, but they're trying to build up that personal relationship off the field too, which is important.
Oh, for sure. This is, and hell, if he shows up in June, what's going to happen? It's over then.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. If he comes back in June, that'll do it.
I got a hunch this Dorian Moore recruitment is going to go down to the final days. I think he'll be an early signee and an early enrollee, so I don't think we'll have to wait till next February before we get a decision. But I got a hunch this process is going to be dragged out for a while because, look, I mean, NIL, you would think, is going to play a massive part in this. And Texas has NIL money. LSU has NIL money. We've seen Oregon throw around NIL money. Ohio State, so it could come down to, or at least that could be a factor where it's like, okay, who's going to make that 11th hour offer to ensure that Dorian Moore goes to their campus? But look, you like Texas's chances against anybody. And I think, Buck, a huge part of why Longhorn fans should feel good about this recruitment is what Chris Jackson just did with wide receivers last year. Like Texas might have 2 first-round wide receivers in a couple of weeks, and Jordan Whittington might get drafted too. So, like, if you go to any of those schools, you want to play on Sundays, and Texas has now shown the ability under this coaching staff that they can turn really good high school players into great college players and guys who are high NFL picks.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Ohio State's been doing that consistently now. So that's the one I worry about a little bit. LSU loses a Heisman Trophy quarterback. Texas has a Heisman Trophy candidate still here at quarterback, when the kid would be coming. So it's kind of scary. Yeah,
and I assume this is Quinn Ewers last year here, so Dorian Moore wouldn't get to play with Quinn,
right,
but
he'll be playing with
Arch.
Yeah.
And that's a recruiting ploy. I mean, we saw the wave in Texas recruiting that happened when Arch committed to Texas a couple of years ago. And I think that is definitely a factor for anybody, but especially pass catchers, right? The chance to
For sure.
catch passes from a Manning. I mean, we don't know what Arch Manning is going to be in college football, but you bank on those genes. And yeah, I think that could be another big reason why Dorian Moore could end up in Austin when it's all said and done. So we'll see. But good update. 3 trips to Austin in the
Wow.
span of 4 weeks for the top ranked receiver recruits in the nation. You'll take it.
And especially if you're coming on your own dime, that's they like coming down here for the Texas relays because I like to see the new unis that track and field are sporting during the course of that weekend.
Yeah.
Of course.
You ever go to the Texas relays?
All the time. Used to go there all the time. That's when you get a lot of the NFL guys that come to town because they want to see what the track unis are looking like on the women's side.
Oh, that's why they're going.
Oh, it's incredible. There's some great athletes. I mean, there's some great track too. I mean, it's an amazing who's who that comes into the Austin area during the Texas relays for years and years. That was it.
Yeah.
It's always been a big weekend. Yes.
City fills up that weekend, and you got a ton of great athletes coming to town for that event. And yeah, most of the guys just go because they're actually in the Texas relays, but there are plenty of folks who just come to Central Texas for the weekend just to be a part of all of the craziness that goes on, not only near campus, but also downtown and in the rest of the city as well. And it's always one of those weekends where it's like, shit, if you go downtown, you better be prepared to wait because there's going to be a lot of people trying to get into those bars down there, especially on 6th Street. My God. All right, Buck. Some Texas spring football updates involving the current team. Well, the battle for that right tackle spot on the offensive line continues. And according to our man, Chip Brown, over at Horns 24/7, Cam Williams is the favorite to win that job. He is the man to beat in that battle to replace Christian Jones. Cam Williams, 6'5", 360 pounds. Speaking of Duncanville, played his high school ball at Duncanville. That was a big get, a late flip for Texas in the recruiting cycle a couple of years ago. He got some run on the offensive line last year, and as of right now, he is expected to be the starter. He is a big human at that size, Buck, and you need big humans to be successful in the SEC. So I'm worried with Cam Williams, with anybody at that size, but especially with Cam Williams, just based on what I've read about him. I'm curious about the mobility. Like, is he fast enough? Is he quick enough on his feet to be able to run with very talented edge rushers that Texas will see in the SEC? But man, I mean, that size, if this guy could put it together, he's got a chance to be a really, really talented piece.
Or at least he's on that right side where you can see it coming.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good at left tackle with Kelvin Banks. I mean, that guy's a first-round pick next year.
Yeah, he's got his back.
You've talked about it a lot. I mean, you got 4 or 5 of your offensive linemen coming back, so you should be good up front. But look, if you have one weak link on the O-line, you know this better than I do, it can derail an entire offensive line.
Especially those two positions, the left and right tackle.
Yep.
You know, they can't have quarterbacks. You can't have rushers in your face, and you can't have being hit from the blind side because your guy gets beat on the blind side. Up the guts, generally you can get, you can maneuver away from that. We've seen Quinn Ewers do that before, but he's not escaping many of them from the outside, especially when you can't see them.
Right. Yeah, he's more mobile than he used to be, but he ain't that mobile.
No, you got to protect him on the corners.
Yeah. Yeah, and not only the offensive line, but the whole offense can get affected, right? Because you've got to protect that right tackle if he's not blocking. You've got to have an extra tight end to chip somebody. You got to leave a running back in the backfield to help with blocking if you can't trust your right tackle. Your right
tackle has to do a lot of things for a right-hander too. I mean, that, like I said, those hands get in your face. You're throwing some quick slants, and Sark likes to throw slants. He likes to throw those long hitches, and they get their hands up. I mean, there's an art to cutting guys down, to getting those hands down. I don't know. I know they're not punching them in the crotch, but you've got to know how to get down in that area. You got to be flexible as a right tackle to get down, get into a guy's thigh pads or below and get those hands down, because that's the only way you do it. You try to block them up high. They jump, they bat the ball down. And plus, he's a big dude himself, 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah.
You know, he's got to be pretty flexible. And as I said, you like it where you can see it coming because he's secure on the backside. He's got a guy that can protect his blind side pretty well. And he's got guys in the middle that are pretty good. That's a big position out there at right tackle because no matter what, they bat him down. Those are incompleted passes. That sucks for a quarterback. That stuff throws a guy off, you know, if you can't trust his right tackle too.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think the Texas coaching staff wants Cam Williams to win that job, right? Like
Sure.
the ideal offensive line for the Longhorns when they take the field on August 31st is Kelvin Banks at left tackle, Hayden Connor left guard, Jake Majors at center, DJ Campbell at right guard, and then Cam Williams at right tackle. That's what you want. But if Cam Williams struggles and he can't get it done, then I don't know what Texas does. Maybe they flip Hayden Connor from left guard to right tackle. He's got some experience out there. And it sounds like he's getting cross-trained this spring out there as well. So maybe you move Connor to right tackle, and then you've got somebody else at left guard, a guy like Neto. Umeo Zulu could be the left guard who replaces Connor if the Longhorns have to make that move. So, yeah, they'll find their best five. They've got all of spring, and they'll have all of fall to figure out who that is.
Yeah,
But
and they've built their strength. You know, they've built this offensive line and the backups to be ready to play too. You're not going to turn around and look and there's another freshman anymore. They're going to be sophomores and juniors ready to, you know, to take the place of a starter if need be, if that guy's not ready to play, that's how you build your team on both sides of the line.
Yeah, you're right. And I think Texas does have some good depth there, even though they lost Christian Jones. Most of their guys from their two deep, not just the other starters, but most of the backups are back for Texas as well. So that O-line is in a good spot, and Kyle Flood has done a tremendous job developing and recruiting talent up front there too. But they got to get right tackle figured out. And I wonder, like, there are some open windows for the media. I have not been to one yet, but we've got, you know, Chip and Jeff and Jordan. We've got guys who show up to those, so they can tell more. They could tell y'all more about this than I can right now. But even then, those windows are so small. Most of what happens at practice, we don't get to see. Maybe we'll see this in the spring game on 420. Like, how does Cam Williams hold up against some of the faster edges that Texas has?
Right.
Like Trey Moore, not a huge guy, super quick off the edge. That's why he had 14 sacks at UTSA last year. Colin Simmons, true freshman, but undersized, super fast off the edge. A guy like Anthony Hill, who's doing most of his work at, inside linebacker. But if he's ever coming off the edge, like, does Cam Williams have the ability to hang with guys who have that elite speed and that great bend coming off the edge? That is what I wonder about, and that is the thing that might prevent Cam Williams from winning that right tackle job.
Is he too big?
Is he too big? We've seen it before. Like, some guys are that big and mobility is not an issue for them. But some guys are that big and just that size prevents them from being able to have the quickness and the foot speed that they need to succeed.
That you need. You're right.
Yeah. So that's
Reese 60. That's a big man.
That's a big dude. And Sark was praising. He was praising Cam Williams. Excuse me, because I just have a mini stroke during the talk there. Praised Williams for managing his weight well. But,
that's good.
Yeah, well, hopefully that continues, and hopefully, once again, he does take that job and run with it. A lot of praise for the running backs as well. I know you and I have talked about these running backs a lot, Buck, but man, that might be the strongest and or deepest position on this Texas team in 2024. I mean, CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue, like, I'm a huge believer in competition breeding character, and the fact that these two guys are seemingly pushing each other, I think, is only going to help that whole running back room get better. Because I don't know if there's a true number one running back for Texas right now. You would assume CJ Baxter wins that job just because he was the starter last year.
Right.
But with how well Jaden Blue played and, you know, some of the inconsistencies we saw from Baxter during his freshman year, like, I don't know if that battle is all set in stone now. So I think both of those guys are going to have to compete. And if one dude struggles and has a few bad practices in a row, then the other guy could take that gig and run with it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a position that you can be the starter and never relinquish that starting job, which means you'll get in all the games. You'll start all the games. You'll be the first one they give an opportunity to get hot. And if you get hot, you get the most playing time. So, I mean, you could lose that. It's crazy. You could lose that in the spring, but they're both so talented. It's going to be 1 and 1A. It's not going to be there's not going to be much separation, I don't believe.
Yeah.
They're just that talented, you know?
Yeah, I don't think Texas will have 1,000-yard back this year. Could be wrong, but I think it's going to be just more of a split. Like I think Texas will be able to run the ball very effectively. I just feel like, Baxter and Blue are going to be splitting carries enough to where I'm not sure either guy gets to 1,000, which is interesting because in most of Sark's years, both at Texas, I mean, it's 3 years at Texas, and 2 of those years he's had, or I think in all 3 of those years, he's had 1,000-yard rushers. Like you look at his offenses at Alabama and most of his offenses as a coach, he's had 1,000-yard back. So maybe predicting that is a little off the beaten path, but I feel like there's going to be a pretty decent split between those 2 guys over the course of the season.
I would agree. I would say, dude, you're probably going to see split carries, and if one of them gets hot, he will end up being. It doesn't matter whether you go out first or not. The guy who the game before was the hottest, you'll see him get the most carries. You're going to go with the hot hand. You don't necessarily have to make him the first guy out. But if the second guy gets out and gets on a roll, you're going to see a lot more of him than the other guy. It's just, I mean, semantics really, who's the starter, who's not right now, I believe, with both of those guys. You know, I thought that Jaden Blue really, really looked good last year. I thought the year before that, even when he got in for some playing time, he looked good. You know, but the big guy there is a stud. And once he gets going, and once now he had a full year under his belt, I don't think you'll see some of the things we saw last year from him, you know, where he gets hit and he comes up limping and he's limping, you know, and we may not see him in the beginning of the game. He may not be the starter. I think he's a grown up. He played like a grown man from the middle of the year on. So,
yeah. And that's kind of part of the reason why CJ Baxter lost his job to Jonathan Brooks. I mean, Brooks was clearly the better tailback last year, but Baxter getting hurt a couple of times, especially early in the year, kind of opened the door for Brooks to get more carries and showcase how good he was. And he was one of the best runners in the nation last season. So for CJ Baxter, look, if you're hurt, you're hurt, but stay on the field. If there's so many other talented running backs at Texas right now that yet you could miss out on some playing time if you miss some games.
The nature of that position are every time you get hit, it's going to hurt, but you can't come limping out of the game. You can limp and get back to the huddle and get the ball again and take off and go. But you can't. At that position right now at Texas, it's back to the way it should be. Can't make the club in the tub.
You'll lose, like you said.
You'll lose out on some carries, and you may not get those, and you won't get those carries back because the next guy behind you is really, really good. So I think that room is going to be stockpiled like teams like Ohio State does wide receivers, and maybe Texas now gets to the point. That position is going to be filled by 1, 2, or 3 that'll be able to come in here and get it done.
And speaking of 3, Trey Wisner has been the guy running third in drills through these first 5 spring practices for Texas. A lot of rave surrounding him to this point. And then you've got the 2 early enrollee freshmen.
Sure.
With Jarrett Gibson, one of the top running back recruits in the country at an IMG Academy. And then also the kid Christian Clark, who Tashard Choice once compared to Bijan Robinson. Just like, yo, that's very lofty praise right there. But maybe he's a kid to keep an eye out for as well. And you're probably not going to see too much of those guys this year, barring injury. But hey, I mean, Steve Sarkisian, like, it's pretty much been a meritocracy during his time at Texas. Like, it doesn't matter how old you are. If you're the best player that we have at a certain position, you are going to get on the field. So if either Clark or Gibson looks the part, and if they're just as good or maybe even better than Baxter or Blue, I don't think that's the case right now, just based on how old those guys are and how much experience those guys have. But if that's the case, then I think those guys will get some run, even as true freshmen.
Yeah, I always think that if you can get to 1, 2, or 3, that you're very close. Number 3 is close to number 1, that you're probably going to get some playing time, because hard for number 1. It's like the quarterback position. Those guys don't stay healthy throughout the season. It's a lot of wear and tear. It's a lot of hits, pass protection. You're making a lot of cuts. You come up with a twisted ankle here or there, and you're bumped and you're bruised up. But some of it you can play with, but sometimes you're just not as effective as the next guy or the third guy. They have to play the guys who are effective once they get to the SEC. You can want to play hurt and you can want to play banged up, and the coaches love that. But if there's a guy who's better than you are because you're a little banged up, that dude needs to be in the games, because you need to win the games. That's what's important.
Agreed. Well said. I don't want to use the term injury prone when talking about anybody, but You don't want that to be the label for
No.
CJ Baxter, because after 1 year, people were saying that. You hope he can stay healthy.
Yeah, I just thought he was
season.
young. I just thought mentally he was young. Some of those things look like stuff that he could have gotten over with in a hurry during the course of a game. He didn't have to stay limped up, for half of a game. I mean, some of those things you just get, you get over with. That's just the nature of the position that you play. Yeah, that hurts, but don't let anybody see you hurting. Don't let me in the stands or me on TV watch you limp out of a game and miss a couple series, and then you come back and you look okay. No, don't even let that part happen to you, It hurts. Okay, let's go. Shake that leg and let's go. Shake it off and let's go.
The great Karl Malone once said, if you're good enough, you're old enough.
You like that saying, don't you?
You like that saying. I think that's the most disgusting saying of all sayings. Buck Diddy over here.
If you're good enough, you're old enough.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
No, I don't like that, or I don't like it flipped around either. If you're old enough, you're good enough. I don't need that either.
Don't need either one of those, huh?
That is gross.
All right. That's a pretty solid room. And at this university, that should be a solid room all the time. There are great runners in this state. And now that you're capturing, and now that you're getting the best of them from Arizona and the state of Florida, you shouldn't be without a great runner every year. One of the best runners in this country should want to come to Texas and play and compete for that starting job.
I think it's a top 5 running back room in the country, and I think Texas has a top 5 quarterback room in the country, maybe even a top 3 quarterback room in the country with Quinn and Arch. So, they've got those 2 positions figured out right now.
And now they've got to lock down that wide receiver position in the country too.
Yeah.
Lately, it's been Ohio State year in, year out.
Texas had a top 5. I mean, maybe not as good as Ohio State, but they had a top 5 receiver class last year. You would agree?
Yes, I do.
So, if they're not you'd love to be number 1. Yeah, you'd love to turn into Ohio State, where you've got first rounders every single year going to the league. But it'll be new with Texas. We'll see what these new guys can do. The receiver room has been solid. If they could take it to that elite level like you're talking about, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've got a running back and a wide receiver room that's every year going to come out with guys. And every year, even if they dip into the portal, here's the kind of guys that want to come play for you, then that thing will change in a hurry. And I think they're there. I think that, the kid from Houston, the kid from Alabama, that I think this is a consistent thing that's going to happen with Texas at that position also. That they're going to be able to dip into the portal because of Sark himself and the quarterback and the young guy that's here. I think you'll just see that. Guys want to come and play here.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Buck. All right, couple minutes left. I want to get your Final Four predictions because this may be your last show of the week.
Yes.
You take your talents to Florida in a hopeful surgery coming up here in a couple of days. But before that, a few more sponsor shout outs on our way out the door. We'll start with a word from our great friends over at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love the Covert family. Thank you for your support. And, of course, Relax the Back. Folks, I've been struggling with my back for over 24 years now, but I've found the relaxation that I need, and I found the chair and all the accessories that I need at Relax the Back. They've got a great store in the Hill Country Galleria, and then, of course, they've got one across from the Container Store up north on 183, folks. Live pain-free, just like the Buck, and I want to thank the folks at Relax the Back because I have needed it, BK, because I'm all goofed up about this surgery. So anytime you have any kind of stress, for me, it runs directly to my weak spot, and that's my back. And if I didn't have this chair, I would be a hurting buckaroo. But thanks to Relax the Back, whether it's Tempur-Pedic pillows, massage, of course, chairs, they've got everything that you need for your thoracic, lumbar, spine, spinal, neck, the whole works. You're going to love the folks at Relax the Back.
Yeah, I think my mom's going to be reaching out to the folks at Relax the Back. Parents are beginning the process of moving here soon. They're going to need some new furniture. So
there you go.
I have to reach out to our guy Jason over at Relax the Back and see what they can get over there. Great deals, great people at Relax the Back. And speaking of comfort, how about Woods Comfort Systems?
Oh, yeah.
You want to be comfortable in your home. Of course you want to be comfortable in your home. Who doesn't want to be comfortable in their residence? You got to call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Get that AC. Get it checked out. Get it checked out. If you're making some weird sounds, if you're seeing some random ass dust coming out of your vents, don't just like hope and pray that everything's going to be fine by the time we get to those 90 and 100-degree days. Call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Repairs, maintenance, installation, whatever you need when it comes to HVAC. They are the very best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas for almost 70 years.
You don't feel like it's going to be a mild summer, do you? You don't think we're going to have just maybe one 100-degree day?
No such thing as mild summers here anymore.
No.
It's going to be brutal. And we had a mild winter.
Oh, it's going to be hot as hell. It really is.
Give them a call, 512-842-5066. Check them out online, woodscomfortsystems.com. Of course, the Buck has a Woods Comfort System set up at his place, and he loves it, and you will love it too if you call them. No, by the way, we'll give away a Cabo Bob's gift card tomorrow. Let's not forget about that. Now, unfortunately, Texas softball did not win its series. They dropped 2 of 3 in Stillwater against the Pokes, but Texas baseball did win its series in the Little Apple.
Yes, so they did.
You will have a $50 Cabo Bob's randomizer gift card giveaway tomorrow. Where's Jeets? Can you find Jeets?
He just keeps kicking underneath here. He knows I can't reach under there until the show's over with, but he just keeps it like a little gremlin that he is. He just keeps kicking the side of the desk over here like, hey, let me out. Do you know that we went 4-0 over the Astros? Like, Jeter, you haven't done anything. You haven't left this room forever.
Well, now your Yankees are screwed as we bring on Double R and Wags here in a second. Now we know your Yankees are in trouble because you broke Derek Jeter. I don't know if y'all saw this, gentlemen, but earlier in the show, Bucky was trying to grab his little Derek Jeter figurine, and instead of grabbing it, he knocked it off the table, and now Jeets is under the table, and the Yankees are screwed. They're 4-0. They're the best team in baseball right now, but Buck just put a curse. Forget Bambino. This is the new curse in basebble.
Sorry about
that.
Done.
Buck, what are you going? You going to get Tommy John's?
No. I'm going to go get some. I'm going to get some thyroid stuff. Hyperparathyroid.
Gotcha. God, usually everybody goes down to Florida for Tommy John's these days, so that's where I was thinking you were going.
No, I'm not getting this. Downward horns. I'm getting hopefully it's going to get done on Wednesday. They'll find what they need to find, since nobody wants to do surgery on me in Austin, Texas. They just want to talk about it. They don't actually want to do it. And if they're afraid, I don't need them in there. You know what I'm saying?
They're getting ready for the Eclipse.
You want confident people in there, Buck.
Yeah, if you're not quite sure about your hands and your steadiness on my vocal cords, then
right. Yeah, you don't want the doctor needing a damn drink to calm everything down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I already had the plumber do the first set of jobs that I had to have done. So.
Hey, you're when Jeter fell off the table right there, he looked at, you remember on The Price is Right when that thing used to go up, and then it fell off the fucking end.
Oh yeah.
Remember that game? I can't remember what that thing was called. It's old.
Plinko?
Bob Barker was still on there back in those days.
He was still molesting. Was he still molesting people?
Bob Barker never did that, did he? Was Bob Barker one of those Hollywood pedophile guys?
Those women were of consenting age.
Oh, that was Bob. That was the old cat with the hair all slicked back.
Yeah, we're not. No, you're talking about Roger Dawson or Rich. What's the dude from
Richard
Dawson?
Richard Dawson?
No, Richard Dawson. That's what I'm thinking about.
He used to hug on the contestants, kiss the contestants.
He would go just cop a feel on your grandma. He didn't care. He just go,
that's all right.
He didn't care.
Grammy needs some help too.
You guys know who I'm talking about, right? You guys know the guy I'm talking about, right?
Dude, I saw the game show that's back is that Whammy deal. I think that's back on air again.
It is.
What is that called? What is it called?
It's Press Your Luck. That's called Press Your Luck.
Who's this guy?
This is the doctor you need, Buck.
Yeah. Okay. He's going to my neck. He's not going to my neck, my butt, anywhere.
Yeah, I believe this is Dr. Barry McCockiner.
Yeah. In her?
Barry McCockiner. Yeah.
What about the doctor? What about the doctor that just got reinstated? Guess who just got reinstated? Woo! Back at it, baby.
You know what I'm hoping? I'm glad Officer Peacock's not doing my surgery.
Oh.
What the hell was that game show called?
Dr. William Cannon.
Steve Harvey does it right now.
Family Feud.
Family Feud.
Family Feud. Yeah, the guy would go in there and just feel your grandma up and your wife. There it is. There's the one doctor. But the guy would go in there and feel your grandma. He'd lay one on your wife right in front of you for about 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, Richard Dawson. We had to do that. We had to go on Family Feud. We can all say we're related.
Oh, that'd be great.
Bucky. I'm
the adopted third cousin. I got you.
I need to be the judge if I just get to cop all these feels. How do I get that job?
Dude, that's what he did. I'd go back and look at the tape, man. Go back and see the eye in the sky. Dude, I'm not embellishing at all. Anybody that watches, anybody that knows what I'm talking about, I'm almost to the point of dipping your damn wife over and laying one on her like you would at a honeymoon, man.
There's a difference between you embellishing on how you would think of that as to what Richard Dawson was probably thinking. He probably thought that was just a little normal peck. You would think, I need to date this person.
And that
I would think you do that to my
on the desk.
wife. I'm going to knock you out.
He'd be like, hey, how you doing today?
Oh yeah, he'd be like, so you
leaving
your husband and coming home with me today, huh? Oh,
yeah. And he'd be like, I see where the good looks come from. Your mom.
That's a real beautiful daughter you got there. Yeah, she's 14. Oh, it's ripe for the age. He was crummy, dude.
I see you've got a loose hair there. Let me fix it for you. No.
What? It fell down your bosom there. Let me help you out.
It's like, let me fix your nameplate here right quick. Remember they had to wear their name, let me fix your badge
he would make sure that it was adjusted properly.
Yeah, let's make sure that's nice and straight.
I always get nervous because my wife goes to church. Sometimes she's the coffee lady there pre-service, and she wears a nameplate, and I'm like, don't they know your name by now?
Yeah.
You still have to wear the nameplate when they come up with the guys are like, let me get a look. What is your? I can't quite. Let me. It's Braille. It's in Braille.
Let me see that. Let me see the Holy Sacrament here.
Oh my
shoot!
All right, boys. I gotta get going. I gotta go.
Happy Easter.
Hey, listen. Thank you.
Hey, Buck, seriously, be careful going to Florida, man. Hopefully
man. Watch out.
Yeah, Florida man's doing the surgery. Should I be nervous?
No, you're in great hands.
Watch out, Scarecrow. He likes scarecrows. Watch out.
Look out, boys. Be good.
Be good, man. Be good. There goes Buck. There goes BK. Welcome to Chaos Theory. What's up, CB? Good to see you, my guy. Happy belated Easter to everybody that did not get a chance to see any shows or whatever, or we didn't have Good Friday or whatnot. But Rodney had a crystal ball out, and Rodney was talking about NC State, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we get into this. NC State's hot. The Astros are not. We have a problem in Houston, not to be cliche. We'll talk about that. But yeah, man, welcome to Chaos Theory. If you guys are new to the show, make sure you're hitting us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Make sure you're following us on our socials as well. I'm on Twitter, not the fake wags. Rodney's there at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _ Rodney R. I'm on there at the Wagner Wire and all other social media platforms that way as well. If you are just getting here, man, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button on YouTube and telling 5 friends, like we always say, man. And let's get this week started off great, brother. How was your Easter weekend, man? Did you guys do anything crazy?
It's good. No, man, pretty quiet. Lot of sports watching, baseball, March Madness.
You guys get up and go to service or anything like that on Sundays or whatnot?
Dude,
hold on. Do you fast? I'm curious. Are you Catholic?
No, not anymore. I grew up that way, but that was a cool thing. I mean,
what do you like, Diet Catholic? Or you like? I'm Episcopalian, which is called, I guess it's Catholic Light or Diet Catholic, whatever you want to call it. We have Catholicism rules, just not as strict. So it's like we don't have to, when we go into church or whatever, we don't have to dip our hand in the holy water and do all that. Also, Episcopalians can sing. Catholic people can't hold a tune in church with the hymns or whatever. They're just awful to go there. It's like a seance, Gregorian chant with Catholics masses and all that. But yeah, Episcopalian, you can jazz it up a little bit, man. Roman Catholics is the old Episcopalian joke or whatnot. But anyways,
no.
We didn't go to service either.
We've kind of gone non-denominational, whatever you call it, to where we just kind of, believe in everything.
Support the higher power. No, I got you.
That's right. One of those things. It actually is kind of funny because when the wife goes home to visit her parents in Texas City, they are very, very Catholic, and she has to go to church. And she was actually with them. She was actually there weekend before last, and I think that was Palm Sunday. She was there for Palm Sunday. It was an hour and a half.
Is that where they beat you with the palms?
She came home with some kind of flower or some, I don't know what that thing was. I mean, it's still sitting down there somewhere, but
it's an actual palm or whatever. Yeah, it's leaf.
It's
like a damn leaf.
You know,
yeah, my grandma, I used to go to church all the time with my grandma and everything.
Yeah, you know, and
don't have to do that stuff anymore. Although I guess I should go to. I guess we should go to church.
Well,
I haven't been to church in a long time. It's been a long time since.
Unfortunately, I'll tell you, Wags. Unfortunately, it seems like these days, the times that I'm in church, it's like somebody died.
Right. Or
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like the only time I'm going to a church or something is to attend like a funeral or not even, I don't even go to that many weddings anymore.
Well, and that's a weird thing. Like we've been to several weddings lately, you know, younger folks, you know, friends, you know, kids of our friends, and they're not in churches. I mean, they're like at country clubs or random resorts and all this different stuff. So I think a lot of people are getting married outside the church. And you know, again, I mean, all that's changed so much, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It was like just reading stuff yesterday, kind of people's thoughts on Easter, and I was like, okay. I was like doing like Bucky. I'm like closing this laptop down, and I'm like, okay, let's get back to sports, because it's like, hey, geez, Louise, man, everything's so complicated these days.
What do you mean? Now you got me curious. What the hell were people?
It's like, you know, folks
they don't like Easter. Is it?
No, you know the meaning of
the Easter Bunny. The Easter Bunny can lay one hell of a basket at your house if you're good enough. I'm just letting you know.
Yes, absolutely. I ran into the Easter Bunny Friday night at Heart of Texas Speedway. I did a selfie.
There you go. Any Cadbury eggs?
It's a girl bunny.
First, I mean, we should have had this conversation on Thursday. What's the best Easter egg candy out there? Or not Easter egg candy, but Easter day candy.
Man, I like them Reese's ones.
See, that's where my wife's at. The Reese's eggs. The Reese's.
Do you eat Peeps, or what are them things?
No, I don't mess with Peeps. That like all the candy that gets hard as shit as soon as you open it up, and once air hits it, the marshmallow stuff. Yeah. Once air gets to that marshmallow, and the actual chemical starts what is it called? I don't know. I can't think of the scientific term. But anyways, man, once the air hits that damn marshmallow thing, it gets all hard and shit. You just know how bad and how old that Peep has been sitting there for, right? Like that marshmallow bunny. Usually, man, I can't believe I'm still like this. I like the chocolate bunny, not the hollow one, like the hard bunny. I'll take it for like a week or whatever, and probably like eat down on the bunny for like a week or whatnot, man. Take me a week to get the entire thing down. Cadbury eggs, my guy. Not even like the caramel eggs. You know what I mean? Like the Cadbury's got too much marshmallow in it, but give me a lot of Cadbury. And honestly, man, just fill the damn thing up with Skittles and I'll be good. Skittles, gummy bears, and Mike and Ike's.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much.
That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, it looked like everybody. And what about you guys? Do you guys do like a big meal?
So we went out to dinner last night. We went to. Good. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the spot, right next to like the Hulu Hut, right down there off of Infield and Lake Austin or whatnot. It used to be called Abel's. Now it's called Quince's. Fantastic. Like, so we were kind of reluctant to go there because when you're looking it up, like the reviews are kind of mixed, right? It's like mixed reviews, a mixed spot or whatnot. Yeah. So we wanted to try on. It's called Guest House or something like that, but you know, it was a pretty substantial wait for the Guest House. They were just like, you know, whatever, we'll go over to Quince's or whatnot. You can walk in. Wasn't that crowded, wasn't that packed. Food was a little pricey, but the food was fantastic. It was absolutely spot on. Of course, I mean, I usually get the New York strip anywhere I go. My wife got I don't know what the hell my wife got. As a matter of fact,
you were paying really good attention right there.
Salmon or some type of shit like that. But I mean, she loved her meal. My kid, ate his burger or whatnot and had some of my steak. So that's another thing too. Like, this was the first time I couldn't finish my steak. Usually, like I don't mess around. Like, I'm not gonna ask somebody to bag it up, and I'm not gonna reheat steak. I'm eating the whole damn steak right there. Right? I could not finish the steak. It was so big.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you paid about $50 for your steak or whatever, but it was a huge New York strip, man.
Yeah. No, that's
Rodney. There wasn't any fat on there, my guy. It was so damn good. Or if there was fat, it was charred up with butter or whatnot to the point where I couldn't taste it. You know what I mean? It was delicious. Just knocked it out of the park. So if you guys are in the area, you guys are downtown, and you want to go have like a nice little spot on the lake or whatnot, check out infield or check out Quince's there, right off the infield in Lake Austin, man. They revamped or renovated. What is it? Renovated. Thank you. Can't speak today on a Monday. Yeah. Renovated it on it used to be Abel's, right? So they renovated Abel's, and it's just got a whole new makeover inside or whatnot. It's fantastic. I love it.
It's awesome. That's awesome. No, simple day here. Like I was saying, baseball, hoops, watched the Texas women. And then it was actually, I mean, last night you had a NASCAR race at 6 o'clock. So that was kind of carrying me throughout the evening. And then of course we were chatting, doing some other stuff there. So yeah. What a burger was my Easter dinner.
There you go. The cornerstone of any fun Easter dinner. That's for sure, my guy.
Double the Easter bunny brought me, and Double R sucked it all down.
Well,
what a size
in it too. So here's the thing. I got to come on here and eat a little crow, right? Purdue in the Final Four for the first time since 1980. Guys, maybe I was absolutely wrong about Purdue. Maybe they can actually play some ball, man. I think they've had a pretty decent path. I think it's kind of been an easy, one of the easier paths for the ones, right? You would think. But they've answered the call. Every stage that they've been to, they've answered the call. They had a little bit of difficulty with Gonzaga there, but they were able to get by it. Now, I mean, it's down to the studs now, man. We'll see, the cream always rises to the top, as they like to say, man. So we're going to see who actually comes away with this thing. Look, you want to tell me that Zach Edey's not tall? The dude didn't even use a damn ladder to cut down the nets yesterday. Tell me, give me another adjective to describe the guy. I can't wait for Purdue to lose so the entire national pundits can pull the cock out of their mouths about this guy, man. I mean, holy hell, right? They're all over this dude, and I get it. You really, he is the story, right? He's a lot of perseverance. You know what I mean? Everybody's doubted him. They've doubted him because they've gone out of the, they've lost in the round of 32 the first or last year, and then 2 years before that they went out in the round of in the round of Sweet 16, or not the Sweet 16. They didn't even get to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, the 32 round. Yeah,
64 and then 34. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, they are, with them, I mean, kind of to me, Purdue basketball was summed up in one play yesterday when that big goofy number 2. Did you see that flop?
Oh,
did you see, dude, that right there, I'm like, okay, that's Purdue basketball to me. I mean, it just seems like a very boring brand of basketball, but I mean, whatever. They're in the Final Four, but come on, man.
Yeah, Longhorn Bear knocks it out of the park too. Only one foul on Zach Edey in the second half. Are you kidding me? That wasn't through. I misspoke. Not even through the second half. Like all throughout the entire duration of the game. Halfway through the second half, the guy's only got one foul. You're telling me he only fouls one time? That's bullshit. I mean, just even from holding people, that's a little bit of a foul, man. He gets the benefit of the doubt because people hack him, and he does. Yeah. He takes a lot of a beating, and he takes a big beating almost every night, going in and going out. Because, dude, when you're 7 foot, like how do you contest that? You know what I mean? Unless you're getting a couple of nicks in on him or whatnot, man. So, and look, if you're that dominant of a figure, you should be scoring. Every sequence that comes down when you're in the half court set or whatnot. And that's the one thing about NC State, your crystal ball team there, Rodney. Talk about the, DJ Burns, talk about the size of DJ Burns and, how, being in shape could actually be detrimental to him getting as the latter portions of the game type of progress or whatnot. But hell, man, when the press was on yesterday with Duke or last night with Duke, when they were trying to press or whatever, DJ Burns was running the floor. Yeah. DJ absolutely running the floor. I mean, they struggled a little bit when they started putting the press on a little, just to start. Duke did, and then NC State kind of, once they were able to kind of make their way through the setup or through progressing through the press or whatnot, they were able to actually beat it almost every time down. And DJ Burns was a benefactor of that, actually connecting on and ones as the damn night was closing out, man. Shout out to you, Rodney. You had this team inked in, not even penciled in, inked in after the ACC tournament when I thought all the steam was going to kind of flow out, stage right, and just they'd lose all of it out of their sails, man. But now Wolfpack continue to move on, man, and it's got to come from their bench too, right? Of course, Horn's been fantastic and Burns has been fantastic, but then you bring this guy Middlebrooks in, who seriously averaging 5 points all throughout the regular season, and now he's playing like a damn All-American, and he's coming off the bench. Like, that's the other thing too. Like, I don't. There's something magic that's going down with NC State. I can't explain it. I'd like to think that I know basketball, but I mean, they've beaten Duke now twice. They've beaten North Carolina. I mean, it's not. It doesn't look like it's stopping for a while, and they do have the size to compete with a Purdue. They do.
Oh, I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see Burns and Edey battling down there. That right there, and the whole thing with Burns, this NC State run that they kind of went on there, that they had the 4 straight losses going into the tournament, to the ACC tournament. So you're kind of like discounting them already. I mean, they're just kind of going to be there.
If they don't win the ACC tournament, Rodney, they don't get in.
Exactly. I mean, 14 losses that they have. I mean, this is the lowest seed, since 1979 that's gotten into the Final Four right here. And
when did NC State with Coach V
83? That was 1983. And this feels a lot like that run.
Is that 50? How 20 years? 50 years?
That's a hell of a long time ago.
Long time ago. That's 50 years. Do the math.
And I can tell you one thing: when you had the matchup, in the Sweet 16, when they took on Houston, I'm like, oh hell, here we go. I mean, when you want to talk about nostalgia, I mean that 83 win with Lorenzo Charles and that group, that was over Houston. That was over Houston. So when that came about, it's like, okay, I mean, there's just. I think they may be getting ready to run out of gas. I had them going this far, and this is actually the only one that I have left. Everything else is busted for me. But I mean, there's just something about this team right now to where you watch these guys play together. And this is where, when we talk about basketball being such a team sport, there's no superstar here. I mean, Horn
can get after. Like, I would say Horn's probably their DJ Horn. He's probably their best hooper. But yeah, it's complimentary team basketball all throughout the Wolfpack, Rodney. You're absolutely right, dude.
Yeah. And this is a great Longhorn Bear. I mean, and the women. I mean, unfortunately, the women.
Did they exit stage right?
The NC State women beat Texas, so that was the end of that.
Because there was a controversy with the damn 3-point line. I saw that.
How does that happen? How does that happen?
You know what? And again, I know that both teams agreed upon this. But if you want to break it down, man, I got to go back and see the 3-point percentage shooting, especially in the fourth quarter. But the line was shorter for NC State in the fourth quarter than it was for Texas, obviously, because they had the advantage, right? Because with the shorter floor. But again, both coaches were approached before the game and agreed upon playing. So they were just like, yeah, it'd be back and forth. But hell, man, you'd like to think that if you're getting it towards the latter portion of the game, when you have the most when you're tired the most, right? You'd think that would benefit you probably the best in a latter portion type of scenario when you're rocking and you're tired and you're trying to chuck it and heave it up from 3-point land. So I don't know. And I think it was maybe a couple of inches. It wasn't much, but it was still a difference. You could tell that it was a clear cut difference between one end of the floor and the other on the differential.
And my thought is, number one, how does that even happen?
I have no clue.
How do you play all those games and then you finally figure it out, man? It was like, holy shit. I mean, and I think I saw something on ESPN last night where they were talking about that somebody went back and
30-0 run. Are you serious? Are you serious?
That's unbelievable. Where somebody went back and they were watching all the games that have been played there, and on the skinnier end of that 3-point arc out there on the wing, where it was like a 3% better percentage of making 3-pointers from there. So whoever went back and watched every fucking play of that, I mean, they've got more time on their hands.
Yeah, and I'm also calling bullshit on that.
So. I am too. It's like, man, come on, dude. I mean, or it was a lady. I'm like, come on, lady, give me a break here. I'm not buying into that. I wonder who figured that out. I wonder who was like, wait a minute here.
No,
I
Rob.
mean,
Yeah, I'm tracking. I watched. I know what you're talking about. I know you weren't talking about the Lady Longhorn. I'm talking about the UConn game myself.
ain't nobody going to beat them, dude. We've been saying
I
it.
thought.
from the
Look,
get-go.
I'm glad that's
Nobody-
a really good segue into this. I thought that there was a team out there that was able to, and it was the Houston Cougars, right? But without the and again, say what you will about one player making a difference when it's the best player in the nation, and arguably the best player in the nation. It's going to make a difference, right? You lose the Duke by 2 points without Shed.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a day. I don't think now. Look, I think maybe there's a damn good chance that NC State could have got the best of Houston last night without Shed, right? I mean, without your best player, it's just tough for you to go on. You saw how much Houston struggled without Shed, just trying to get a basket. Now, look, be that as it may, it happened during the game, and Sampson didn't really have to make that many adjustments. Basically, put Cryer as your on-ball guard, and hopefully, you're able to survive it and get out of there and then come up with a game plan moving forward, right? But still, you have to have this concession plan, especially if the best player on your team, arguably the best player in the nation, goes down, right? It's no coincidence that Jamal Shed was, competing for candidate of, best player in the nation or whatnot. Out of the four, I thought Jamal Shed was actually going to be the one that actually takes this down, right? And clear, like, you want to bring that award as the the MVP of the league or whatnot. Hell, you saw the difference without Jamal Shed, right? That offense, it puttered. It really didn't flourish like it was without their main facilitator. So like you ask me, man, I think if Shed's in the game, I think Houston's still rolling on. Honestly, I don't know. NC State's had some magic, man, but I still think Houston would have been the better of them and best of them, I think, last night. But yeah, I mean, give the roses, all the roses that you want to the Wolfpack, man. But without Houston in the tournament, I think it is, Rodney. It is UConn's game, dude. I mean, they are.
I mean, they're winning by
they are good,
25.
man. They can do it all, dude. They do it all. They beat you in half court. They beat you when you're running. They don't even have to run. When you go to press, they slow your press down. Like, there's just Hurley's got him right.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe I should walk it back. Maybe UConn is better than Houston with Shed. They're just.
Oh, they are.
We'll never know now. You know what I mean? We'll never know.
It's so funny because one of the things that we talked about throughout the year when we talked about Houston, a lot of things with different rotations and so forth that Houston could do, and different, I guess if you want to call them role players that would step up and become pivotal in what Houston was doing. We never saw Houston without Shed. Right. And that was the one thing throughout the year where you get into this.
No, even everybody fouled out except for Shed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In the who were they playing where they survived?
A&M.
Thank you.
And think about this. I mean, this is the whole thing. We never saw that happen. Imagine if this would have happened during the Big 12 campaign. How would Houston have ended up in the regular season? This is against NC. I mean, no offense to NC State. I mean, they're on a magical run right now. But shit, man, that's an ACC team that scurried its way
middle of the pack.
Exactly. So that's the whole thing. We never saw Houston with Shed completely off the court, and they got exposed right there. Where I think where we thought a lot of their strengths were in rotations and different things, they just couldn't accommodate anything after he was off the court.
Right. Well, let me ask you. Not just you guys, but let me ask everybody that's listening here to the show. If you're on the Coda text line, if you're in the damn chat channel here with us. So should we? I mean, now seeing the run that NC State's on, right? The 11 arguably wouldn't have gotten in if they didn't win their tournament. Are we still up in arms and up in air about letting mid majors in or letting teams with automatic bids in? Because hell, I mean, you're seeing an automatic bid team make a run right now to the Final Four.
I know, and I think it's kind of diminished a little bit that this is an ACC team. When you have like James Madison.
So if it's a James Madison or something like that,
yeah,
it's a stronger campaign of it or a parade of it, to use your word, to sit here and say
it seems
hey,
like
automatic bids, baby, automatic bids. Look what we can do.
I like the automatic bids, man.
I'm a fan of it too, man.
because like we talk about, when you get to March, of course, now we're into April Fools today, by the way. When you start getting into that, that's when you need to be playing your best basketball. And look at NC State. Right. That is the best example in recent times that we can find. I mean, they were done, totally done, and they come out and they've just I say that I think the run's about to end, but shit, I don't know. I mean, in a perfect world, I mean, they knock off Purdue or Connecticut or whoever it is. I mean, can you imagine if that happens?
So you'd like to think, I don't think Edey is going up against
this monster.
Yeah, a monster
in a good way.
Burns, right? And like, not just that, like the dude's got flight of foot. Like the dude can use his feet, man. He's pretty quick with his feet. He's got some moves in the post too. He's not just using size. Like he's got some actual skill. DJ Burns does, right? I don't know if he's more skilled than Zach Edey. I got to break game film down on both these guys in an isolation moment, but still, dude, like this is going to be a pretty damn good matchup. This is going to be a banger. Look at what South Carolina was able to do last night, right? With Filipowski. Taking it to him early, getting him active and playing aggressive on him and getting him to foul out, man. I think that's the same type of game set, same type of game mind that they need to keep and take going into this matchup against Purdue to kind of get Zach Edey in trouble. And that's what I've been saying, the MO on him, man. You get Purdue or Zach Edey in foul trouble, but it's kind of hard. As you guys pointed out, with Zach Edey only having one foul throughout the damn second half. So maybe you get a body like DJ Burns, bang him up inside a little bit more and say, hey, refs, look at this guy. I'm a big dude too. Like I can't be thrown off my spot. He's clearly pushing me and fouling me and shit too, right? That's kind of got to be your play, or I think should be one of your plays going into the Final Four to try and get Zach Edey off the floor a little bit, man. You have because when it's just, you can't deny it, man. When he's on the floor, dude, he is a difference maker, man. He's rerouting your shots, he's blocking your shots, contesting everything at the rim, and he is a huge size factor inside the paint, Rodney. That is clear as day and obvious, man.
It's like we were just talking about with Shed. I mean, and you're saying it right there. Get him off the court.
Yeah, you take Edey off Purdue and Purdue.
Yeah. And I think that's where I'm hoping that DJ Burns gets extremely physical with him. I mean, get him in trouble. I mean, because like I said, Purdue, they seem soft. I mean, they are.
I feel like they are soft. I really do feel like
they are soft. They really seem soft.
Benefit of the doubt. They're the national diaper. The diaper darling of everybody. Exactly. Is Vicky or Dick Vitale used to say, right? Everybody's babies. Everybody loves them. They're so adorable, right? They really do feel like everybody's pick. That's a national pundit that's on TV, man. If I gotta hear, what's the dude's name from Villa? If I gotta hear Jay Wright talk about how great Zach Edey is, how he's the best player that he's ever seen play the game of basketball one more time, I'm gonna fucking throw up. Like I just am. Like Edey's good, man, but you can't tell me that he's not benefiting from being 8 foot tall or whatever the hell he is, man.
Yeah, and the thing about it is when the bracket came out, I mean, to me, it really looked like on that side of it that Purdue was going to have
easier way. I felt like it was an easier,
absolute easier route. But what obviously you couldn't predict it at that time. I don't think that the juggernaut that is NC State is what you figured out that was going to be possibly where they're going to stub their toe again. And I mean, I think there was a lot that went into that because, like you're talking about, it's like poor Purdue. They just haven't been able to whatever, and I don't know if that factored into any of that hell. But I mean, look, I love what Longhorn Bear says here: NC State and Alabama. You get that for your final. Oh my goodness.
Holy hell. Well, I mean, the 11 and the 4,
that's March Madness. And that's where this is so cool. Like we're talking about where like back to football. And I saw somebody mention it right there.
I was so chalky. This year, man.
And it's like when it's time to win, you go win. And that's what a lot of these groups have done. And look, man, it's like I didn't have Tennessee going as far as they did. So I missed on a lot of stuff. At one point I was sitting really good about like I said, the only thing I've got going for me now is UConn and NC State. But I don't know. It's been a good tournament, man, and we still got 2 to go. And I think it could get even more dramatic before it's all said and done, dude. Because Who'd have
It has
thought
been
the
a fantastic tournament.
in
It's been a
Alabama? Jeez.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been absolutely fantastic. Hey, one thing I did do, guys, over the weekend, dude, I did play some pickleball. And I'm here to tell you about my friends at PIX Sports Gear. Pick Sports Gear, guys. If you're in the mood to play pickleball, like I've been telling you guys, pickleball is here. Look no further. If you're ready to gear up for the ultimate game with the gear that's designed here in Austin, look no further because Pick Sports has got you covered. Their equipment is crafted with precision and passion right here in the city that you know and love with the sports that's innovated, right? So look, from the top of the line paddles, premium accessories, they have everything that you need. And what I like, man, with the paddles, it's the ergonomic shape for me. Yep, of course, in the 40s, I'm getting a little bit of arthritis in my hands. So the best place to go is Pick Sports Gear. Make sure you guys are hitting them up. It's Pick Sports Gear, PIXSportsGear.com. You see the link there. You already see that the graphics up there on our sponsors board as well. Make sure you guys hit them up, man. I've been telling you about pickleball for the past couple of months now, man. If you guys want to get out there and play me on the courts, make sure you're hitting up Pick Sports Gear, man. And make sure you're equipped because you're going to need the best gear for me to play against. So that's for sure.
That's right. Check them out. How about a word from our great friends? If you're looking for a car, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, I bet you they have April Fool's Day specials that aren't no lie. How about our friends at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
There it is.
Yeah,
I agree.
He's again, dude, look, you can't deny that he's got some skill, right? But
Sure,
clearly
absolutely.
he's dominating because he's 7'8" or
Yeah.
and I'm that's cliche. He's not he's tall. He's huge. I don't know his actual measurements, to be honest with you. I thought it was like 7 foot.
He's a big dude. I mean, he's a big dude.
Big boy. He's a big Canadian.
And he was, I mean, he was all fired up after the game. You see him dropping F-bombs and all
Dude,
this.
rightfully so. I mean, he's pissed. Everybody, he's so tired of people like us saying that he can't do it. All the doubters, man. And I get it. I would be upset too. But dude, I can't. You can't lie to the eye in the sky. You can't tell me you're not tall.
Yeah, you know that helps. I mean, that tend to help.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll see. Like I said, I'm just. It's not that I'm not a fan of Purdue. It's not that I'm not a fan of Zach Edey. It's just kind of boring play to me.
What's about Purdue too? There's just something about Purdue. Like I don't want to hate them, but they're just weird. They're just their fan base is weird. Like I got a lot of friends that actually graduated from Purdue. They're engineers and shit. And that's just like they're not. Yeah. They're quirky. They're smart people, but they're just weird. They're just weird people.
Yeah, it's like Drew Brees is normal, but he was from here.
Right.
so
but
I mean,
but seriously, guys, think about it. If you guys think about somebody that you know that went to Purdue, they had that one common denominator characteristic. It's just quirkiness. It's just something that you can't put your finger on and articulate, but you guys know it. It's a dork. It's geeky. But I mean, I got geek syndrome too. So like, but it's just a different type of dorkiness. Purdue. I don't know.
Well, and here's a great point from Binks. I'm a Tim Duncan fan. Look,
I love Tim Duncan.
I love the big fundamental.
Mr. Fundamental.
It was boring, but not like that. I mean, Tim Duncan, you still saw aggression, you saw intensity, you saw emotion.
He had a mid-range jumper too. He wasn't just finishing at the cup.
Exactly. He's not just kind of standing there or whatever. But you're right about the Purdue thing, and I mean, again, it's different. North, South. I mean, Midwest. I mean, all different.
Purdue's Purdue's Indiana.
That's in Indiana. Yeah.
Lafayette, Indiana.
I've got a friend who went to Purdue, graduated from Purdue, one of the most intelligent people I know. I mean, he's an educator.
It's smart school. You got to be smart to get in there.
Absolutely. But it's like you say. It's like you can have some really cool, great conversations, and then other times it's like, I dude, I don't fucking care what you're talking
Right.
about.
Or do you understand any jokes that I'm telling you, my guy?
Exactly.
Or am I just that boring?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And they're
That's the
staring
part.
through you like a soul. They're just staring through you like you have no soul or whatnot.
Yes. That's the thing right there. It's like, it's like I'll start talking Texan and talking about, the way that I talk, and those guys look at me and it's like they're reading me. It's like, okay,
yeah, dissecting you. What type of computer do you have in your brain? Huh?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel violated. I'm like, okay, these guys have Android phones where I have an iPhone. Because a guy once told me one time, he's like, really intelligent people have Androids because they're complicated and technical. iPhones are for pretty simple people. I'm like,
well,
iPhone, buddy.
Call me Mr. Simplicity all you want, because I don't think I've ever had an Android. I've only had an iPhone.
I had one time and I couldn't work the damn thing.
Smartphones, you know what I mean? I had a BlackBerry at one point.
Oh, dude, me too.
2004, I had a BlackBerry, and then after I got back from Afghanistan the second time, I got a iPhone.
Yeah. I had the old BlackBerry, had the magenta flip, had all those phones. Of course,
this is American. We do speak Texan. Damn it.
Damn right.
I saw somebody post something on that Twitter channel to where if there was a damn Civil War or whatever, there was actually zones and sectors out. Ain't nobody messing with Texas. You know what I mean? Like Texas, not only Texas would have Louisiana and Oklahoma in their region. Are you kidding me? Nobody's messing with that.
Yeah.
Nobody. The craziness from the bayou, and then also the craziness from Texas and Oklahoma. Get the hell out of here. You're gonna have Tiger Cat or Tiger King in Oklahoma coming after your ass. I don't see catch a tiger by the tail my ass. Huh.
And then the border's open. They're going to come help us.
That's right.
They're going to come help us.
Florida, I don't know. Florida's got a lot going on. Florida's going to take care of themselves. You know what I mean? Florida's going to Florida. Florida's going to rule themselves out. They will not. They will take out their own fucking people.
Yeah, Florida will shoot themselves in the foot.
Hey, let's get into some baseball, my guy.
Oh man. Come on, man. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Right,
it wasn't all man weekend for you, right? Everybody every Houston Astro fan out there, I'm my heart is with you. I'm sorry that it happened to you. I'm really sorry because it was the fucking Yankees. And Sal, we love you, but damn. And that's the thing too. Like, no Garrett Cole, and you're sweeping Houston.
Hey,
holy
dude,
hell! It's not just Houston. We got a problem. AL
Soto.
East, we got a problem, and it's the New York Yankees. My God,
Juan Soto. One word, Juan Soto. I guess that's two words.
Look, man, Cashman was all in on this dude for a reason, and look, it's already paid off in dividends in the opening week, man. Yeah, you want to talk about a guy that can mash? Holy hell! That's what the Yankees do, man. They got a lot of money in the lumber there, and we talked about it. He's hitting in front of Judge now too.
Yeah, man.
I mean, God, he's being protected by Aaron. I mean, hell, Soto could probably hit. I don't want to go too far. 50 at least. I mean, I think it's safe to say 50's in the damn. If he's gonna have a opening weekend like that, I think it's safe to say that 50 could be on the rise easily for Soto this year.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, when you want to talk about an impact right there, I mean, there's finally, it looks like, I know we're only 4 games in, but I mean,
doesn't matter, man. It was an impressive 4 games.
Yeah.
It's against Houston too, Rodney.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. This high-powered, payroll attack of the Yankees, it finally looks like it might work out for something. You're right. The East is going to be something else. But when it comes to the Astros, it's like, God bless America, man. I sat there, and the only game that I didn't even partially watch was the one where they got blown out. I guess that was Saturday. I didn't watch that one. I was doing some other stuff.
Oh yeah, they didn't even show up to the ballpark.
It's like, how did we end the season last year with the Astros? They can't fucking win at home. How are you starting the season for the Astros? They can't win at home. What is the deal going on right here? And I mean, in these games, Wags, the other 3 games, I'd sit there and I'd watch them, and the Astros are ahead. And then you go, the strength of this team was going to be the way that the bullpen was solidified and made even better than it, and they fucking could. And then stranding people on base.
Yeah, runners. Yeah, man,
Really?
runners left on base. The heart of your lineup is supposed to be eating people up and
Yeah.
getting people in, and you can't do that, man. You're stranding ducks left on the pond, as they like to say.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Jake may have hit the nail on the head right here. Put a curse on him, man. Texas Rangers. Maybe that's what it was. And good for them. They got to hang their banner. Not them. I mean, good for the Rangers. They got to hang their banner. Good for them. That's
well. Look, we
cool.
talked about it last week, right? The race to 10. There's this prop bet out there for the race to 10. Yankees 4 already out the gate. They're tied with Dodgers. Dodgers had a game up on them too, right? Dodgers, got the head start, and Yankees said, "Nah, we're good." 4-0 right out of the gate. Right behind them, Detroit.
Yep.
The Tigers. We talked about, what's Detroit? We talked about, who's going to represent and who's going to be coming out of the Central. And we talked about the Teagues being able to maybe make a roar coming out of there, dude. And sure enough, man, they get a nice little sweep in what, opening day. Now, of course, consider the opposition there. But again, they have 3-0, 3 wins right underneath their belt. And it looks like Detroit could actually make a run at this thing to get the race to 10. But look, man, the Yankees, my God, coming out of there. I didn't have the Yankees on my plate for this because I thought for sure Houston would take 2 out of this, or they would split and go, or maybe at least take 1. But holy shit,
at least
dude,
1.
my God,
at least 1. Yeah. And it's like, and it would be one thing had the opportunity not been there for them in at least 3 of those games and not being able to shut that down. And now for Houston, I mean, doesn't get any easier. Hell, here comes Toronto. So I mean, you're and then the Rangers. So you're really about to find out right here. Spot has got to be thinking, damn, man, what happened here? What's going on here? So I don't know, man. They had every opportunity yesterday to win that contest right at the end of it, but they just, I mean, you couldn't get the timely hits. And like you said, when you're going to leave people stranded on base and your bullpen is weaker, you're going to lose. And that's exactly what happened. And the Yankees are scary, dude. I will tell you, I had a feeling, but now after watching them firsthand, I mean, I wasn't there.
I was hoping that they'd struggle out of the gate, man. Especially with no Garrett Cole. If they're able to do this without having the arm support that they need as well, and they're just able to mash with the lineup.
Yep.
It's it's going to be one of those years again. Hopefully, and again, it's only 4 games. It's only 1 weekend of baseball, but I did not like what I saw. If you're Sal, you're chomping at the bit. You're as giddy as a school kid, right? You're pissing in the public pool or whatnot. You're so damn happy. It sucks.
Yeah,
the Yankees are real. Yankees are back, and
like Jake said,
Juan Soto, man, he can mash.
Yeah, like Jake said, man, that bullpen, and it's like when the year started, I'm thinking, all right, I like this, but now I saw it 3 times. Like I said, I didn't see the 1 game, but it's like, oh shit, here we go. So hey. We were talking on, when were we on last Thursday, when we were doing kind of the MLB preview, we were talking about the NL Central. Hey, the Pirates are 4-0 too, my man. Here we go. The Pittsburgh Pirates. We are family.
That's another one too, man. We thought maybe that they'd be able to kind of turn it on and another young ball club getting after it. And that race to 10, that damn, it's looking good for the batting buckos, that's for sure, dude. A little bit of surprise. I didn't think that they would go. I didn't think that they would actually sweep the series this weekend for opening weekend. But yeah, the Pirates are actually making a stomp for this thing. And I'm kind of looking like a genius, even without Skeens. They're that damn rotation for Pittsburgh's pretty damn good, man. Of course, I got some insider knowledge a little bit with that. Like I got a whole bunch of buddies that are from Pittsburgh, and actually. I have one guy that actually has a cousin on the damn team or whatnot. So, be that as it may, your boy here might be the residential Pirate guy.
Hey, man, I'm seeing so that conversation on the Facebook feed is continuing there about Edey and Duncan, kind of the comparison right there.
We have a Facebook page.
I mean, on the YouTube feed. I'm sorry,
kidding. I'm messing with you, Rodney.
Oh, sorry. Hell, I don't even know. Do we have a Facebook page? Oh, yeah, we do.
Yes, we have a Facebook page.
So imagine Edey and Wemby together. Golly, Lord.
Wemby would eat him up. Actually,
I don't. No, playing together.
Oh, playing together. Gotcha. Well, hey, there's
it's a lot of height, man.
There's a chance that could happen.
I don't know. Spurs are too good right now, aren't they? Like the 5th worst. They've done a little better.
Where do you have Zach Edey going? Do you have Zach Edey going number 1 overall? I don't have Zach Edey going number 1 overall.
No, I wouldn't think so. Hey, man, that would be a nice little tandem right there. You could call that the trees, the San Antonio trees out there. You could put those two together.
A nice little rendition of what they had back when with the Admiral and
Tim and David,
Tim Duncan, huh?
Yeah, so. Could be.
Yeah, all you damn Spurs. I'm not entertaining this. I'm not a Spurs fan. I didn't like your reign of 20-year dynasty that you guys had. I'm not looking forward to you guys getting back to that, and you guys might be getting back to that sooner than later. By the way, you guys are looking a little bit better than I thought you'd be. I thought you'd be the worst team in basketball behind the Washington Wizards, but I mean, here you guys go winning games, can't even tank right. So,
hey, Wag. So I want to ask.
Yeah, did you see this shit? Did you see Luka? Hold on, not even that. Like, Luka did a trick shot. I sent it to. We'll pull it up tomorrow. I'll have it ready and queued up tomorrow. But Luka did a trick shot off of the Houston scoreboard backboard, and then. No, not the scoreboard. It hit the scoreboard.
The shot clock?
And then hit, no, it wasn't the shot clock. It was the damn scoreboard. He hit the scoreboard and then went from the scoreboard, hit the damn backboard, and then went in.
Damn.
Rodney, I sent the clip to the damn Instagram page of Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'll make sure that I have it queued up that everybody that hasn't seen it that watches this page is actually able to see it, because it was one hell of a shot. And somebody brought up a good point on the damn thread for Instagram right there. Why not a horse contest for the NBA All-Star weekend? Like, seriously, like, you want to see some of the best shooters out there, or the best talent in the NBA? Give me the commercial of Michael Jordan and Larry Bird with the McDonald's commercial, where they're shooting over the rafters, over the highway, off the damn balcony, around the the saddle or whatnot, and then off the glass, nothing but net. You can't be off the glass, nothing but net, but still, you guys know what I'm talking about, man. Give me that scenario.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
That's all I have are good ideas, Rodney.
Well, especially when it comes to NBA All-Star Weekend, it's like everything else is pretty cool except the game. So that would be really something else to add right there. Hey, so speaking of shit talkers, I mean, I know it's misogynistic Monday, but dude, tonight, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. Hey,
look.
Are you going to watch
everybody that sits there and thinks these two young ladies hate each other? These two young ladies do not hate each other.
They don't.
They're one hell of a competitors. They love each other. They love competing against each other. As a matter of fact, it's going to be one hell of a game. I don't know how this happened. I really don't know how this happened. I'm Team LSU. I was Team Iowa all year. Like, if this rematch happened. Now I'm Team LSU. I think I'm on the Angel. Well, one, Angel Reese is representing Charm City. She's a Baltimore girl, so I do like that about LSU. But also, like, everybody hates LSU. I know. And for some reason, it's not for some reason. They hate LSU because it's Kim Mulkey. But dude, I'm jumping on board with the LSU bandwagon here. I want LSU to repeat. I want this thing to actually go down, dude. I don't know why I like LSU so much, because I am not or at least I wasn't a Kim Mulkey fan, and now I can't get enough of her. I just can't. I need me some Kim Dwayne Mulkey in my life every damn day. Put it in my coffee. Let me drink it.
I ain't a sissy. I don't have allergies. I got some kind of cold. It might be COVID, but I ain't testing. No, it's sinus. I don't know what you call it. Allergies, flu. I don't know. So if y'all get the flu,
it ain't allergies. It's allergies.
I don't. And you know what else too? Like, I saw a video, like an old montage of Kim Mulkey when she was at Louisiana Tech, when they won their national championship in 1980 or whatnot. She was a freshman as a damn floor general. She is a hooper, Kim, or at least Kim Mulkey was a hooper. Maybe that has kind of won me over on the damn LSU bandwagon or whatnot. I mean, I would love to see Caitlin Clark go out with roses or whatnot. She is the best player that I've seen in women's basketball. But damn, like, LSU is just a polarizing team, and they're a fun team to watch.
Her post game the other night, it was like a 4-minute thing that she went on about the article that was written and everything.
Which article? Because there was another article that came out right before.
I think it's LA Times.
Okay, yeah, with her UCLA versus LSU, where they called it good versus evil. Yeah, that was a little hard. Yeah, like, they were a little harsh against LSU.
That was a little much, and she called him out. And I actually saw the personality, the true personality of Kim Mulkey right there. I mean, because she looked hurt. I don't think she would say that. She looked
the times for going after Louisiana, and she's Louisiana.
Absolutely. Yeah, they called him the something debutantes. Yeah, and she's like, she Googled that or whatever, and then with with all of that going on, but something she said in there, this is why Kim Mulkey is the way she is, and something you just talked about, the way that she used to play when she played, the coaches that she played for. She's old school, dude. She's that high school football coach that would put his foot in your ass if you were doing something wrong. That's the way she coaches. And then even the article taking slights at Baylor, where things were going to go south, and the new Baylor coach comes along and says, ain't nothing wrong in Waco. Let me dispel that right now. But yeah, I too am leaning to the LSU thing, to where I'm like, if you want to call it good versus evil, I want evil to win. I want evil to prevail.
I guess I'm on the side of the villain. My guy. And because I definitely didn't like Mulkey when she was at Baylor, and I think it's just because of the Baylor Texas bias, right?
Absolutely.
Of course, that we didn't have the mess with Baylor for the past couple of years.
Yeah,
and Mulkey's been, at LSU, or it's not. We haven't had the mess with Mulkey at Baylor for the past couple of years. It's kind of, she's out of sight, out of mind, and I haven't really had to hate her. But now, hell, especially since the Lady Longhorns aren't even going to have a chance to go up against LSU, I'm kind of rooting for LSU in this tournament. I can't even hide it. It's not even kinda. I'm rooting for LSU. I want LSU to repeat.
I
do want Caitlin Clark. I do want to see Caitlin Clark get it, but she's going to be dominant no matter where she goes. These other girls for LSU, like, they don't have a shot that they can hit from the logo. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, and the whole thing is, I mean, with Caitlin Clark and with Angel Reese, I mean, when it comes to dudes, when we get dudes that like to talk shit and dudes that are very emphatic in the things that they do, we applaud them. Right. And it's like, these two ladies are sitting here, the whole ring thing last year and all that, and people are like, how bad is that? Yeah, doing all this, and people are talking down on both of them. I'm like, what's the difference?
It's entertainment. Their market's just going straight up. It's skyrocketed, man. It's supposed to be good for the game. Is that not good advertisement for the game?
This game tonight,
be acting like a lady.
I think this game tonight is one of the most anticipated college basketball. I don't mean man, woman, child.
Right? Yeah. Like, I'm looking forward to this fucking game. Yeah.
Yeah. This one tonight, 6:00. There are going to be so many eyeballs on this, and it's going to be a true battle of the Titans. I mean, these are the two baddest asses in women's college basketball right now.
I can't believe we gave 10 minutes to women's basketball. I can't believe that. This is misogynistic. We've gone against our own damn formula here. We're not allowed to talk about so much women's basketball on a Monday.
And we're not even talking about the Lady Horns. We're talking about other people. Well, I'll tell you one thing, dude. Back to Kim Mulkey right quick. You think she gets motivated for regular stuff. Now you got people trying to dick around with her. I mean, I don't mean it that way, but this is going to be one fired up Cajun tonight.
She's she knows how to she can galvanize the village, can't she? I mean, she can get everybody. Look at what they're trying to do to us down here in Louisiana. I can't do a Louisiana. I can't do a Milwaukee interpretation, but I need to smoke a couple more cigarettes.
She said something else in that post game thing where she was like, "Look, people want to be pissed off at us for talking shit." She didn't say shit, but for talking smack or whatever, that's great. She said, "Look, when we go on the road, when LSU goes on the road, look at those gyms that are empty. They're full when we show up."
Right.
Don't like them?
Yeah, they bring the crowd. Like them or hate them, man. You're gonna watch. Like Dick or Pete Weber. Like them or hate them, you're gonna watch.
It's like
something. Let me tell you something that you don't hate right now.
Oh yeah, we gotta talk about that.
It's audio-visual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's abconsultations.com. You will be able to watch LSU versus Iowa tonight. You'll be able to watch baseball tonight. You'll be able to watch anything that you need with audio-visual consultations. Also, ask them about the Sonos surround sound system. It's top tier, man. It's been setting the standard in audio-visual automation since 1988. For the past 35 years, audio-visual consultations have been the champions at this, man. You want to talk about March Madness right now? It don't get much madder with it, with audiovisual consultations and the setup at your house, man. What do you want, the 2 screens that I have or the 4 that BK has, man? It's all deadly, dude. 512-255-8678. That's adconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Boom. Great time. Baseball time, racing time.
Don't forget about and also if you want to get out there and play some pickleball, man, we hit Pick Sports Gear, PIX Sports Gear, man. We told you about that in the beginning of the show too. So get out there.
That's right. And if you want to get rewarded for listening right here to TSU, to Texas Sports Unfiltered, our friends at Autograph, right here, Sharpie, Autograph, founded by the great Congressman Tom Brady, co-founded by the great Congressman Tom Brady, are redefining the fan experience by letting users earn points for acts of fandom they take every day, like listening to us, not just Wags and I, the whole damn day, because we're live 8 to 5 every damn day, except an occasional holiday that we may take off. The Autograph app gives you access to your favorite Longhorn content in one place and offers you rewards like tickets, exclusive merchandise, all of this really cool stuff, and it's free. You're already listening to TSU. You're taking the time to do that. You might as well get rewarded for it. Head over to your app store, whether it's Google Play or the iTunes store, and search for Autograph. Autograph. Download it for free today and use the referral code TSU, as in Texas Sports Unfiltered, TSU. You can also find a link to that right there in the YouTube thing. We leave it for you right there. So it's so easy. Again, Autograph. Download it today. Wags, are you going to wear them glasses? So a week from today, Chaos Theory is going to be so out of control.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
The Eclipse is coming.
I'm not wearing these for glasses. So no, apparently there's, you just reminded me, apparently there's a package, like a Total Eclipse package up at EA that I got to go grab. I don't know what the hell, goggles, spaceship type of deal. I don't know what the hell, but yeah, I got a memo that I got to go up there and pick up this care package or whatnot. So I don't know if we're walking on the sun or what, like Smash Mouth or whatever you want to do. I don't know what the hell this package entails or details. But shit.
Bonnie Tyler CD, Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Maybe that's in there. Oh my God. And I did. Yeah. Rob's posting right
turn
there.
around right eyes. Is it right?
That's the one. That's the one. I see Rob posting right there. I heard it might rain. I heard it might be cloudy. I heard it might be all jacked up. It's like,
so what? We won't be able to see the sun?
It's just supposed to get dark, right? Is that what's happening?
Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit worried that you're never coming back. That's the one you're talking about, right?
What was that? What was that one company
of my tears
that they used to play that commercial when he'd say it was a parody of that song, and it was like, turn around. Every now and then I get a little hungry. What commercial?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you were talking about the people from Wedding Crashers. All the fucking years of our lives.
It's going to be Monday. You people need to stay home. I mean, I see that like a bunch of like business schools are closed, for crying out loud. It's like it's just going to get dark
for the eclipse.
Yeah, it's like some schools are closed, businesses are closing. I bet the government's going to be off.
Are you serious? Are you messing with me, or is this April Fool's?
No, this is true. This is true. I keep forgetting it's April Fool's, by the way.
No, I haven't done April Fools in like probably 20 damn years, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. You know,
a little bit. Little dumb. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, brother?
Come on, fellas.
Happy belated Easter. How was your Easter holiday?
Easter was good.
Did the bunny come? Did you get some Cadbury eggs?
Dude, here's the inconvenient, unfortunate truth about Easter. I don't like chocolate, so Easter's never really been my thing.
What about the gelatins? You don't say, hey, just give me Skittles instead? Give me jelly beans?
Honestly, that was my request to the Easter bunny as a youngster. Like give me some jelly beans, some Starburst, whatever you got to put in there. Just avoid the chocolate.
No chocolate. I still like the damn chocolate rabbit, like the actual full chocolate rabbit. Put it in the freezer and I could eat it for like a week.
Hey, so Wags, I want to go back to what Rob posted. Rodney, can you pull that back up?
Yes, sir.
Wags, read this because this is legit. I forget which one of our local news affiliates had this story. I'm sure all of them had it. But like there are people, hotel room rates in our area for Monday. It's rivaling South by Southwest for hotel rates. Well, because we haven't had one of these deals since like 1739 or whatever, or 1397. I forget the year, but
What was that one
happen
last
again in
year?
our lifetime?
So basically, we're gonna look like Alaska looks like.
So it's gonna be dark, like night.
It's gonna get dark. It's gonna get dark out.
For like,
are we gonna get a little shop of horrors? Are we gonna have a plant that comes down? Come a little shop of horrors.
That's what was 20
about all that.
That's what it's like every time they talk. I don't know partial. So this is full. So I guess from what I can tell, it's just going to be like total darkness, and then it passes and we're light again.
So yeah, so Rob's on point this morning. We're in the best spot for the totality of it, like the hill country down to us, down to San Antonio. We're like right in the path of complete darkness.
And how long is it supposed to last? Longhorn Bears saying 12 minutes?
I think like 8 to 12 minutes, something like that. Yeah.
Well, hell, 12 minutes of darkness is a lot can happen. Vampires can come out, werewolves. I mean, hell.
Looters,
marauders.
I'm worried about the looters, and I'm worried about anybody else.
You know how efficient, Rodney, you got to be to loot in 12 minutes. Like start the timer and go,
dude. You got to sprint. You gotta take off like Denny Hamlin did on that restart yesterday.
That game show where they're in the damn supermarket sweep. Supermarket sweep. You remember that?
Sweep.
Yeah, where you gotta accrue like so much money from all the items. You gotta go the meat and cheese, man. You gotta go to the meat and cheese aisle. People were messing around with the cereals and the bread. Fuck that. Go to the meat and cheese.
I'm
man.
going to the beer case, brother.
Price up.
I can tell you who doesn't care about the Eclipse. That's my co-host. I'm guessing he has no interest in the Eclipse going on next Monday.
Okay. So
when
I was in the waiting room, I was reading people's comments like, yo, what the fuck are they talking about? And I figured it out, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right. That's supposed to be happening. I don't care about that. Like, I don't know. Like, what even is supposed to happen? The moon's gonna fully cover the sun for like the first time and since last year, whenever the last one was. Like, why is this one so specifically hyped up? I need you old heads to.
Have you ever seen the movie Little Shop of Horrors? There's actors. So scientists. Now I don't know how true this is, but I've seen various reports, Jordan, that some scientists are saying that there's a 67% chance that the Audrey 4 is going to be transported down from space, and it's going to happen and just appear at a floral shop in downtown Austin. It's going to be the Audrey 4. It's coming. So there's 67% chance. Now it could go up. We got to pay attention. It could go up. We still got
looters
some time.
Will happen first. The looters.
The marauders will happen before that.
Rodney's reminding me of the old lady and Tommy Boy when they're talking about they need to.
And that's where the horrors come in.
That's when the horrors come in.
That's when the horrors come in.
Okay, but what's actually like what makes this one so special though? Because I genuinely have no idea. Like, why is this one getting so hyped up?
Our part of the country, like our area, apparently it's been like it's been 1,000 years almost since we've had complete darkness.
Yeah,
for an eclipse during the day,
and that's when the horrors come in.
And is it just Central Texas is the best?
I gotta be
part of the state for it.
Yeah, from the hill country on down like through San Antonio through the 35 corridor down.
Guys, I forgot it's Monday. I gotta get the hell out of here.
There's gonna be drunk people falling in the river walk in the middle of the day.
I'm over here talking about when the horrors are coming in. I gotta go. I gotta get the hell out of here. You guys be good. Have a great Monday, man. Happy belated Easter to everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man.
Maybe we'll do an Eclipse remote.
Man, what time is it supposed to like be the best time in Austin? Do we know yet? Like during that day on Monday?
Well, wasn't it like right around 12:30? I thought I saw somewhere it was like 12:30 up until just after 2 or so was going to be the premier time.
You know what, Rodney? Since it's going to be in our area, I haven't even worried about that. I'll probably look Monday morning and figure it out, and then we're like, oh yeah, just walk outside and check it out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know Suave RP or whatever is kind of giving it to me, but I mean, I don't know. I don't get excited about weather. Like, I'm not that age yet. So, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. It'll be cool to look out and be like, okay, wow, it's noon, but it looks like it's 8 p.m.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to walk back into my apartment. Like, I don't know. I don't get super excited about stuff like that. I don't know. I understand why people like it, but just me personally, I'm not, but
Jordan's the kind of guy, Rodney, that when there's a tornado, like everybody's like, oh man, we had to hunker down. And Jordan's like, there was a tornado around here. What?
Yeah. Yeah, big deal.
No, my
Keep
shit.
driving.
I mean, I lived in the hill country my whole life. We didn't really have natural disasters besides flash flooding. So now, I mean, I don't know. Like, what all can you do in a tornado to protect your house? Just leave it. Like, not a ton you can do.
Yeah.
So the total eclipse of the heart happens around 1:30. So
Okay, so well, Jeff and I will have a good little warm up show on Monday. Maybe we'll be rocking Eclipse glasses the whole show. I don't know.
We'll have the Eclipse pregame for you next Monday.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
That's right. All right, boys. Y'all have a good show. We'll talk to y'all later.
Take her easy, Rodney. All right, it's Jeff. It's Jordan. It's only an hour. Jordan, I know. Look, we could talk Eclipse, but like, if it's not, quite frankly, if it's not dealing with UT athletics and some purview, it doesn't really interest me a whole lot during this hour. Let's go ahead and jump into it. I want to talk some. Let's go ahead and talk recruiting first off. Don't want to go through all the nitty gritty. Don't want to get too granular. You can go to Horns 24/7. Get the Stampede. Hank and Jordan work their tails off to make sure that thing is up by 8 a.m. on Mondays. So you can go over there, get all the nitty gritty. This coming Friday, Jordan, or actually Saturday, April 6th, it's going to be a pretty massive visit day for Texas. And we're not going to go through all the visitors. Like I said, you guys can go to the site and check that out and really get acquainted with some of these guys. But give me like one or two, maybe even three guys of this upcoming visit weekend that you feel are really, really pivotal to what's going to happen. 25, 26, whatever it is. Give me three guys that you're a Texas fan and you need to know who these three guys or two or three guys are and track these visits. And I got a feeling you're going to start at wide receiver.
Yeah. So before I get into that, I do want to talk. So it's going to be obviously a big recruiting event. Last year they did one of these. This year there's going to be two. So the first one is April 6th. The second one is April 13th. April 6th is more kind of designated towards the 2025 group of guys, whereas April 13th is more so 2026, and there's a couple 2027s as well. Yeah. And obviously, there'll be some 25s in town on the 13th and some underclassmen in town on Saturday, but it's mostly split up by class. This past year, Texas did kind of a version of this on March 25th, 2023. When the OT7 tournament was in town in Round Rock, where it was kind of, it was a recruiting event, kind of junior day type of event, where again, the main thing is they want the kids to watch practice, and Sark will turn up the intensity. You've already heard they're going to have a really intense Saturday scrimmage. So, they always turn it on in front of recruits and whenever the high school coaches are over. So not surprised to hear that at all. And they also, last year was also kind of just an open house because there's so many guys in the tournament that they wanted to come visit. They kind of just left it open all day. But in terms of coverage plans, OT7 is going to be in Texas that same weekend, except it'll be in Dallas. So a lot of guys will be coming in from there that probably aren't even on our list. And the same thing for the next weekend as well. With me living in Dallas and Hank living in Austin, I'll be at the tournament, but Hank should be our boots on the ground on campus covering all that. But let me I just need to look at this list again because I've been up since 6 this morning just doing all sorts of recruiting stuff. So I need to get a refresher of who exactly will be here.
Well, it starts with, anytime we've talked about a loaded receiver class, Jamie French and Dorian Moore are the two guys that we talk about. Dorian Moore, I don't want to get ahead of myself, Jordan, but it feels like if he doesn't end up at LSU, he's going to end up at Texas.
Yeah. So, Dorian's a great guy to start it off with. He was in town actually this past weekend for the Texas relays, but because of NCAA rules, can't visit. There are some workarounds, but whenever it's the number 4 overall prospect, you're not going to try to do anything because the microscope's on you.
Yeah.
So with Dorian, look, I'll be honest. All the buzz lately is just that he's not ending up at LSU. That's kind of been everyone's thought process since the day he committed last August. But it significantly has gained a lot more traction in the last few weeks, if not months. Some people you talk to think Oregon. Some people you talk to think Texas. Regardless of what the people I talk to say, I felt this whole way through. I think I wrote it in August within an hour after he committed that I still think he's going to end up at Texas. There's just so many ties here. The Duncanville players in Austin. It's well documented by now, but Moore's mother and Moore's mother's side of the family is actually from Austin. Moore's mother grew up in Austin, and their whole family still lives there. And every single person in that family wants them to be a Longhorn so they can just, drive a couple minutes down the road instead of having to get on I-10 and the bridge going over that swamp near the border. So that being said, there's some pressure from the family to pick Texas, but at the end of the day, they're going to let DeCorin make the decision himself. So there is a world I could see him ending up at LSU, but it seems incredibly unlikely at this point.
Yeah.
Ohio State is the fourth school that's kind of in the mix. I could see a world where he doesn't even end up officially visiting Columbus. He hasn't been up there in a long time. Hard to ignore Brian Hartline and what they do up there, obviously.
Sure,
So I think there's a lot of interest, but Ohio State is definitely the school in fourth place of the four schools of interest. And honestly, I put LSU third, even though he's committed there. That's just kind of how recruiting in 2024 works. So yeah, and talking with sources near the Corn's people, they haven't announced any official visit dates or what schools are going to officially visit. But I've been told from sources for months that he's going to take an OV to all four of those schools. Probably not going to post any of the dates except for the LSU one out of respect for LSU. But, probably the day of when the visit starts is when those stories will get broken. If not, it doesn't get leaked out before. But he's going to end up officially visiting Texas. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just about whenever we get those dates. Another thing that's important, the last thing on the Corian, very, very almost a pro's pro. Very well spoken, great with interviews, great. Just anytime he's on camera, anytime on the field, all around an amazing prospect. That being said, with him being a pro's pro, with him being a star at Duncanville since his freshman year, he wants to focus on his senior season and get all this out of the way. So that being said, we're expecting something to happen between official visits in June and the start of his senior season in August. But at the end of the day, all of this should be wrapped up. This recruitment should be finalized by the time Duncanville kicks off week 1, which I think that week 1 Friday will fall on August 31st this year.
Right. So you've got Dorian Moore, Jamie French, Kelshawn Johnson, Kalik Lockett. Anytime we talked about this loaded receiver class, those four, specifically the two at the top, but those four get mentioned somewhere along the line. And I think for Chris Jackson, for Sark, I think this weekend, Jordan, you could kind of start to figure out what some of these guys are made of. Because look, when these guys step on campus, if any of them were to pick Texas, Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, probably not going to be in the program. They'll probably be off getting ready for the NFL by that point, if everything goes right. But Jonte Cook's going to be around, and Ryan Wingo's going to be around, and DeAndre Moore, and all these young guys that you're going to watch in the scrimmage on Saturday. A couple of those guys are going to show out. It's going to be one of those deals where it's like, man, there's some really talented guys in front of me at Texas. And it could hurt you, where maybe some guys like, man, if I want to play receiver early, I might need to go somewhere else. Or you could figure out if a guy's got that competitiveness about him, that belief in his own ability, where he's like, I don't care if it's Ryan Wingo or whoever, I'm going to come in and try to win a job. So you can kind of, I think you can, when you meet with guys after they watch the scrimmage, you can start to figure out some of the mental makeup of these guys.
Yeah. Great points you made with guys like Dorian Moore and Jamie French, though, even as good as Texas is, they would probably start as true freshmen.
Yeah, they'd have a chance for sure.
That's how good those two guys are. And I'm not going to break down the full board for y'all, but Dorian Moore and Jamie French are 1A and 1B right now.
And let's be real, like if Texas hadn't gone into the portal as extensively as it did, Ryan Wingo would probably be running with the ones right now, because he's been, from everything I've seen and what we've heard, he's been that good in practice as a true freshman in spring.
Oh, yeah. And with French, I mean, he's kind of come onto the Texas radar, kind of recently. And a lot of that's because he gave a really early commitment to Alabama, was locked in, again, just locked into that commitment. Like, if Nick Saban is still at Alabama, that kid is still committed, and we're not even talking about him right now. But Nick Saban retired. So He's opened it up. I believe Texas actually offered him after the decommitment. I don't even think they'd offered him prior. I might have that wrong, though. But they found themselves kind of in the mix now. And this visit on Saturday will be his first visit he's ever taken to Texas. He also has an official visit booked for the last weekend in June, I believe it is. So, you know, it's going to be a really strong data point this weekend once we hear how it goes. I've already connected with someone close to Jamie who's going to be on that visit with him. So Horns 24/7 should have some quotes shortly thereafter his visit ends. But with Jamie right now, I think there's already crystal balls in. If not, they'll probably gonna be in there in the next month or two. And that's for Ohio State. Ohio State is definitely the leader in this recruitment. He just spent the majority of this past weekend actually in Columbus visiting Ohio State with some other guys in the 7-on-7 program, SFE. So, you know, out of all the receivers, you just listed off those 4 guys that'll be at Texas on Saturday. By far the least likely, in my opinion. After Ohio State, it's the 2 Florida schools that aren't University of Florida. So Miami and Florida State, they're running second and third. And then after that, it's kind of unknown. I think it's pretty universally known that it's Texas and Tennessee kind of in that next tier, but it's not known kind of where they actually stand and how much interest there is there or who would be 4th or 5th if it's Texas or Tennessee. But with Texas hanging around, you know, even without a visit, that's the only school of those 5 schools I mentioned he hasn't seen yet. So, you know, maybe we could see Texas move up the list after this weekend.
I think that just speaks to the power right now of Sark, not the power, but the allure, the draw of Sark's offense, and the fact that you're about to have 2 wide receivers maybe go in the first round of the draft. You're definitely gonna have one, and that'll be the first time in 20 years. Think about that. The first time in 20 years, Texas will have a wide receiver go in the first round. You haven't had a wide receiver go in the second round since 2008, and if you only have one go in the first round, you know you're going to have one go early in the second. So the dynamics of that position are changing for the better at Texas. Like we've talked a long time about quarterbacks and offensive line. Hey, man, wide receiver development at Texas for the better part of the last 20 years hadn't been much to write home about either.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, the stories, shit, what is his last name? The coach before Marion, Andre Coleman. Coleman.
Yeah, Andre Coleman.
Like he still doesn't have another job. Like that tells you how, because I still follow this dude on Twitter. And as of like last month, he still doesn't have another job. So, yeah. And yeah, what you said about Rashee Rice, true. Unfortunately, it wasn't even Rashee Rice driving. It was another NFL player or player that's currently in the NFL that went to SMU. And he actually plays for the team I root for. So not looking forward to whenever that breaks. But yeah, I guess back to recruiting. So I know you asked
Coleman, Jordan, by the way, I think we mentioned this. He is an offensive assistant with the Washington Commanders.
Okay, that's gotta, yeah, that has to be new. Yeah, Dan. Okay, CB said Dan Quinn hired him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of why you would do that. But yeah, so I know you asked for 3 guys, but I'm just gonna highlight the other 2 receivers real quick as well. Khalil Lockett, this is a kid who grew up rooting for Texas. Texas, actually, there was some animosity there with him in Texas for a little. I'm not going to lie. He visited Texas, I think, 4 or 5 times before they ever offered him. And whenever you do that, that tends to rub families and the prospect the wrong way. And it doesn't happen a ton, but obviously when it does, it's going to get amplified, especially when it's the number 12 player in the country.
Yeah.
So that being said, once the Texas offer came in and he already had Ohio State and LSU and Oklahoma and all these other offers for several months, it was kind of like, we don't care anymore. His time has come on, though. That's changed a lot. He's come back around on Texas, and he is truly considering them. They're in it with Florida State, A&M, Ohio State. USC's also in there somewhere. His recruitment's pretty wide open, but you know, Texas, again, this is a school he grew up rooting for. And I vividly remember after one of those visits, it was one of the first visits he took. This was they hadn't offered him yet. They didn't offer him on this visit either. And the way it works at these junior days and these type of events, there's so many kids there, and there's kids getting offered. So whenever it's a kid that doesn't have an offer, you kind of have to try to figure out if they got one and hadn't posted it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I interviewed him with some other guys in the market, and all of us thought he had an offer because he was smiling so hard. And, we asked him, like, did you get the offer? And he was like, no, but, I had a great time here. And he went on to tell the story about how he grew up volunteering at Fair Park during the state fair and during the Red River game, and how he would, always pull for Texas during that game, and how during the game, he got tickets and him and his people would walk into the stadium and, pull for Texas. So once they offered, I checked in with some sources close to him who told me everything I didn't want to hear at the time. But again, as time's gone on, that's changed. You got to give a lot of flowers and props to Texas for that, because in the past, this situation is one that couldn't get resolved. But, it's been resolved. And again, he is truly considering Texas. This is a kid who could end up in the class. And he's the number 12 prospect in the nation.
Yeah.
I believe the number 2 or number 3 receiver behind Dorian and possibly French. I forget if French is higher than Lockett.
I'll say this, and a lot of it applies to Metroplex kids. There, you might get some Houston kids or some Central Texas kids that go to that game, but I think for the Metroplex kids that go to the Texas OU game as recruits or just as kids, there's an allure, a draw to want to play in that game for one side or the other. I think that's something that appeals to Dallas kids specifically. That the Texas OU game means a little bit more to them. And granted, it might be a kid that, hey, he's legit torn between the two and it's a Texas OU battle, or maybe he grew up rooting for OU or he grew up rooting for Texas. But, it's very rare, Jordan, that especially now that you've got NIL and so many other things that don't relate to what's going on the field, especially with rivalries, kind of old school college football stuff that impacts recruiting. I still like to believe, though, that the ability to play in that game still means something specifically to the guys that go to that game before they get to college.
Yeah. I mean, like that's a game I've watched my whole life, but I didn't see it in person until 2022 season, the 49-0 game.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I didn't fully understand that game until I saw it in person. I just didn't. And I think it's the same thing that can be said for recruits and kids in their families once, they're in that stadium in Fair Park and they see it with their own eyes and hear it with their own ears and just see the atmosphere. Because like you said, that's a unique thing. There's only one Cotton Bowl. There's only one Red River rivalry in all of college football. And it's something that, every diehard college football fan should see once in their life. Just like, I'm a college football fan. At some point in my life, I want to go to the game and see Michigan play Ohio State. I want to go to the Iron Bowl. Yeah. And I think the Red River rivalry should be in the same conversation for other fans that are, trying to see these bucket list games. So I totally think it has an effect on recruits once they see it in person. And, with Khalid growing up rooting for one side and going to that game for so many years in a row, like he's very well aware of what that would look like. And I think it's something that's super attractive to him. And that's kind of why he's circle back around on his love for Texas. But
what's on your college football bucket list? Is it just Michigan, Ohio State at this point?
I want to see a game at LSU in Death Valley, but I'll probably just wait till Texas eventually goes there. I want to see a game at Ole Miss. I'll probably just do the same thing, wait till Texas goes there again, because I know they were there about
2012
years ago or whatever.
It was legit too, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my dad went to that game with some of his buddies. My great uncle is actually like a humongous, like one of the biggest, if not the biggest boosters at Ole Miss. I've never met the guy, very loosely related to him. So might have some connections down there.
Nice.
But the game for sure. I always wanted to go to the big house. I'm definitely going to try to get on the field for that game this fall. I've seen a game at Ohio State. I saw Ohio State just donkey stomp Iowa last year when I was up there with Micah Hudson. But I'd love to see Michigan, Ohio State play each other. I think USC and UCLA would be really cool, but I would only go to that if it wasn't going to be a blowout. And I probably wouldn't go out of my way to go see that. Like, I'd have to be in LA for some reason.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the Rose Bowl.
Jake just mentioned one of mine, and you just mentioned one of mine. I want to see a game in the Rose Bowl, and Army Navy. Army Navy is one of those on the bucket list for me.
Man, I get all the pageantry about Army Navy, but I just hate the brand of football that all the service academies play. And
I love the brand of football that service academies play, man.
I respect it, but it's just I don't like watching it.
That's like
and like the amount of high school teams I have to see run the same bullshit because they don't have someone who can throw the ball. Like, I get real tired of that type of offense.
If you tell me you got two high school teams playing each other, and I'm not talking about like just a district game. I'm talking like a playoff game, like a semifinal. And you're telling me there's two slot T teams going against each other, dude. I'm there. I'm there. Dude. I love option football, man. It's discipline. It's the game. The game goes faster, believe it or not. So
yeah, no. After I think I've said it on the show, but Katy is by far my least favorite high school football program in the state. And second place is Liberty Hill.
Oh, come on. Slot Team Mafia is going to get after you for saying that, man.
Hey, I like all the people at Liberty Hill. I love the coaches. They've had some great teams over the years, and I've actually met the coaches because when I was just doing videography, I shot a couple of their games for Snoop and Flex ATX.
Yeah.
And it was a season when Coach Walker had passed away. So it's really cool getting to spend time around them. But, like, dude, I legitimately wanted to kill myself having to film them because you can't see where the ball's going. Like, it's so hard. And they're so boring, and and I have a lot of respect for it because they should not have been in the game with South Oak Cliff in 2021, but they were. Like, Sock had like 12 Power 5 kids, I think, on that team.
Yeah.
Like, something just ridiculous, like 20 plus FBS. And they were in that game till the end with one kid who ended up at like Incarnate Word. And that was it. And it was just because of coaching and scheme, which is why I don't like them. But
yeah, I like Rodney when he calls a high school game and the quarterback gets under center. The call sounds like the game ended in a Hail Mary. No, I dig it, man. I'll watch the Army Navy game. Like I legit will. Like this year, I watched it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. But yeah, Army Navy, the Rose Bowl. I want to see a game at the Rose Bowl. LSU's another one that I want to see in the Big House. I mean, I've already crossed off a couple bucket list things. I've already, Notre Dame was one that was on my bucket list for sure, and I went to Notre Dame. And I know people will say, Jeff, you always say you hate Notre Dame. I do, but I watched Rudy so much when I was a kid that I'm like, I gotta just go there, and see what the aura is all about. And like you said, though, man, you
Wait,
said,
haven't you been to? Did you not see Texas play Notre Dame at Notre Dame? You didn't go to that?
I did. Yeah, I'm saying I went to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I was there. What that look on your face though, like it's either you, and I think you said this about recruits. It's either one or the other. You're either enthralled by it, and you're like, oh man, I saw a touchdown Jesus in the Golden Dome and walked down the tunnel, and it was great. Or it's the complete opposite, where you just do not care whatsoever. It's just neither fish nor fowl for you.
Yeah. That's how I feel about Notre Dame. I'm gonna go see I'm gonna be at the Texas Arkansas game this year, and then at some point I'm gonna go see a Tech game this fall, just because y'all probably know who it is. But I already got tickets, so gonna have to figure out which game. But I'm not ever turning down free tickets.
Go at night.
Yeah,
you got to do a night game in Lubbock. It's almost like a jail sentence. Like just get it over. Trip to the dentist. Like just get it over with. But after you look back on it, be like, you know what? That actually wasn't that bad.
No, I mean I'm excited to go. I pull for the player I'll be there to watch. So I'm excited to see him. Y'all know I'm a fan of that staff and all their Texas high school football roots.
They do. Yeah, that night games at Lubbock though do get rowdy. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. So I guess back to the receivers, the last guy I want to talk about is Kelshawn Johnson, 4-star receiver from Hitchcock. He's in our top 247. I believe he's somewhere in the 170s. Ranked as an athlete prospect still for whatever reason, I don't know. He's only ever been recruited to play receiver, so I don't know why our scouting team did that. But look, Penn State, Texas, Texas Tech, USC, A&M, I think maybe Oregon, Kansas. Like those are the schools who are making up, the contenders. But the main two to focus on, or the main two I'm going to focus on, by far, Texas and USC. Those are the two programs that are leading right now, and it's not really close at all. So, Antoine, you must have joined late. Go back like 15 minutes. I talked. So I didn't mean for that to come off bad, but
Jamie French will be in town this weekend, Antoine.
Yeah. But if you want to go back though, I kind of broke down where I think his recruitment's at.
Jordan, I'll tell people this. I'll say go to the Stampede to get more on the Kelshawn Johnson stuff. One guy I do want to talk about real quick because we mentioned him last week in this kind of holy trinity of Metroplex offensive tackles. I saw about 20 minutes before we came on, maybe a half hour before our show started. Lamont Rogers got his official visit to Texas set up. And I know you were talking about, by the way, can I just say, for recruits putting out information, today's the worst day to make a commitment or schedule a visit or anything else. Like it's the ultimate troll day, and people have to double check, triple check, quadruple check information to make sure you're right. But Lamont Rogers scheduling a visit. I know you said, man, Chris Gilbert had done a ton to help Texas get back into this thing, and you still. I'll keep asking you, man, until it happens. You still think it's Ty Haywood to OU, Michael Fasusi to Texas, and then Lamont Rogers, who knows where. But if anybody's going to get two of them, you said this since the beginning, you think it's going to be Texas.
Yeah. And the Lamont OV has actually been scheduled for about 2 weeks now. And whenever I had a source tell me it was scheduled, I wrote about it. About when it happened 2 or so weeks ago. But this is Lamont doesn't do a ton of social media, very straightforward guy.
This is him putting it out there that he's making the visit.
Yeah, so he's going to come in the second weekend of June, or the second official visit weekend of June. And A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Missouri, those are all the main schools in this one. LSU, Alabama, Florida State, they're also kind of in there somewhere, but it's mostly the main five I listed. And right now, I'd say Mizzou and A&M are probably, best suited. They're the first ones to schedule official visits. I've talked about it on the show a little bit in recent weeks, but Missouri, man, they've done a great job of kind of establishing a footprint in the state. They have a pretty impressive offensive line coach. I can't remember his name, but Lamont Rogers and Fasusi talk about that offensive line coach like he should be held in the same regard as Kyle Flood. Not saying that, but just want to say he's done a great job of recruiting those two guys. And as we all know from Ryan Wingo and watching the Dominic McKinley situation unfold with Oklahoma, Missouri is well equipped in the NIL department, and they could potentially make a run there. But as of right now, for Lamont, it's still pretty wide open. A lot of layers of this recruitment left to happen still. Official visits are going to be really important, especially because he's intending on announcing in July, maybe August. But the one thing that's for sure is it's going to be done before the start of his senior year. So,
Brandon Jones, by the way, is the O-line coach at Missouri. He was at Tech. He's been at Houston. He was at North Carolina with Mac. So he's been around, but he's got ties to the state. I was actually looking up because I heard kind of early in the draft process that Ennis Rakestraw, who was, I think he was the state defensive player of the year his last year at Duncanville, who really kind of burst onto the scene late and ended up picking Missouri over Alabama and Texas at the end. I remember hearing some buzz, Jordan, that he might go in the first round, but then I saw that at the combine he ran 4.51, and that's probably why I haven't heard much about Ennis Rakestraw being in the first round since. So really good player, but that for a corner, that 40 times probably not going to do you much good when it comes to the first round.
Nah, but yeah, Jake, what you said about Mizzou and OU, I've loved all the interactions on Twitter between Oklahoma and Mizzou fans since the McKinley stuff got cooked, or not McKinley. I said McKinley earlier. I meant Williams Winery, or however you say it. But yeah, and real quick, back to Kelshawn, just because it is important. I didn't get to finish. Texas and USC are the main two for him right now. His officials booked for, I'm pretty sure, 4 of the 5 main schools. Yeah. His officials booked for Penn State, Tech, Texas, USC, and it's in that order. He's always intended on committing before his senior year, but talking to people around Kelshawn and talking to people at Texas, I think there's a chance that he could commit in the month of April. I think, again, USC and Texas are the leaders here, but Texas is in front of USC, not by much, but they definitely are. And I could see him getting to a point where he might just kind of have the same thought process Lance Jackson did, where it's like, if I know I'm going here, I should probably just commit. Yeah. So that being said, Texas is kind of aware of where he's at in his recruitment, that they know they're likely the leader. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Texas try to push for a commitment in the month of April. So I think potentially watch on April 6th. We're not expecting him to commit on that visit on April 6th, but he should be at the spring game on the 20th, I believe, and he's going to return at least once more besides that or before the official visit. And he was also, I think I said this earlier, but he was supposed to be at the Texas Relays this past weekend, and they had it set up where he was going to stay a couple days late to go visit, but ended up a couple weeks ago tweaked one of his hamstrings warming up on the track and just sat out to, be safe. Since he was sitting out, didn't end up making the trip to Austin and ended up actually visiting Texas Tech this past weekend with his quarterback and best friend at Hitchcock, who's named Lloyd Jones Jr. He's a 3-star in the 25 class, and that's Tech's quarterback commit. So Tech is very much in it. There'll probably be a hat on the table, but again, Texas and USC continue to set the pace, and Texas is the one setting the pace of those two.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and Antoine, about the Coleman twins, as of now, yes. I don't have that answer, but I would heavily assume yes. They both have official visits set up for Texas, and I believe the other 2 schools are SMU and TCU, or maybe Baylor instead of TCU. But for both of those guys, pretty much everyone you talk to thinks Texas is the leader. And, I'm looking forward to getting out to Cedar Hill in the next month or two to chop it up with those 2 guys and their triplet too. So,
yep. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and talk some team. You want to talk some team real quick, Jordan? Because I got to get your take on one thing team wise. I was thinking about this weekend, kind of some of the position battles. Think about this fact. Like after tomorrow's practice, Texas will be back on the grass tomorrow. Be halfway done with spring ball. Be 7 practices down, 7 to go, and then the spring game. So we're hitting that. We're hitting the home stretch here for spring ball, which is crazy to think about. But there's 2 positions that have continued to fascinate me, specific positions. One is left guard. The other is star. Left guard, at the risk of repeating myself, like we've talked a lot about that one, right? Like they're getting Hayden Connor's getting an extended look at center. And I think part of it is, Neto's the backup left guard and next man up. I think Kyle Flood's getting an extended look at Neto at left guard just to see what it looks like with him with the ones. And, with Hayden Connor, whether he starts, whether he's a backup, you're going to – Texas has been really fortunate the last 2 years in terms of O-line injuries for people to stay healthy. Chances are that probably won't happen a third year in a row. So you're going to need some reinforcements. You're going to need to have some quality depth. And Hayden Connor can potentially slide over and play right tackle in a pinch. I don't think he's maybe a long-term answer there. But the fact that Neto keeps getting work with the ones has really intrigued me. And Jalen Gilbo getting run with the ones at the star position. I know the idea of Jahdae Barron at corner has been really exciting for some people. But if you don't have somebody that you trust to step in and be the number 1 star, the Jahdae to corner experiment is just a fantasy at that point, because the need for him to be on the field at star would supersede the experiment of him being a corner if there's somebody you don't trust. So if I'm tracking 2 guys the rest of the way, and I feel like I change this list all the time, but 2 guys I feel like right now I want to have my eye on at the spring game when we get there, it's going to be Neto and it's going to be Jalen Gilbo.
Agreed. And with Neto, there's a lot of versatility there. So, not saying he's going to unseat DJ Campbell or Jake Majors, but I do think next year, like, there's a chance that they're just like, all right, last year you were left guard, not anymore. And they move him somewhere else because that's what Flood does with all the interior guys. He cross trains them. And it's so they can be prepared in case 5 guys go down in one game or something like that, right? So definitely going to be focused on Neto. And then what you said about Gilbo, a lot of people forget that Gilbo was starting as a true freshman in 2022.
Yeah.
Over Jade Barron. Right? And I can't remember. I know he did get in some trouble off the field. I can't remember if he ever actually was officially suspended. But he was definitely in the doghouse for a minute there during the 2022 season.
In the spring.
Going into that season?
Yeah, because he might have actually,
because
was he maybe suspended for the spring game? I don't remember, but yeah, that's
okay. Anyways, for whichever reason, ended up losing the starting job to Jade Barron, and Jade kind of never looked back. Never gave that position up, and now that Jade is looking to play more corner than anything else, so it can help his draft grade. I would definitely that's who I'm betting on to play more star snaps than anyone else. I do know Drew Makuba also could be getting some work in there. I believe he's worked in at spring a couple times already. Jordan Johnson-Rubel, that's kind of the main position. He played at IMG, and IMG runs effectively the same exact defense as Texas. They also, a thing that was really important for Jordan Johnson-Rubel during his recruitment that was kind of overlooked just because, he was a 3-star kid from IMG or whatever, but IMG literally runs the exact same defense as Texas, and the call-outs are the exact same according to Jordan Johnson-Rubel. Like, whenever I went and saw him play in Nashville, I interviewed him probably 5 minutes. We talked probably 5 more minutes after that. And he was just telling me, like, he kind of always knew he was going to Texas, but, like, it really clicked for him. And he was at a spring practice last year, and he was hearing the defense talk and was like, yo, I actually know I know what's going on. And the other recruits obviously don't. So that was a big thing for him. And obviously with him being an IMG kid, he's going to have a lot more advantages over other kids. Just coming from essentially a college program the last 3 years or 2 years, because I believe he transferred after his sophomore year. But also, he had a great advantage over everyone else mentally because he's very familiar with this system. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of stuff he's going to have to learn because it's college instead of high school. But I could see him maybe earning some PT as a freshman. Definitely less PT at star than Gilbo or Makuba. But I do think that Jordan Johnson-Rubel is going to kind of be the star of the future for Texas. I also think Warren Roberson can maybe get some looks there. He can play any DB position. I saw him do it at an incredibly high level in high school. And also Jelani McDonald. I know they've kind of almost made him a full-time safety at this point, but he's worked in at star in the past, and that's something he's athletic enough to play. So if there's a big package on offense and, they got to defend a tight end in the slot, that might be who they throw in there because he's bigger and stronger than all the other options. So,
yeah. There's you got some intriguing guys in the secondary. Warren Roberson's one that you mentioned since Manny Muhammad's been out. He's gotten more run than he otherwise would get. Same for Austin Jordan, man. I think Austin Jordan's a forgotten guy, but, you're talking about, you're just kind of getting my brain working this morning about the Gilbo thing. Gilbo was suspended in April of 22. So his first semester on campus, he got suspended, won the starting job. But then if you remember, he started the Alabama game, and then Jade ends up going in a couple drives later because you could tell for Gilbo, it was just moving a little too fast for him that day. But what I remember about the Alabama game in the secondary more so was Deshaun Jameson got hurt maybe 1 or 2 drives into the game, broke on a ball and injured his foot. And, man, they put Austin Jordan in at corner, and he played like 60-something snaps in that game and played well. But so far, that's been like the peak of Austin Jordan at corner. Like most of the stuff he's done that stood out has been on special teams. I remember when Ryan Watts got hurt later that year.
Iowa State game.
Team, Austin Jordan did not play well against Iowa State. They picked on him. So we haven't seen a ton of Austin Jordan in the secondary.
Austin Jordan kind of made, I don't know. I mean, he didn't make it up, but he did return a blocked PAT or field goal or whatever. So
PAT against Iowa State, last year. Yeah, he did. He did. Shout out to Sweat for the block PAT also. But those are two positions, man, left guard and star, there where there's still some jockeying for position, if you will. I'm interested to see too. I think a lot of where Jade ends up and what his role is going to be is going to depend on who on defense ends up with the helmet communication or in the communication device, because you got one player on defense who can wear it. You'd like to have that guy in the middle of the field. And if it's Jade, you figure, okay, he might not maybe play as much corner as you thought, because you think if it's somebody in the middle of the field, if Jade's a star, that would make sense. Anthony Hill is a guy who would make a lot of sense. I think even Andrew Makuba is a guy who would make sense.
Yeah, so I haven't – or sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
I haven't talked to anyone about that and honestly forgot there's even going to be helmet communication this year.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I would bet so much money it's going to be Anthony Hill that gets it. Because think about it. He's probably going to have more snaps than anyone else on defense next year because he's conditioned enough where he can be on the field for all 4 downs. He can defend all 4 downs. And he's also the best player on the field. And is your Mike linebacker. So, or, I mean, he can play any linebacker spot. And it's without question who's the leader of that front 7, in my opinion. I know David Benda he's been there longer than anyone else. But, again, like, this is Anthony Hill we're talking about. This is a top 15 draft pick we are talking about. So I think it's definitely going to be Anthony Hill. Another thing, we were talking about left guard and the star kind of shuffling, I guess. There's also a little bit of that going on at linebacker. Like David Benda and Ant Hill are obviously the clear-cut guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know is they're using this spring, and they're going to do it all the way through fall camp to try to figure out who the best duos and pairings are going to be. Because Anthony Hill's obviously one of them. Mm-hmm. But what is the most natural fit, whether that's with Leonga Lafau, Blackshire, maybe even Galette, maybe Samaje, although I doubt Samaje or Galette. I think it's really between, Blackshire and Leonga. But Ant's always going to be on the field.
Yeah.
So I just don't see a way that he doesn't get the helmet communication. But also of the guys that they're looking to potentially match up with him, Leonga Lafau's who I'd bet money on to be that guy.
Selfishly.
Yeah, I hope so as well. And I mean, yeah, so Anthony, he can play any linebacker position. The other guys aren't as versatile. So a lot of figuring out to be done, but they've already practiced 7 times. They got 7 more before the spring game and then all fall camp. So a lot of time to get all that sorted out. And, they're obviously over the scholarship limit. There are 89 scholarships right now.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even checked in with sources about potential portal additions or exits, but I bet a lot of money that they're going to get at least one guy via the portal. I doubt it'll be at linebacker, but there still could be some effects to this room that haven't happened yet.
Yeah.
So they got a lot of time to figure it out.
Yeah. If you remember last year, the portal movement started like the day before the spring game. That was when, I think Brendan Thompson went into the portal like a couple days before the spring game. That group like Derek Brown, Travell Johnson. I thought somebody else went into the portal, but those guys went into the portal like the morning of the spring game. Those guys announced they were going into the portal. So yeah, we're getting like now is probably when the rumblings will start this next week. Probably, I would imagine, Jordan, coming out of the first scrimmage, like probably after the first scrimmage, you're going to have some guys figure out at that point where they are. Maybe some guys are on the fence and want to give it that second scrimmage to see if they move up. But I think you'll start hearing the rumblings, serious rumblings worth paying attention to coming out of the first scrimmage.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the April window.
Alexis, thank you, Seth. Yes, that was the other one I couldn't think of.
Will be April 15th through April 30th. With the spring game being April 20th, that's going to be interesting because, obviously if you're going to add a guy, that means you need to figure out a way for more than 4 guys to enter the portal. But some of these guys that are going to go in the portal have never actually ever played at Texas. So some of them might want that spring game film. So that being said, like, I'm really interested to see how that's going to work with guys entering before the spring game. Maybe if Sark lets a guy enter and play in the spring game, like the playoff, although I don't even know if that's ever been done before.
Jaden Alexis played in the spring game last year. I remember that.
Was it before or after he entered the portal?
You remember he announced the morning that he was, or he either announced or his name popped up in the portal that morning.
Okay.
And he played the spring game. Derek Brown did not, and Travell Johnson did not. But yeah, I remember Jaden Alexis was there.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm interested to see how that pans out. And
2 ways though, Jordan. That cuts 2 ways where you might want the film out there, but at the same time, it opens the 15th. Do you really want to give it 5-6 days and risk getting your name out there so coaches can start recruiting you and start, figuring out if you're part of their plans or not? Like it's kind of like the bowl game thing you just mentioned. Like, well, why wouldn't you want to stay with Texas through a bowl game? Well, it's about your future at that point. If you want to get the best opportunity for yourself, you can't afford to wait. I mean, Larry Turner good, and then I forget who else did it, but Casey Kane, I think, was another one. There was a couple guys who were fortunate enough to find the place they wanted to go and could stick around. There were some guys that just felt like they couldn't. They needed to make that move now. And it's no fault of theirs. It's not anything anybody did. It just is what it is under the circumstances right now.
Yeah, and I mean for Casey Kane, I don't even know where Larry Turner Gooden ended up, but
San Jose State.
But for Casey Kane, I had absolutely no intel on him. But once we found out he was entering the portal, I remember texting Hank, like, I'll bet $1,000 this kid ends up at UNLV. And that's exactly what happened. But yeah, so I assumed Casey Kane was probably comfortable with taking that gamble. Hey, no pun intended, just because he knew he had UNLV and Brennan Marion waiting for him. So yeah. And then Malik Murphy, CB, that is indeed a fact. I was actually told by like everyone close to him that he's going to play in the game. And I'm like, why would he do that? That's like the way he shouldn't do that. And then like the next day, the call was like, okay, he's actually not going to play in the game. We think this is the best thing. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, but hey, shout out to Malik Murphy, man. He is getting a bag from Duke and is getting a great education. He's going to be their starter too. Very interested to see how Manny Diaz and that whole experiment's going to work, just because my few memories of Manny Diaz include my father yelling at the TV and him just getting embarrassed at Miami. So
Provo, Utah, man. It's where Manny Diaz's Texas career died. BYU running for 550 yards, Taysom Hill on one leg.
The Mormon missile.
Dude, defense on the 40 acres has come a long way since then. I think we can agree. No joke. Go ahead, Jordan. I'll finish.
We can even throw it back. Shit, a year and a half ago, everyone was on PK's ass.
Yeah, PK's got
the amount of people that wanted PK fired after year one or before year one was even over.
He's had the inverse. He's had the inverse trajectory. Like, whereas Manny Diaz, Vance Bedford, Todd Orlando started out great, and it just went downhill from there.
Yeah.
Like PK got the bottoming out of the way the first year, and it's been trending upward since then.
Yeah, and I think just so much of that. I think Texas fans are the ones with brains, at least, are realizing how important it is for a team or defense to be successful. You need some players. Yeah. And you look back at the first class. I mean, I don't think it's too mean, but like Travell Johnson and Derek Brown are not getting offered in 2024. Like I would put so much on that. You could probably go down the list and name like 6 other kids from 2022 that they signed that wouldn't get offered nowadays. And that's just, you had to build it up. You had to start that way. It's the same thing. I looked at the Texas edge room right now compared to what it was their first year. And I was like, Jesus Christ! Like I forgot some of these guys even existed. Like they've come a long way, and while so much of it needs to be attributed to the coaches and everything they've done in Austin, there's also a lot that needs to be given to NIL, the transfer portal, and just the fact that you're going to be better when you have better players. And Texas is a great example of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the guys that we ranked as kind of unranked 4-stars and 3-star guys, I mean, it's not being disrespectful, but Aaron Bryant's one of those guys. Zach Swanson.
Aaron Bryant also was humongous, this Bo Davis thing, because Bo Davis, Mr. Mississippi, where like if I'm the coach, or if literally anyone else except Bo Davis is a coach, he's probably not at Texas.
Yeah, that's what's interesting to me about the defensive tackle room, and it's why I think Chip and I talked about this last week, and I think he ended up writing about it in the Insider. Like we assume that they're going to the portal for a defensive tackle. I think it's a safe assumption, man. I think they have to, because Kenny Baker could take a look around in that room. It's like, why are some of these guys in my room? This is Texas. Like I see Alfred Collins and Broughton and Jere Bledsoe. Like some of these guys fit, some of these guys don't. And we talked about it, man. We talked about it, I think last year when we went to one of those early practices, that Aaron Bryant was one of those guys that, like I think you even said it then, if Bo Davis wasn't a coach, Aaron Bryant probably wouldn't be a Texas, just because Bo Davis saw something in him that really felt like he had to have. But now, I mean, I think you could see a decent amount of turnover in that room, because you got to bring in quality guys. Like my thing, and I'm glad you mentioned the PK deal, my big worry for Texas in 2024 is your run defense. We might have talked about this last week. I know I talked about it on Longhorn Blitz, and I'm pretty sure I talked about it here. Your run defense has been so good the last 2 years. You can't afford to just have it fall off a cliff this year. Like, am I saying Texas has to have a top 10 run defense this year? No, but you can't slide back into like the 80s against the run. Like if you want to get to where you want to be, you probably need to be a top 30-ish run defense next year. That number, even if Sweat and Murphy were back, that number would probably dip just a little bit, just because you're playing in the SEC and you're going to play, and you're playing like more like competition in the trenches than you would in the Big 12. But I still think you've got to be a top 25, top 30 type run defense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the SEC, it's not that's where you want to be. You need to be there. And obviously, rebuilding this run defense up again, it starts with the interior D line and the losses of Tavondre and Byron Murphy. But I think a lot of that that blow will kind of be softened with the emergence of Anthony Hill. I know I've talked about Ant a lot on today's episode, but what he did as a freshman is only a fraction of what he's going to do as a sophomore and eventually as a junior. Like Anthony Hill is up there with the Garrett Wilsons of the world for best high school football player I've ever seen, and easily most dominant high school football. Like the shit I used to see him do to teams was ridiculous, and they'd let him run the ball too. So I can't wait for Anthony Hill, because last year it was started off where they basically used him as a pass rusher the first few games because they knew they were going to need him that Alabama game. And this is all from the source of Texas. Basically, the way it was described to me was Texas like, hey, we know we're going to need him at Alabama. Week 2 is way too early to depend on him to make reads and call out a defense if he's the Mike. So we're just going to start him off as a situational pass rusher, because the last thing they wanted to do was have him making mistakes versus Bama in Tuscaloosa on primetime national TV, and it stunts his growth. That is the last thing they wanted.
Yeah.
They made it as easy as possible for him to get things done as a freshman, because that's an athlete you can't keep off the field. And as the season came on, they started giving him more and more responsibilities. But in my eyes, even in the playoff game, there were still times where it kind of felt like there might have been some training wheels on him. And as a sophomore, that is completely going to be out the window.
Yeah.
This is the guy, like I said, I think will get the headset and his helmet and will be the main guy calling things out for the defense. But his emergence as a full-time as the linebacker of the Texas defense, I think is going to soften a lot of the blow of losing Tavondre and Byron Murphy. And also the fact that you have like some corners who are straight up dogs. Like Malik Muhammad since high school has been one of the best run defensive corners I've ever seen in my life. Like he just likes contact. Yeah. You also have Derek Williams at safety, who's from New Iberia and doesn't really like the way he hits people. It's like he doesn't care about his life. Then you have Drew Makuba, who the reason he's still in college is because his draft stock tanked, where he needs to have a great senior year.
Yeah.
Same can be said for Jahdae Barron. Those guys cannot afford to not come off blocks and come up and make plays, especially in the SEC. So having an aggressive secondary, a future first-round pick at linebacker is going to soften a lot of the blow of losing Byron and Tavondre Sweat. But they're still going to need whoever those two starters are going to be. Obviously, it's likely Collins and Broughton. They're going to need one of those guys to be elite, if not borderline elite, because that's what's needed in the SEC to maintain this level of run defense.
Yeah, it's just gonna. It's a Texas defense that the identity of last year's defense was Sweat and Murphy. The identity of this year's defense is going to be a little bit different. And I'm with you. I think Ant Hill has to take that step to be, if you want to be as good as you were last year. Couple things though. They could have the training wheels on Anthony Hill because I just added it. Jordan just did some quick napkin math. You realize over the last 2 years, Jalen Ford played over 1,600 snaps. Yeah. Jalen Ford played a lot of football. And the other thing that I was going to mention I forgot what the other thing I was going to mention with defense, but yeah, playing next to a guy like Jalen Ford really, really helped Anthony Hill. Oh, the other thing I was going to mention too, unrelated to the defense, but as BK joins us, man, we haven't seen Silas Bolden yet, but getting the few looks we've gotten at Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden, even the guy like Tia Savea, like I'm bringing this up because you mentioned Drew Makuba. Like the fact that their hit rate on their portal guys looks like it's going to be ridiculously high. We've talked about it before. I mean, they're not only are they not just taking guys to take them out of the portal, but like last year, I think we can all agree, and we got excited about him for a while, and rightfully so. And then they reached on Jalen Catalon. Jalen Catalon was a gamble last year, right? Because we knew if he stays healthy, you got a hell of a player. And Jalen Catalon was productive until he got hurt, and then we didn't really hear from him the rest of the year. I think this year, between Bond and Golden and Savea and Makuba, and like you said, we haven't seen Silas Bolden yet, Amari Nyblack, all those guys have been noticeable when we've been out there. Trey Moore, like they didn't gamble on guys in the portal. They got, relatively speaking, pretty high floor guys out of the portal.
And also they didn't sign anyone that you can't really turn your back to, like a Jai Hall or Billingsley, which is a great thing. So, because I mean, look, man, at some point I'm gonna tweet about it, but they were awful at the portal the first year or two. Obviously Quinn Ewers, obviously Keelan Robinson, some other additions. But
Ryan Watts was good.
There were some decisions though where I was just like, this is not working, and guess what? It didn't work. So,
yeah. BK, somebody mentioned in the chat last week at some point, we were talking about portal receivers, and I think we were talking about Isaiah Bond and Golden, and somebody said, is it car boot season? Like, no, hopefully it's not boot season in the parking garage for a very long time, if ever.
Longhorn legends, Jai Hall and Jaleel Billingsley. Man, when are they getting their statues erected outside of DKR?
Yeah. Hey, BK, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, but it sounds like your mic isn't plugged in.
Okay.
When you know.
All right. We'll adjust things. We've had some mic issues today. So what does it sound like? I'm far away?
No, I don't know. Doesn't quite sound as clean as it usually does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just perfectionist. I don't know. Oh, Coach 420, I didn't even see that. Hey, your holiday's coming up soon. You got about 2.5 weeks.
My holiday?
No, Coach 420's. Well, it could be your holiday. I don't know. It's also the day of the Texas spring game, so it could be a pretty eventful day for Coach 420.
I thought you were giving us an early Passover wish.
When is Shabbos, BK?
Shabbos is every Saturday, Friday
Saturday.
night to Saturday night. So we just had one, and the good news is we'll have another one in a few days. I want to celebrate. But Passover is the 8 days where we can't have bread, and that's coming up. I think it literally starts like the 21st or the 22nd. So right after the spring game is when
just no bread, huh?
No bread, no like rice, no grains, nothing that tastes good.
That's my whole diet.
Yeah,
what are you eating? You like eating Jello? What? Just straight up just like meat?
Man, I brought this into the old place a couple of times, but matzah is what it's called. It's unleavened bread. It's basically cardboard with salt on it. I mean, it tastes like shit. And that's our bread substitute for 8 days. So it's
wow.
Yeah, be grateful that you're not having to celebrate that one. Obviously, you're welcome to. We're looking for bodies. The Jews need to recruit a little better. We're not like Sark.
Y'all need
to hit the portal.
Yeah, we got to find some folks in the religious portal here. But hopefully for y'all's sake, you don't have to go through that because it is not very fun.
See, in Mexican, we have masa, which is what you make tamales. Yeah, so
much better.
Close.
I was, I was confirmed in the Catholic Church, but at some point I decommitted from Catholicism, and I'm still technically a free agent. So
same, yeah. It's
all right. I'll get the NIL donors on the case. I feel like there's a couple of old testes in there, so we might be able to make it happen.
I'm a floater. I'm a floater myself.
My wife's listening in the next room. She might be furious at me having a conversation. So. All right, BK Double R, have a great show, and Jordan and I will be back to do it tomorrow.
I'll see y'all.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
See you guys. Everybody have a good day.
You too. All right, Rodney, how do I sound today? Do I sound normal enough?
Yeah, it sounds good, man. It was something right there at the beginning. You sounded kind of like you were back here, but I think you're good. I think you're good, my brother. You always sound good, dude. You're like Elvis. You always sound great.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't look like that. I don't sound like that. And I don't have his bank account, unfortunately. Outside of that, maybe we got a couple of things rolling for us. So quick Texas Sports Unfiltered announcement before we dive into today's show, and we'll talk some more Texas football. We'll talk some NCAA tournament. We'll talk about the Texas women's season coming to an end. We'll have some fun like we always do during the midday hour of Texas Sports Unfiltered. But just to start off today's show, I wanted to let everybody know that Trey Elling is no longer with Texas Sports Unfiltered. It sounds so weird when I say no longer with us. It sounds like he's dead. He's not dead, but he is no longer with Texas Sports Unfiltered. We wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors. We're very grateful for what he brought to TSU over our 8 months, going into month 9 of existence right now. And I mean, we're on good terms. He's still one of my best friends. That will never change. And Rodney, I know he means a lot to you. He means a lot to all of us at Texas Sports Unfiltered, but and that will never change personally. But just wanted to let everybody know that this is, Trey is not a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. So the Trey and BK show is no longer. Rodney, nice enough to fill in today. We've got some big things in the works for future plans for this lineup on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And we'll obviously keep y'all abreast of those in the not too distant future. But there it is. There is the news, the shitty Monday news dump to give the people today.
Yeah, kind of one of those things. I mean, Trey, one of those guys to where, I mean, for folks that check into TSU, I mean, like that was the cool thing about this when it all started. You kind of had the folks that moved over, and he was right there, a part of it there with you. And again, like you mentioned, I mean, when these things happen, I know, like when Harge left, it's like, well, folks were messaging me, what happened? Well, I mean, just different paths. I mean, these things happen. That's part of this industry, as you say. So just kind of one of those things, but you have built quite the thing right here. We've got a team together, and we just continue moving forward. I think it's going to be just fine.
Yeah, well, we have built quite the team here. I'll correct you on that. And we are confident in the guys that we have, and we will be adding some more pieces to TSU in the not too distant future, and we'll be confident in them as well. So once again, we'll keep y'all updated. I know y'all, questions are already coming in. We will answer those questions in due time. But just wanted to give you guys the news there. And no, this is not an April Fool's joke. It is a little ironic that it is happening on April 1st. That is the type of bit that we would pull at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hell, we would have pulled that at the old place too. But no, that is real news. That is happening right now. So once again, we will let you guys know what happens next. But we've got really, really talented people on our team already and more to join very soon, who will make sure Texas Sports Unfiltered continues to grow. We are the fastest growing sports talk network in all of Central Texas, and I think in the entire state of Texas. So we appreciate y'all's support, and we will keep bringing y'all great content every day. And that's where we're at right now. So you got anything else on this, Rodney?
I just think I do want to thank all the folks, whether it be on the Coda text line or here on YouTube and Facebook. And, as we continue to see all the different avenues that we are working on, as they continue to grow, folks just reach out and enjoy what we're doing. And, with Trey, and I'll jokingly say, no hate mail at me. I'm just filling in today. I had nothing to do with Trey leaving, so don't slam me. I'm just playing. But anyway, it's one of those things to where it's ever evolving, and Trey is such a talented individual. I mean, you guys know, everything that he does. There's lots of options right there for him, and he's going to continue slaying whatever he does. But at the same time, I want all of you to know that we have a team in place like BK's talking about, where we're just going to continue to deliver you guys the best Texas coverage that we can, and NFL, MLB, everything. We just do what we do right here. And you guys keep sharing this, because we're here for you guys. You guys make this real for us.
Amen. That is well said. All right, my friend. Plenty of sports to get into. Of course, we were all off on Friday for Good Friday, and I would argue that every Friday is a Good Friday, but some might say that's a little anti-Semitic by me, but that's okay. Plenty of sports to get into. The Final Four is set in the NCAA men's tournament. We are 2 games away from the Final Four being set in the women's NCAA tournament. We got some Texas baseball to get into. Obviously, some Texas spring football to discuss as well. And how about Bucky Godbolt with the best bracket of anybody in our TSU March Madness bracket challenge right now? I never saw that coming. I thought he was crazy for picking NC State to make it all the way in the Final Four, but he did that, and they are still dancing. So I guess we could start with the NCAA tournament today, and the men's Final Four is set. UConn just rolling through everybody. I'll ask you this, Rodney. We'll talk about the other games from the weekend. We'll talk about the other 3 teams that are still dancing. But is everyone else playing for second place right now?
It really seems like that to me. A couple of weeks ago when Wags and I on Chaos Theory, we were talking about, how this was all going to break down or whatever. It was before the brackets even came out. And I said, a very simpleton response to things where it's like, I said, UConn's going to win this. And he's like, why? And I said, because they're just too good. They are just rolling through everybody right now. And the NC State story is something that it's great. There's a lot of nostalgia there. You can take the Jim Valvano. Everything that you want to look at right there. It's a really cool story. And with Purdue, I'm glad that they're getting their redemption. I think I'm getting ahead of myself here, but to answer your question, UConn just seems a little too freaking good right now. And when you look at this, here's the other part that I'll throw this back at you. How can you not count UConn as like one of the, when you want to talk about great basketball programs, not only are they probably about to go back to back for the first time since forever, but this is nothing new. They're always this good. They're always this good, BK.
Yeah, they're a blue blood, and they've really become one since the turn of the century. I think they've won 5 championships since 1999, and they've got a real good shot to make it 6 next Monday night. The national title game is a week from today in Glendale, Arizona. So, what they did last year, they were a 4 seed going into the tournament last year, but they just ran through everybody. They're the first national champion to win all 6 tournament games by double digits. And it's like, well, there's no way they can top that. They're going to lose some pieces, and they did lose some pieces. It's like it's not going to happen again. Well, they were even better this year in the regular season. Obviously, they're a 1 seed, and they were the number 1 overall 1 seed. And here in the tournament, what have they done? Well, a 39-point win, a 17-point win, a 30-point win in a national championship rematch against San Diego State, and in the Elite Eight against a very good Illinois team, a 25-point win.
Yeah.
So, like, what they did last year looks minute compared to what they're doing right now. And yeah, I mean, it's been since Florida in 06-07 that we've had a repeat champ. It's really only happened twice in like the modern-ish era of men's college basketball. So if they find 2 more wins, yeah, you got to start throwing Dan Hurley in with the conversation of, greatest coaches of this generation. And you got to throw UConn in this sort of dynastic run that they're on is, not the greatest college basketball team ever, but what they're doing is pretty spectacular. And it hasn't been done that often in the history of this sport.
I mean, and here's the other part of it, because I have definitely been, I was kind of one of those dudes that really latched on to NC State when they won the ACC tournament. I kind of jumped on that and took them very far in my bracket. And of course, now the bracket's busted because all I have left is obviously UConn. But when I look at NC State, I go back to the magical run of 1983, I guess it was, is the one where now folks are really starting to go back to that. And you look at the win over the Ralph Sampson led bunch right there, and then beating Phi Slamma Jamma, in the championship game. Maybe that happens again. Maybe it's going to be like an NC State that goes in there and is able to slay UConn. But it's just, I mean, that's about a 25-point win per game average that we're seeing from UConn. And the thing about it is, what is so cool about watching those guys is they do everything right. There's not really a hole in any part of their game. And we can go you can go through the bracket, and I know we did it nuts and bolts with Texas all year long. When you look at what UConn does right, from the fundamentals to rotations to everything, they just don't make mistakes, BK. That's where I think it's going to be so hard to knock these guys off. And I don't see anybody doing it. Yeah, Cinderella story, that's great. But, man, I just don't see it. Just don't see how it's going to happen.
Yeah, and I was an idiot, right? I tried to go bold when I filled out my bracket, and I picked Auburn to beat UConn in the Sweet 16. And hell, Auburn couldn't even get past the nerds of Yale. So, never a good thing to lose your national champion on the first day of the tournament. But yeah, look, I tried to go off the beaten path. My logic was it's just too hard to repeat. But, after the first weekend, I'm like, UConn's too good. Nobody's beating UConn. And then they just did what they did over the second weekend. Once again, a 30-point win over a 5 seed, then a 25-point win over a 3 seed. Like, that's incredibly impressive. And they've got so many different ways to beat you. I mean, Klingen down low is a monster, but Spencer and Caravan and Tristan Newton, the Texas kid, super unheralded recruit out of high school, he's a beast. It's just a whole team full of stars, and they play incredibly well together. And yeah, it's obvious. I mean, it's a different brand of basketball that they're playing. It almost is like the whole Tiger versus the field debate that we had in golf for years. Yep. It kind of feels like UConn versus the field. Now, hey, they might lose on Saturday to Alabama, and then we're going to sound like idiots. But man, to me, and it sounds like to you, this is UConn versus everybody else right now.
We had a great conversation this morning. We were talking about what if this, and it was one of our viewers that posed the question: what if this winds up NC State and Alabama? It's like, personally, I love that. I mean, the NCAA may not like that. I know the folks, the fans of those teams would love that. But I mean, Alabama, great run, but the whole thing is, it just seems so hard right now, where it's such a complete basketball team. And we've been talking about Houston all year with Shed and everything that he did. And as I mentioned this morning, again, on Chaos Theory, it was like we never saw Houston without Shed. We talked about the rotations and all the different things that they did, but they were overly exposed. When Shed goes out of the game, it was a total disruption. When you want to talk about disruptions on the basketball court, that's what happens right there. They got exposed and they got knocked out. And I just don't see that UConn, I don't see what you can do to that bunch to disrupt them. They are just, I'm sorry, they're just that good.
Yeah, barring injury, it feels like. And look, crazier things have happened, right? Yep. Like, no one thought NC State was going to beat that Houston team in 83. We've had, Villanova in 85 over Georgetown. I mean, there have been some great upsets, obviously, in the history of the tournament, but even in the Final Four and in the national title game too. So, look, still watch the games. but it's crazy. I mean, UConn's an 11.5-point favorite in a Final Four game over a good Alabama team that it may be the best offensive team in college basketball. It's got a great coach in Nate Oates and a ton of talent, and they obviously just won their region. Like it's wild to see an 11.5-point line in a Final Four game, but that's where it is right now. And the other game, Purdue and NC State. Purdue's an 8.5-point favorite. So that tells you what Vegas is expecting. It also tells you how good UConn is, right? They're a bigger favorite against a 4 seed than Purdue is against an 11 seed right now.
Yeah.
So it should be fun. I'm excited to watch DJ Burns and Zach Edey.
Oh, man.
In the Final Four. You might have the most loved player in the tournament with Burns, who, by the way, I just saw this on Twitter before we started the show. Jim Nagy, who does a lot of work with the Senior Bowl, he says that there is a ton of NFL interest in DJ Burns. We've been making all these jokes about, the Cowboys, they need an offensive tackle. Take DJ Burns. Apparently, there are NFL teams interested in DJ Burns right now. So he's like the most beloved player in the country, and it feels like Zach Edey is the most hated player in the country. And those two guys duking it out for 40 minutes next weekend could be a lot of fun.
That is going to be so cool to watch those two. And I mean, I really think it is. It's like the Clash of the Titans. These two are you've got the immovable force, of DJ Burns, and then you've got Edey. And I still say this, Purdue seems soft to me. And it was all summed up yesterday in the whole flop thing. I mean, when I see that stuff happening right there, I'm like, come on, give me a break. But I mean, I know that's basketball right now. And I know that's just the evolution of the way that things are going to happen. But for Purdue, I think the path was set pretty nice for them to be able to make a good run right here. And they've overcome where they've stubbed their toe in the past, and good for them. But, I don't know how anybody's going to knock UConn off. I mean, you sit and you look at these different things. I mean, we can talk about the women, maybe with South Carolina, that they're just too good,
Yeah.
But the beauty of it is that there's always a magical thing here. Not since 1979 have we had someone as low a seed like this, like we have with NC State making this run right now. Maybe they make the magic happen. Maybe it's a great story. Maybe DJ Burns goes to the NFL. I mean, I don't know. He's not going to the NBA. I mean, this is the beauty of it, dude. Isn't this the great thing? I had people messaging me last night asking me, hey, why is NASCAR having a race on Easter night? And I'm like, have you not noticed we've been watching men's and women's college basketball all weekend? We've been watching the UFL all weekend. There's plenty going on Easter weekend. Don't calm down on all that just a little bit.
I don't know about we. Were you watching the UFL this weekend? I can't lock myself in with your we there.
Dude, I got to tell you, I watched the San Antonio game. Not all of it. I did watch a little bit of that. It's kind of different. Obviously the NFL is starting to figure things out right there. BK, I watched preseason football. So I think it's one of those things to where it's like, if they say, I'm going to watch it. It wasn't bad.
I'll be betting on the UFL. Don't you worry about that. I just don't know if I'll actually watch. It could be one of those things where the cousin placed the bets and then we check the ESPN app to see what happened in the games. And hey, we won. Or more likely, we lost.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
Yeah.
Whatever. But I mean, this whole thing, and I got to tell you, it's great that there are so many great storylines in the men's and the women's tournaments. I mean, I think the game tonight with the women, with LSU and Iowa, this is going to be a ratings buster right here, man.
Man.
How great is it that women's college basketball is getting this kind of run, man? I think it's awesome.
Yeah. And it's great that the women have these standalone games, right? They do their tournament Friday to Monday instead of Thursday to Sunday. And part of me is like, I wish the women did Monday to Thursday, to where it's like they had all of these standalone games for themselves. Now, weekend ratings are always better, so I get why they do the weekend, but it feels like more people are watching the men than they're watching the women. So maybe the women are missing out on an opportunity for more eyeballs if they play their games on separate days. But it's good that they do go to Monday because, you've got two big games in the women's bracket tonight. The rematch of the national championship from last year for a spot in the Final Four. And then UConn, who's obviously been the premier program in women's college hoops since Gino took over, against the 1 seed USC. So, yeah, a lot of great players, a lot of great talent. It sucks that Texas isn't in there. Yesterday hurt. The Longhorns probably missed out on the opportunity to get their ass kicked by South Carolina in the Final Four. But, hey, a Final Four is a Final Four. Like, you get to raise a banner for that, and you should raise a banner for that. And Texas hasn't been to a Final Four in men's or women's basketball since 2003. And to be so close and come up short, it hurt. They got beat yesterday by NC State. Yeah. A great day for NC State because their men's and women's teams both clinched spots in the Final Four. I don't know how often that's happened on the same day where a same school has done something like that. But yeah, it's been a fun March. Unfortunately, for both Texas teams, not as far of runs as we would have liked.
Well, and you got to give a lot of credit right there to Vic Schaefer and the bunch there with the women's team, because it would have been really easy in December for them to hang their heads when you lose Rory Harmon. I mean, that is your player, but people stepping up, and he does such a great job of just challenging his players. And it's really so refreshing to when I sit and I watch Coach Schaefer, obviously last night, or yesterday after the game. I mean, he just loves his team. And he's all about the team concept right there and what he's built right there. And what I really liked yesterday is that he was praising what they did, which he should, because like we're talking about, I mean, it was an amazing run. But then you go back to, and he did kind of mention it right there towards the end, to where it's like, look at what's coming. I mean, look at the future. And it's odd because as a Texas sports fan, where I have that UTSD that we talk about all the time, where I can look at stuff like that and I get kind of worried about stuff. But when I look at Vic Schaefer and the program that he's built right there with the Texas women's basketball program, that one doesn't worry me so much, because I think it's in really good hands. And next year, my man, they are going to be crazy good with those ladies coming back.
They get most of the team back. Shaylee Gonzalez is gone. They lose a bench piece or two, and there are a couple of players who have decisions to make about their future. But as it stands right now, 4 of the 5 starters will return, and Rory Harmon will return from that ACL injury. She was the best player on this team before she got hurt. And that goes to your point about the coaching job Vic Schaefer did this year. Season could have completely spiraled out of control. And they lost a couple of games right after Harmon got hurt. We weren't sure what this team was going to look like, but they rallied. They won the Big 12 tournament title. They were good enough to be a freaking 1 seed. I don't know how often that's happened in men's or women's basketball, where you literally lose your best player and one of the best players in the country due to injury in the middle of the season, and you still find a way to be a 1 seed and make it all the way to the Elite 8. So, tremendous job by Vic, tremendous job by the staff, tremendous job by the players, of course. But everybody, just about everybody back, plus Rory Harmon returning, plus a top 3 recruiting class in the country coming in. So Vic Schaefer, towards the end of his press conference yesterday, he said, we'll be back. And I know a lot of coaches say stuff like that to try to get their fan base charged up, but I don't think it's lip service with Vic Schaefer. I mean, hell, he's been to the Elite 8 3 times already at Texas. I don't think he plans on just stopping to the Elite 8 too when he says we'll be back. I think this team is primed to make a Final Four run next year. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are a top 5 team in the country whenever the preseason poll comes out for women's college hoops next year.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's going to be a loaded program that makes their way back. And like I keep talking about, I mean, it's a situation to where I just love to listen to Coach Schaefer and watch the way that he works with his team, and he challenges him and he makes him better. And this is where, we joke a lot of times where it's like when middle of the season, when Rodney Terry and the men were having issues, it's like, hey, can Vic coach the dudes? I totally get that. And for reasons why, we all see it, but it was a great run. It's heartbreaking to see that happen. But again, it's a run like we talk about NC State. You talk about these magical runs that we see in March and now into April. This is what makes college basketball so great. And we're not done yet. That's the whole thing. We're not done yet. We've got 2 games to go on the men's side, and you never say never. I mean, you never say never. We say UConn's not going to get beat. They might sure as hell just get knocked down. I mean, you just never know.
Crazier things have happened, I think. Quick text to get into on the Coda text line before we shift gears. I want to get your thoughts on your Astros following that dud of a weekend. But the Coda text line is open, 512-222-9328. A 512 number asks, why can't Texas just make Dan Hurley an offer he can't refuse, like $8 million? I mean, yeah, that'd be awesome, but I don't think Dan Hurley's leaving UConn anytime soon. Why would he leave? And he just got a big contract extension last year after winning the national title. Look, it's $6 to $7 million a year, so $8 million is more, and money does talk. But look, if UConn wins it all again, I know he got that extension last year. I think the Huskies will rip up that contract, and they'll give him another new deal and make him even higher paid. So, yeah, I don't think Dan Hurley wants to leave. He's got that thing rolling, and if anybody comes after him, I think UConn will pony up the cash and do what they've got to do to make sure that he sticks around in stores.
Well, it's like you mentioned. I mean, we were just talking about UConn is a basketball blue blood. I don't care if you want to admit it or not. I mean, just look at what they're doing. I mean, it's arguable. I mean, we can go back and forth on that, but I mean, why in the hell do you leave that? And you know, to come to Texas. I mean, Texas, we are not a blue blood. I mean, and we have not been a blue blood in men's college basketball. I mean, when you want to think about on the women's side, possibly, but yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen. And I think the thing right now, Texas doesn't need to go after the next shiny thing and do what we've seen in the past. Just go out there. I mean, put some confidence in Rodney Terry. Let him work what he's going to work. This year, again, I've said it all season long, the expectations for the Texas basketball program this year were just a little bit over the cliff, in my opinion, with what was leaving and all of that. It was just a little much. Let's reset. Let's re-rack it, start over, and see what happens next year, and then we can start making knee-jerk responses and start chasing the next shiny thing that might be out there for us.
I tend to agree with you. Like, I'm perfectly content with giving RT another year. I don't think this was an awful year for Texas men's basketball by any stretch. But come on, if Dan Hurley was an option, you'd say goodbye to RT, right?
Oh yeah. No doubt about it. If he made the call, or if CDC made the call and he was receptive, obviously bring him in. But I just don't.
Not happening. We can dream. Some boys can dream, but it won't become reality. All right, before we go to some baseball, so we got to recap opening weekend from the Major League Baseball season. Plus, give some thoughts on the Texas baseball team as well. Some shout outs to some sponsors. We'll start off with a word from our great friends out at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Much love to the Coverts. Also, a shout out to our man Tom McKay over at Audio Visual Consultations, 512-255-8678. You hear us all talk about AVC all the time. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas since 1988. So if you want to spruce up your home TV setup, if you want multiple screens in one room like I have, hell, I've got that in 2 rooms at my place. You can do that. If you want that home theater room, if you want that outdoor patio setup, while we have some spring weather here in Central Texas, it can all be made possible by Audio Visual Consultations. Once again, the number to call, 512-255-8678, and the website to check out, avconsultations.com. What was that last comment you saw, Double R?
Which one?
Oh, at least RT won a tournament game. Yeah. I have a tough time rooting for Shaka Smart. We don't need to get into that again. But I celebrate when his teams lose in the tournament because he couldn't win a single tournament game here. I don't want him winning tournament games elsewhere. But I'm petty like that. So
well, and RT's won 4 tournament games. Yep. So I mean, that's the other part of it. I mean,
you don't count last year and you say, that's Beard's team, whatever. Well, Rodney Terry in his first full year as being the head coach at Texas won more tournament games than Shaka Smart did in 6 full years in Austin.
Yeah. Well, I was having a conversation earlier in the year with a guy where he was comparing Rodney Terry to when Barry Switzer took over the Cowboys team, and it's like that was Jimmy Johnson's team. Blah blah. It's like I don't give a damn about any of that.
No.
I mean, I'm looking at results. I'm looking at results, and everything is results driven at this point. And yes, like you said, if Hurley, yes, if you could get him, get him. But now it's Rodney Terry time. Now, if they come out stumbling, if they fall on their face next year, yeah, now it's his deal. Now it's his deal. This year to me was kind of a buffer, if you want to call it that. It's kind of that buffer year right there to Chris Beard, and now okay, let's go. So let's see what he does then. Let's see what he does now.
Agreed, 100%. All right, on to some baseball, Rodney. I know you keep talking about college hoops, so you can avoid talking about your Astros.
It's coming up. Is this really coming up?
We've got to talk about it, man.
Dude,
I mean, what a disappointing weekend for y'all down in Houston, getting 4 games swept by the Yankees.
It was like April Fool's all 4 games. Well, I take that back. I think the Friday game, I mean, that was the one where you just get throttled. I mean, it is what it is. But I'll tell you the disappointing part of this, and for the life of me, and I know that you were working there in Houston, not so much when this was happening at the end of the year last year, but by golly, why in the hell can't you win a home game? I mean, you haven't been able to win a home game in the juice box since the ALDS of last year, and these games, I mean, 3 of them, you had them not firm in hand, but shit, you were in control of these games. And you still find a way to lose, and it's the same problems. You're leaving runners stranded on base. Your powerhouse lineup is not producing hits and runs when they need to. And shit, the scary part, BK, to me is your core, your strength this year was going to be that magnified, strong bullpen. Well, it fell on its face all weekend, dude. And Juan Soto, geez Louise, the Yankees finally making some of that money pay off with what they're spending on these guys.
Yeah, Juan Soto that guy can run for the mayor of Houston right now. Just insane what he did. Jim Crane might have to sell the team off to Juan Soto with what he did over the weekend. But yeah, for the Astros, incredibly disappointing. And you talked about their home struggles. They've lost 12 of their last 13 at Minute Maid Park going back to last year. That place used to be a house of horrors for every other team in baseball. And now it's a house of horrors for the Astros. Like they can't, I don't know what it is, but dating back to last season, obviously they lost all 4 ALCS games to the Rangers in that ballpark. And yeah, they start off the year 0-4 at home. It's just insane that this keeps happening. And you're right. The Astros were 8 for 41 with runners in scoring position. They got guys on base, but they couldn't come up with those late game clutch hits. And meanwhile, the Yankees did. Like all 4 of the losses went to bullpen arms for the Astros. Like the Yankees bullpen, that means they picked up 4 wins. They were great. They got the big outs that they needed to late in close games. And yeah, these Astros arms, I mean, Abreu struggled, Presley struggled, Hader struggled. All of these guys struggled. It's incredibly disappointing. So they'll be fine. It's 4 games out of 162. I've learned to never doubt the Astros, right? They go through stretches like this all the time. They had a couple of 4-game losing streaks last year, and obviously found a way to rally and make it to a Game 7 of an American League Championship Series. Of course, they've been to that series 7 straight times. So I'm not giving up on the Astros yet. But, man, you wait all off season long, and you know those players were chomping at the bit, and you know the fans were chomping at the bit to get back after the way that CS ended last year. And to start off this year like that stinks for sure.
Yeah. Someone messaged me on our show this morning and said the Rangers cursed them. So you guys may be able to take full blame right here for what's going on, but here's the difference to me in all of those years of the run that the Astros have had is now obviously you've got the World Series champion Texas Rangers, which, some folks are discounting them, maybe making them a wild card team once again. I mean, be that as it may, whatever. I mean, the Mariners are really, really good. The days of the Houston Astros just kind of showing up and winning the AL West, those days are gone because everybody else has gotten really, really good. And oh, by the way, here come the Blue Jays. So you're in jeopardy right here. And this is at home. This is at Minute Maid. So you're in jeopardy right here if you cannot figure out what's going on at home. And BK, I still can't figure out. I would have hoped at some point that Houston was going to try to solidify a little bit the starting rotation with Verlander, starting the year on IR. Yeah, your guys are good for 3 or 4 innings, but you turn it over to the bullpen. I think you needed another good arm in there. Blake Snell would have been great, but I totally get the financial part of that. But I think that's a blaring problem right there. They've got a hole in the rotation that when you push it over to the bullpen, if you can't generate runs, you're not going to win baseball games. That's pretty common logic right there.
Yeah, the Astros are banged up, right? It's not just Verlander, but Urquidy's on the shelf.
Yep.
Lance McCullers is still on the shelf. So some of the arms that the Astros thought they were going to have in their rotation just aren't there. And they'll get there. McCullers you can never bank on at this point, unfortunately. But, JV will come back soon, and hopefully they'll get Urquidy back at some point in the summer. So, that will help. But a lot of Astros fans were critical of Dana Brown. They spent on Josh Hader, which I think was a great move, right? And to have Abreu, Presley, and Hader as 7, 8, 9 guys, that's great. And I know those guys kind of crap the bed in this series against the Yanks, but I still feel like that's the best back 3 inning of a bullpen in baseball. So I think those guys are going to be fine, but I don't think they did enough to the rest of their bullpen to eat up those middle innings. And when you do have starters on the shelf right now, like the Astros do, well, you're going to need some middle relievers to step up and get big outs for you, because you can't pitch those 3 guys every single night over the course of 162. So I don't know if the Astros can make any moves. Obviously, the deadline's a few months away. Maybe they do something early, or maybe they just try to play it out and hope that the rest of the bullpen figures it out. But that was maybe the biggest concern that Astros fans had. It's like, okay, you've got this big 3, but what about the rest of your own barn, as they call it? And those guys did not do a lot to instill confidence with Astros fans.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you've got to have those middle innings. I mean, that 5 to 7 2/3 or whatever you're going to have right there, and then you can insert your Presleys and your Haders and all that. And that, I mean, you just don't have that. You just don't have that. And I really do go back to, I'm going to keep harping on this until they prove me wrong with the run support and stranded runners. I mean, because we saw that last year, and this really is the same pattern that we saw last year, to where, I mean, in 3 of these games against the Yankees, you saw Houston at various points leading in those ball games. And then you look at the end of the game and they've lost. They've found a way to lose by not generating run support. And I think that's something that needs to be corrected. And, now it's like, okay, you can't blame Dusty Baker. He's gone. Right. And this ain't Joe. I mean, this is a recurring problem. This is a clubhouse player problem that, again, we're only 4 games in. But it's like everything else that we do in sports. When our team starts struggling, it's that knee-jerk response as to, oh shit. And I think a lot of Astros fans are doing that from what we saw. But the other part of that is, as much as it pains me to say it, you got to give it to the Yankees, man. They look really good. They look really fucking good, dude.
I think that might be the bigger story here, right? And the Yankees are always supposed to be good. They have the 3rd best World Series odds this year, even though they missed the playoffs in 23. But maybe that's it. Like, maybe the Yankees are just really, really good, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And they're not 4-0 better than the Astros. Like, if they played in a playoff series, I don't think anybody would pick the Yankees to sweep Houston or anything like that. But maybe it's just they're a lot better than they were last year. I don't know, but I'm with you. No need to panic for the Astros. There's some bad luck there too. The Yankees made some great defensive plays. Jordan hit a couple of balls, including one on Saturday, I think, that I thought was a walk-off. And he said these balls like 395 feet, and they're coming up just short of the wall. So some bad luck. Obviously, the play to end the game, the Kyle Tucker fly out where the left fielder made a nice sliding catch. Like, just shit's not falling for the Astros. And over 162, that luck tends to reverse course. And if I may, just pull up the AL West standings right now. Stop the count. Stop the count. You got the Rangers in sole possession of first place in the division. Let's go ahead and end things right here. Can we?
Well, and that's what I keep talking about. It's like it's a different. I mean, it's different. And the AL West and the AL East, man, it's going to be the coolest shit to watch this year, because you look. I mean, there's 3 or 4 teams in each of those divisions that are capable of winning. And I think the big question as we get towards the end, like it was last year, you remember when the Astros and the Rangers are going down to the wire right here. It's like, okay, who's going to be the wild card? How is this going to seed? And then the Rangers just blow that theory totally out of the water going in as a wild card and becoming the World Series champion. But I mean, I just think that it's going to be a lot of intriguing baseball in this division right now. You can't really discount anybody. Seattle, like I said, Seattle is still sitting there. I think a lot of people don't even think about Seattle. And then boom, you get past the All-Star break and Seattle's sitting 5 or 6 games out of first place. And before you know it, they're in a series against Houston or Texas, and they sweep that. And they're 2 games back. Yeah. And I think that's what's going to happen again this year because hell, I mean, Oakland. What'd you think of the Oakland protest? The folks not going into the Coliseum. They're like, we're not going in. We're going to sit outside so they don't leave.
They've been protesting for years then, I guess, because they haven't been going to those games in forever. So
yeah.
I saw that. Anything?
I saw the home opener. It was like announced attendance was like 13,500. I'm like, well, shit, that's better than the regular game. That's better than when people go in.
If that's announced, then there's probably like 4,000 or 5,000 actually in that building. So, yeah, no, you can discount. You said you can't count anybody out. You can count Oakland out, and I think you can count the Angels out this year. Yeah. They did beat Wags' Orioles yesterday, but
they did.
It's a 3-horse race, and I wouldn't be stunned if it goes down to the last week. I mean, last year it went down to the last day.
Yep.
Between the Rangers and Astros, and the Rangers kind of choked in the last week of the regular season. The Astros did what they needed to do against Arizona. Astros won the division. They got home field in that ALCS because of it. But obviously in the playoffs, the Rangers turned things around. But yeah, it might be, I don't know if it'll come down to the last day of the year again, but it shouldn't surprise anybody if this is a 3-horse race deep into the summer, maybe early into the fall as well. Rangers take 2 of 3 from the Cubbies. Cubs get the series finale victory yesterday. Jose Leclerc blew it. It was a 5-5 game in the 9th. He walked too many guys, gave up too many hits, gave up a 4 spot in that inning, and that was the game. But the Rangers did get a series win to start the year, some theatrics with a walk-off win on banner night last Thursday. Guess we haven't done a show. It feels like it was forever ago because
I know, right? Yeah.
We haven't done a show since then. So that was cool. I had a couple of buddies who were at the game, and I mean, how could you not love a ring night regardless of how the game ends? But to cap it off with the walk-off, that was a pretty special moment for the Rangers. And they've got some guys banged up too, but they're going to be good again this year. I don't think that should surprise anybody.
Yeah, this baseball season is hardly a sprint. I mean, this is very much a marathon. This is a double marathon, what you're doing right here. You've got 156 games left to go here, before this thing is all said and done. And like you said, I do think that the West is going to go down to the very end. I mean, maybe the final day again. And it could be a scenario where a really good team gets left out because you still got the Central in there that's going to put somebody in. So, yeah, I think that's going to be the case right there. But I totally agree with you, BK, that, I mean, I think the bigger story is that the Yankees are finally maybe living up to what they're supposed to be. I mean, you've got that high price payroll, and with Soto, I mean, you slot him in there batting number 3, and then here comes Aaron Judge. I mean, you keep those dudes upright, and it's going to be a bitch for all these teams in the AL. I mean, because that is a stacked lineup right there, dude.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong. And that's the scary part. Aaron Judge barely did anything.
Yeah.
And they still swept the Astros in Houston. So, yeah, I mean, Soto's not going to hit 529 with an OPS of 1365 for the remainder of the season. But the fact that the Yankees did that without Aaron Judge doing a whole lot is pretty remarkable. So, All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. As Double R said, the Astros host Toronto for a series starting tonight. The Rangers on the road for the first time this year, taking on Tampa Bay. So good matchups for both teams, taking on 2 really, really good teams from the American League East. Quick shout out to Texas baseball, taking 2 of 3 from Kansas State. Much needed series victory. And say what you will, Rodney, about David Pierce. His team's tied for second in the Big 12 right now. Still a long, long way to go. But as rocky as this ride has been for this baseball team through March, they are in a very, very good spot in the conference standings.
It's a grind, man. You got to get out there and you got to win these series. That's the biggest thing when you get into these conference series. You got to go out there and win those. And that Friday game, 21-11. Like, oh my God, what the hell is this? But it doesn't matter when you're on the good side of 21-11. That's all that matters. But yeah, I know there's been a lot of, question on him inserting himself as a pitching coach and all this, that, and the other. But that's the bottom line right now. When you sit in second place, you go out and you win these weekend series, you're taking care of business. And the other part about it is, I guess, Abilene Christian tomorrow. Get in there, win those Tuesday games, because we've seen a couple of those that have dropped. Those are the ones right there that prime you for the weekend. Go out there and take care of business right there, and then win the weekend series, and you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. I think we need to take the heat off of David Pierce just a little bit. Like we said, it's very early right now in this season.
Yeah, Friday night, man, that game probably took years off of
Oh, my
Arcania's life. Occupy left field and some of the other folks out there. That was high stress, but high entertainment towards the end. All right, before we get to some of the fun stuff we've got planned today, some more sponsor shout-outs for the people. Some love to Altstat Beer, the best beer that you can find in the universe. You can pick it up all over the state of Texas. That's the best part. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, but wherever you're tuned in today, if you're in Austin, if you're in San Antonio, if you're in DFW, if you're in Houston, you can find the greatness of Altstat Beer. And they've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. If lager is your thing, if a German-style Kolsch is your thing, if a Hefeweizen, a light beer, whatever, they've got something for you. I'm telling you, on one sip, and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstat Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Quick shout out to the Autograph app as well. Rodney, I know you talk about them a lot. Your boy Tom Brady, what do you call him? The senator, the governor,
the congressman.
Tom Brady, yeah, co-owner of Autograph. It's a free app, super easy to download. Make sure when you do download it in the App Store or Google Play, you type in that promo code TSU. You're going to get rewarded just for being a fan of TSU and for being a fan of the University of Texas. The Autograph app combines all of your favorite Longhorn content in one place. Once again, you get exclusive discounts on tickets and merchandise and all sorts of great benefits just from the Autograph app, promo code TSU. And now a quick word from our buddy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter, and the team over at Pest Wranglers.
Hey, it's Steve from Pest Wranglers, and I don't know of a single mosquito that owns a home with a backyard, but they sure like to hang out in your yard and make you miserable. Pest Wranglers can fix that for you. Our mosquito treatments are designed to kill adult mosquitoes as well as keep mosquito larvae from developing for up to 3 weeks. Use us all summer or just once before that big party. No contract, no hassles, no blood-sucking mosquitoes. Check out our reviews and see what others are saying about Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, effective, reliable, affordable. Online at pestwranglers.com.
Boom.
Yes, indeed. All right. How about for the final five today, Double R? Got an interesting fast food story to get into.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, you are a big fast food fan.
My Easter dinner was a Whataburger. What is that?
I heard
I
heard you say that.
And that's only because the Taco Bell near me was closed. I was trying to be cheap, and the Wendy's was closed. I'm like, Whataburger it is. That's
you and I are like 70% water and 30% fast food, right? Like for everybody else, the rest of their body is composed of something besides water.
Well,
I'm not a science guy.
And it's like, and you're young. I mean, people always tell me, it's like, dude, you're not 30 anymore. You got to change your diet. You got to limit that beer consumption. I'm like, man, I'm going down swinging, bitches.
Got one life to live. I'm living it the way that I want to live.
That's what I'm talking about, my man.
I like that. That's well said right there. All right. So tell me if you've seen this before. I guess we've got a new trend in fast food. Now, are you more of a drive-through guy at fast food, or do you ever sit down and dine in?
It's very rare that I dine in. If I'm traveling, I may sit in there just kind of, shake the rust off a little bit and just kind of take a break. But I'm a drive-through guy. I'm a drive-through guy. I hit every curb.
Yeah, usually I do the same. Occasionally we'll have a nice 5-star sit-down restaurant.
That's right.
At a fast food joint. But usually I'm doing the drive-through takeout bit. But this won't affect you very much, which I guess is a good thing. But I guess there's this new trend in fast food where some of these restaurants are now imposing time limits on folks who dine in.
Oh.
I've got a little screenshot here. These are a couple of different pictures that were posted to the internet over the course of the last week. One's at a McDonald's and one's at a Wendy's. Obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see, but if you're listening on the app, we'll go ahead and tell you basically what these signs say. The McDonald's sign says, "Loving every second, no loitering, please. Time limit 30 minutes while consuming food." And then the Wendy's one, same thing. Time limit 30 minutes while consuming food. So I guess this is a problem. I don't know if this is an Austin thing. I don't know if this is a Texas thing. I don't know if this is a nationwide thing, but at least at some fast food joints around the country, Double R, you have these restaurants imposing time limits for how long you can spend in the restaurant. So the food is not only fast, but you got to be fast too.
See, I can tell you one of the last times that I actually went and sat down inside of a McDonald's in Cedar Park, right around here, there was a dude. He was sitting right by the playscape, you know, the window there, and he had a table. The dude had his office laid out. And all that he had like the Egg McMuffin wrapper that was, you saw that there where he had that. He had a cup of coffee. And seriously, the dude looks like he's doing like Wall Street business or something. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing in here? And there's a line of people sitting there trying to order at the counter. So I can totally see where that happened. See, they need to impose that like at the Waffle House, all these places where the coffee shops, get them the hell out of here, man.
Oh, see,
right.
That's what I like. Starbucks is fast food
God.
in the eyes of some, but people stay there all day, right? They take calls, they send emails. Like people, I feel like do full 9 to 5s. And
that's the worst part when you're in one of those joints and people are doing that and they're sitting there and the phone rings and they're like, yeah. You're hearing all their business. And I'm like, dude, get the fuck out of here. I mean, go get in your car. I mean, go to your office, go home. I mean, just do something else. I love that. That needs to happen a lot. I mean, if you want to go wander around HEB and listen to the music with an empty cart, that's fine. You're not imposing anybody else. But when you're taking up booth space and all this, that I love that, man.
The Wendy's one is confusing. It says 30 minutes while consuming food. So that means as long as you consume your meal within 30 minutes, you can just loiter and hang out for as long as you want.
It shouldn't take that long to eat a Big Mac or drink a Frosty or even if you get Biggie fries or even if you get hot chili, it shouldn't take longer than 30 minutes to sit there.
You got to let the food settle, though. Sometimes they got a good playlist going on in there. Sometimes there's good people watching going on in there. Like, you know, we got a couple of people saying you get an hour for lunch. All right, what about an hour? You get an hour for lunch. Why are you kicking everybody out in 30 minutes?
They're like, get out. They're like, we times are tough. We need revenue. We got to get people in here. I think that's the whole thing. And it's like one of those things where I see this a lot. I've told this story before, like at Mexican restaurants. My family and I, when our kids were young, that one restaurant, they're like, you can't have any more chips. Can y'all just order? I mean, it was our plan to order the whole time, but we were just hammering down on chips. And they're like, can y'all like order so y'all can eat and get the fuck out of here?
Yeah.
Geez Louise, man. I love it.
Do people do that? Like, obviously, people hammer down chips at a Mexican or Tex-Mex joint. That's a given. Everybody does that. But people just only eat the chips and then just get up and leave.
I think some people do that.
There's no way. Like, you got to get called out for that. Like,
you're gonna be the real. If you're going to be the real cheapskate, it's like just go in there and eat chips and salsa, and have some water.
Yeah,
and then
exactly. Like, look, if you get a margarita, like if you're buying alcohol or buying drinks, then all right, maybe the chips and salsa deal is fine. Although I can't imagine places would love you doing that. But if you just go in there and like sit down, act like you're having a normal meal, order a water, and then just every time the waiter comes by after giving you your chips and salsa, you're like, I'm good. And then you just up and leave when they're not looking. That's an all-time bit right there.
It's like you're like Mike McCarthy, still looking at the menu.
Yeah, haven't decided yet. It's like I'm thinking about one of everything, and then you leave.
You remember the old days, like before COVID, the old days, 2019, the old days before COVID, like you would go to like Chewy's and you could go to the back of that car. Remember they had that car over there and it was just like all chips.
The nacho car.
Yeah. You would scoop your own shit and get your own salsa and all that stuff. And I had a lot of friends that would just go and eat the hell out of chips, maybe have a drink, and then shag ass out.
I didn't see the shit in the nacho car I was at. I was scooping my own or somebody else's.
That was that table sauce. That was that red one that had the little chunks in there. That's that extra stuff. That extra goodness for you. Good for the soul.
BC before COVID. That was a good bit.
Way back in the day, man. Way back in the day. Jeez, it's crazy, man.
So I don't know. Like, I wonder if maybe this is for homeless people, but I feel like if a homeless person walks in, they're going to kick them out right away if they're not buying anything. So trying to figure out like who's loitering this much at these fast food joints to cause these establishments to react this way.
Yeah. Well, like Longhorn Bear says right here, the Chinese or Gaddy Land, or let me tell you the other one, Golden Corral. That's the one where you go up in that son of a gun and people like are making a living out of that thing. It's like they go in for breakfast, kind of hang out. Then here comes the lunch, here comes the spaghetti, and you get all the other stuff. And it's like, you just kind of sitting there, it's like one price. I didn't leave. I'm still here the whole time.
You're not eating Golden Corral, are you?
I haven't been to Golden Corral in a long time. And you know why? Because the people drive me crazy. They sit there and they can't figure out what they want. They're staring at all that monstrosity that's there. And you got kids out of control, BK. And then you got people sneezing on all this shit. And I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
I haven't been since BC before COVID.
There you go.
That probably caused COVID, was Golden Corral.
I'm going to blame Jeff Foxworthy for causing COVID. Wasn't he the old spokesperson for Golden Corral back in the day?
That's right. Yeah, it is. It is.
All right. I see the fellas waiting. Hopefully neither of these guys have been to a Golden Corral anytime in the recent past. It's Chip and it's Zay. Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's going on?
What up, fellas?
How y'all doing?
At Easter?
Yeah, it's a normal Sunday for me. How about you guys?
Sunday for BK.
Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask, but I had a quality day. How about you?
Yeah, man. Zay?
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. Got to kick it with family, watch basketball.
Zay, did you do the in-laws and your family, or was it just one side for Easter?
Just one side, the black side. Yeah, so we had fried chicken and ham.
Black side.
I had a buddy last night. He posted a Facebook little story or whatever, and he had done a ham, and he's sitting there cutting that thing up as I'm eating my Whataburger, and I'm like, damn, I should have gone to that brother's house. It was good. Some good looking stuff, man.
Yeah, man. Fried chicken, ham, mac and cheese, green beans, mashed potatoes, loaded mashed potatoes.
We
throw down for Easter. We throw down.
What did you cook any of that, or you just show up?
No, I just show up. I just show up to my mom's house, man.
I mean,
I just show up to my mom's house.
You have any sisters, Zay? I got to get in on this deal.
I do, but she's a little older, so yeah, I don't think she's the style. But
it's like when my family cooks on Thanksgiving. I always make that call on Tuesday. I'm like, and I know the answer, but I always ask. I'm like, anything I need to do or bring? No, we got it. I'm like, oh, it's all right. It's all right.
They don't trust you, huh? They don't want you cooking anything.
Yeah, they're like, dude, you just show up. Bring your fat ass over here and we'll feed you.
See, I brought the dessert, so I did something. It wasn't like I didn't do nothing. Okay. I brought dessert.
That's good.
HEB. So
did you put it in like a Tupperware or something? Like act like you cooked it yourself?
No, I'm not even going front for the people.
What'd you get?
Bakery. One of them lemon cakes at HEB, real on point, and then got some chocolate cake slices for the little ones. My nieces.
Okay.
Fancy.
Yeah, man. Good eating. It's good eating.
It's all right.
Great eating. Oh. What's on the docket today, fellas?
Oh man, the right call is going to break down the NCAA basketball tournament, and we'll talk some Texas spring football. Interesting weekend over the weekend. Texas baseball, Texas softball. The Texas women are done. So we got and Rasheed Rice, my man Rasheed Rice.
Adonai Mitchell, here we come.
Yep.
Edey Mitchell, here we come, baby.
He chose to do that like right next to the SMU campus, by the way.
Good bit.
I mean, whoever was driving the car registered to Rasheed Rice, that sure looked like Rasheed Rice walking off. The bystanders like, y'all okay? Y'all just gonna leave it? They're like, yeah.
Did you just call April Fools after that? Can you do that? If you commit a crime the weekend of April Fools, can you just like, April Fools? And then it's all good?
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with y'all.
I need that.
Oh, man.
I need that.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
All right, boys. We know y'all have a lot to get to. Loaded show. We're excited to listen. Y'all have a good one.
Y'all, fellas.
Later on, man.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us. Chip and Zay holding it down midday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, dog. I'm good, man. Easter was cool. Basketball was cool. Felt really bad for Vic Schaefer's ladies, but nothing to hang their hat on, man. It's a hell of a season, and yeah, it's been a fun ride. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing all right. And Isaiah James,
Zaza James, yo, Chip. The shit that she was throwing out there. Love Shay Holly, hell of a player. You don't see that type of moves in Westlake. You don't see that. You don't see that type of shake and bake. The stuff that she was throwing out, that release, her being a southpaw, she's a problem. She's a problem. And yeah, them girls, they were not scared of the Lady Horns yesterday. They showed it. First off, let's talk about the elephant in the room first. The fact that they messed up the courts, the 3-point lines, that's a disgrace. That's a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. I am not saying that is an excuse for Texas women losing. I'm not saying that at all. But if I'm Vic Schaefer, I'm not playing this game until y'all fix this. This is the Elite Eight. Do we understand that? This is the Elite
You're
Eight.
hosting the Sweet 16 in the Elite Eight, and you can't draw the 3-point lines correctly on the court?
Yo.
Like, Portland, come on, man. You got to do better than that.
A lot better.
That's embarrassing. And then Vic was the only one who wanted it redrawn, but the NCAA, everybody there was like, that's going to take an hour and we're going to miss the TV window that ABC has for us. And Vic's like, if we would have redrawn them, I would have been the only one who wanted it to happen. And because they both already won games on the same floor in the Sweet 16, they decided to go ahead with it. Now, Isaiah James was going to be making buckets no matter where that 3-point line was drawn.
Yeah.
And Vic even said, would it have mattered? Probably not. But that's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's just principle. It's not necessarily, the atmosphere of the court. It's more just the principle. Like, come on, this is a game to go to the Final Four. Get it right. Screw ABC. Get it right. If this is the men's game, CBS would be cool with it, postponing it by an hour. This is what it is. Like, this was the men's game. You wouldn't even have to think about it. Oh, we're going to get it fixed. We're trying to get it fixed as quick as possible. But since it's the women's game, it's okay. We already played on it and stuff. Like, if I'm Vic Schaefer, I'm losing my shit. And he didn't want to cause a scene. He didn't want to throw a tantrum or anything. I get it. Vic Schaefer, real professional man, especially on Easter. We know Vic Schaefer is really positive about his faith, so he's definitely not trying to cause any commotion on Easter. But the principle of it, that's an absolute disgrace. And NCAA, they should be ashamed of themselves. But, yeah, overall, I wouldn't have done nothing. Them girls from NC State, just their playing style. Like, River Baldwin didn't even score in the first half, and she dominated the second half. When Schaefer went to that zone.
Fourth quarter.
Yeah. When Vic Schaefer went through that zone and slowed things down and got back in the game, and what was it, about 5 points? And then they gave up 3 to Collins, then they gave up another 3 to James, and it jumped back to that 9-10 point area, and the Horns, they just couldn't get over the hump. But, yeah,
too many empty possessions for the Horns. Like, they finally got stops, like you said, with that 3-2 zone with Jakalenga Mwenentanda at the top of that thing. She was a problem for NC State, and maybe that should have come into play a little bit earlier in the game, but then they're getting stops, and then they're going down to the other end. They missed 21 layups in the games, eh?
Yeah.
21 layups.
Yeah, it's hard to win. Hard to win when you're missing that many. And, Madison Booker, as good as she's been all year, every freshman hits a wall, every single one. No matter, even Carmelo Anthony, when they were winning those rings with Jim Boeheim in 03 and Kevin Durant, you're going to have a few games where you just struggle, and this is probably the worst time for her to struggle When you have only she has 17 points, but on 21 shots, that is not good. Not good at all. And again, the game plan's to stop her defensively, but at the end of the day, those missed layups, as you mentioned, talking about Gassens and Aaliyah Moore, both those girls have been terrific all season long. And Taylor Jones coming off of the concussion protocol and stuff, she did pretty good in the second half, but by that time it was too late. Again, NC State, they're just so skilled and talented. I mean, Zaza James is an absolute problem, but Rivers, come on, Sanaya Rivers is a dog. She is a dog. She is tough. She has a lot of wiggle to her game, and she was getting in the paint and throwing up floaters, and she played some really good D on Madison Booker. She really did. Her and Madison Booker, that's probably a good match athleticism-wise, so that's a good matchup for her. She made Madison Booker work for everything she got, but that's you feel for these ladies. You really do. I mean, seeing Shea Holly cry about, knowing that this is the last time she's going to play with Shaylee Gonzalez and stuff, like, you feel for them. And that, just kind of like any type of sport, when you lose your best player, as good as you are, eventually you're going to get exposed. And yesterday, you could tell they missed Rory Harmon bad, because she would have been on Zaza James, and that would have been a hell of a matchup right there. Just Zaza had way too much shake and bake for what Shea Holly was used to. And, you could have the best defenders in the world. Great offense is going to win every time. And NC State, going to the Final Four in men's and women's, had that great offense against the Lady Horns yesterday.
Yeah, and how about the NC State men? DJ Burns, baby.
Wow.
DJ Burns. This guy's become the favorite player in the NCAA tournament. Round mound of rebound.
Yeah.
And he took it to Duke, and this NC State team, man, they're America's team right now.
For sure.
And how do you size up their chances?
I mean,
Purdue?
Zach Edey is an absolute problem. It's going to NC State, just seeing that matchup. Zach Edey's never really had to guard. He's never really had to face another opposing big that's the focal point of the game plan for that team. And North Carolina State with DJ Burns, he's going to go at Zach Edey. And he has a lot of footwork and a lot of mass to make life difficult for him. And Zach Edey can't just sit in the paint all day, because Burns will knock down that 15-footer. His touch is ridiculous, man. He was throwing up floaters and throwing up that jump hook. And if you double team him, he's going to find the right guy. DJ Burns, who was a Rick Barnes signee back in 2018. He came from Tennessee, then went to Winthrop, and then ended up at NC State. So he's 23 years old, definitely taking advantage of that COVID season. But Kevin Keats has done a hell of a job. A guy that was supposed to be fired. If Michael O'Connell didn't make that game tying 3 in the ACC tournament against Virginia, who knows what would have happened. They go into overtime, win that game, end up winning the ACC tournament just to get into the tournament, and now go on a smooth 4-0 run in the tournament on their way to the Final Four. So, this is what the tournament's all about. It's fantastic basketball, and DJ Burns, he's a dog. He was talking to those Duke fans too, which I love those matchups. Playing 3 times, both 1-1, teams got one each, and then all of a sudden you play that third game for all the marbles, all this expectation, and NC State, they were ready to play, and they were just too physical for the Dukies. Way too physical. Yeah, Pops looked like he could make a mean rib. That's what Pops looked like. Pops looked like he could make a mean rib.
Love it.
You see the kid that flicked off somebody? He went viral. Little 10-year-old flicking off the camera. I'm going to have to pull that up.
Well, find me that.
Shout out to that badass kid, man. Which, this day and age, who knows? He'll probably get an NIL deal from it, but
Longhorn Bear says the big men are back. Edey versus Burns will be good. Klingen For UConn, yeah, I don't know. Alabama's kind of like in Sesame Street, which one of these don't belong, but they got more heart than the super talented Bama team that was supposed to win it all. 2 years ago?
Yeah, don't sleep on Bama, man. Don't sleep on Bama. Pringle, solid.
Yeah.
You know, they got guys off the bench. Nelson was solid. You know, you can't sleep on Bama. Do I think anybody could touch UConn right now? No. But hey, Nate Oates, you asked me last week if something were to happen to Rodney Terry, or just speaking in hypothetical here.
Yeah, if Rodney Terry won the $1 billion lottery.
$1 billion, or if he took his talent to the NBA or something, you know, just had something better happen for him.
Right.
Then you asked me who I wanted, and I told you Nate Oates. This is why. Nate Oates is that dude. And shout out to my man here, the legend.
Oh,
the legend.
He's flipping off Duke.
Yeah, man. He didn't like the call. They showed Keats, Coach Keats, and you see in the background this kid flicking off the camera, which my wife saw. We're sitting with my family watching it with my folks and my sister and brother. And my wife, you know, she's gonna find the ignorant kid being a former teacher, and she found old little rascal here, and yeah. My man was not happy, but it's a rivalry. I feel him. That's what college basketball is about. I'm not hating on the kid. This is why I love college basketball. This is why I love college sports. NC State versus Duke. That's a huge rivalry. Duke might not think so. It's kind of like A&M. It's kind of like Texas versus Tech, actually. They look at NC State as Tech. They look at Carolina as like an A&M or Oklahoma. NC State to Duke is Tech. And NC State's like, yo, we're a pretty big time basketball school too. We've won national championships also, just not like Duke. Okay, we take basketball seriously in Raleigh. And look what happened. Them dudes,
hey man, first time since 1983 when Jimmy Valvano somehow took down Phi Slamma Jamma. No one saw that coming.
No.
Nobody.
No. And that's, again, going to Rodney Terry, because we always got to come back to Texas sports somehow. If you see what's winning right now in the tournament, you got to go out and try to find that as much as possible. All four teams do it in different ways, but all four teams obviously have the formula to get there. And it's not rocket science. You need a solid point guard. Doesn't have to be crazy, just solid enough to where he's reliable every game. If you look at NC State, O'Connor is that. O'Connor's not going to do anything crazy, but go look at his stat line. 6 assists, 11 rebounds from your point guard. 11 rebounds from your point guard. And he hit a huge 3 yesterday to extend the lead. He only had 6 points, though, but was huge with those 11 boards and 6 assists. Like solid like that. You need a score at the guard position. That's absolutely fearless. Going back to NC State, DJ Horn is that for them. He's a scorer that could get his shot at any time. He's unconscious. Sometimes takes bad shots, but if you have enough, it's okay. And what I mean by enough, you also have to have a big man. Those 3 things. They got DJ Burns, they got O'Connell, they got Horn. That's why they're dancing still. Same thing with UConn. UConn has a good point guard and Newton. They got shooters, big-time shooters that could score, and Spencer. And they got a big that you could throw the ball to that could score almost anytime he wants in Clegan. Like, that's just Purdue. Same way, with shout out to Matt Painter. Like, Matt Painter finally made it over the hump. Zach Edey, 40 yesterday. But even though he had 40, they got guys like Lance Jones, who was out here trying to lock up Dalton Connect. Even though Dalton Connect still had 37, he still did a good job at times. Braden Smith, I told you before the tournament started, if he's healthy and plays well, they are a national championship team. It's all on him, though, because Zach Edey's going to do what he does. If number 3, Braden Smith, plays good basketball, which he hasn't allowed that knee injury to affect him that he had in the Big Ten tournament, that dude, great for them. Great for them. So
where is Zach Edey going to have his – what team would be best for him in the NBA? because he is so fundamentally sound, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Like people look at him and they say Boban. You know, Boban. This is kind of like a
any more skilled than
circus.
that?
No.
No.
He's no. Boban's skilled as hell. Boban's skilled as hell.
I like that
I
Edey
don't
hits his
know,
free
man.
throws.
Yes, he's a good free throw shooter, which sometimes he gets fouled a little bit too much for my liking. There's some fouls where you're like, I don't know if that was a foul, but 22 attempts. If I'm Matt Painter, I'll take that every day. If I'm Rick Barnes, I'm a little pissed off because he's already big as hell. So, like, there's some stuff. I'm not saying you let it go. If he gets hit and fouled, he gets fouled. But there's some things that I see other guys take, that Zach Edey takes, it doesn't affect them, but you should probably play on. Kind of like the Shaq treatment back in the day, which again is not it's not necessarily fair, but just the tempo of the game and seeing how it affects Edey or lack thereof, because he'll get bumped and they'll blow the whistle. He doesn't move, Chip. He's so big and physical. He's not moving. He gets hit, but he's not moving.
Yeah, normally they don't call that. Like, they don't call it on LeBron.
Oh, they definitely don't call it on Bron. No. Bron should have like 45,000 points at this point. But, yeah, they don't call it on guys like Bron. I don't know why. Maybe because it's easier to see. Like, Bron's flying 40 miles per second down the floor. Maybe since he's just standing there in the post and making moves, it's easier to see. I don't know. And he's getting fouled before he catches the ball. So they're letting that roll. Like they're pushing them and holding them and elbowing them before he even touches the ball. But yeah, that's 22 free throws. They're calling them Foul Ming. Like instead of Yao Ming, they're calling him Foul Ming because he's Asian, which is terrific. It's a terrific nickname, whatever. But Zach Edey, he got a little dog in him. He was cussing after the game and stuff, dropping F-bombs. Dissing Rick Barnes. You see him throw that straight at Rick Barnes. He said, yeah, Coach Barnes came in my gym and watched me. Didn't offer me no scholarship. 40 for that ass, Ricky. 40 for that. I remember that, Ricky. He's letting y'all know. Rick Barnes, I remember when you came into IMG Academy and recruited me and thought I wasn't good enough. You didn't think that I was worth the development. You didn't think I was worth the time. You didn't have enough patience to stick with me and see something in me. Okay.
How'd that 40 and 16 taste?
40 and 16. That's what, that gets me hyped. That gets me so hyped. I love that shit. I love that shit.
Taste?
Yo, how'd that taste, Ricky? How'd that taste? This is the best team you've had since TJ Ford era. And you didn't even make it to the Final Four. Like, this is Rick Barnes' best shot.
His TJ Ford ran out of gas. Ziegler.
I know, man.
He ran out of gas, man.
And that's the thing. Like, as good as he is, he's only 5'9".
Right.
As good as he is, and he is tough. He is as tough as it gets, as New York street as it gets. He's only 5'9". So the further you go, the more likely you're going to get exposed. And you saw yesterday, like Braden Smith had no problem with him. Braden Smith had no problem with getting to his spots. And Matt Painter did a great job of moving Zach Edey in those pick and rolls and having him roll, and all the attention would go to Zach Edey and Braden Smith. He would hold the ball for a long time, and then he would act like he'd lay it up, and then instead of laying it up, he would throw that lob to Edey, who just keeps it up in the air, and he's already at the rim. Hell, Chip, the dude didn't even have to get on the ladder to cut the nets down. Like, he's a ridiculous, just physical specimen. And I don't know. I don't know if he has a spot in the league. If the league changes and they get rid of the defensive three-point line, yes, he's in. He is in, and you need him. Adam Silver is seriously considering that. I don't know if they'll do it. I feel like guys want to keep running the score up and dropping 70 at 60 and stuff, which is a horrible product, especially for the regular season. And the playoffs is good because they changed the rules, which is ridiculous. Like, they don't say they changed the rules, but the refs start calling the game different. They start calling it a lot looser and letting guys play more, and it's a lot more physical like it should be. But yeah, man,
I mean, when you look at Tennessee, like Edey didn't do anything. Edey didn't do doo-doo. And Ziegler was 1 of 8 from 3 and 3 of 12. I mean, Dalton Connect showed up.
He's so tough, man.
30. He was the only player in double figures for Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like, it was sad.
Yeah. And that seemed like that was Painter's like game plan, you know, like Connect, he could score, but if you stop everybody else, you're in good shape. And Barnes tried to do that to Purdue. Barnes was like, okay, let's see if Edey could go for 40 and then not get everybody involved. The difference was Matt Painter didn't allow that to happen. Matt Painter was like, I'm going to get my team involved no matter what. I'm going to get Braden Smith coming off these screens. I'm going to get Lawyer, involved by him attacking the hole on just different offensive action to where, okay, Jones, Lawyer, Smith, all y'all pick and roll with Zach Edey. Pick and roll with Zach Edey. If they stay on Edey, you got layups, which that's what they took. And Barnes and them, they were up by 12 at one point. Like, you're up by double digits. You can't lose that game. I get it. It's Purdue, and you're supposed to lose. So I'm not throwing too much on Rick Barnes, but when you're up by 12, you can't lose that game. You just got to find a way to figure it out. Somehow, you got to find a way to figure it out. And, yeah, hell of a season for Rick Barnes, but this is it. Like, I don't think Rick Barnes will ever have this chance again. Like, Dalton Connects don't come around very often. And, yeah, he could get another hell of a squad. He does a good job recruiting and scoping guys out. But this Tennessee team was pretty special. And, yeah, they just ran into a bad matchup in Purdue. Like Zach Edey, he's a generational player at the college level. He is like Yao Ming. He's like, he plays just like Yao, but what separated Yao from a ton of centers that entered the league was his outside shot. Like, Yao would knock down that 15-footer and shoot fadeaways and stuff, which Edey doesn't have to necessarily do that. But, yeah, Shaka went out bad too. That was tough. That was tough.
He had Final Four talent the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Shaka had Final Four talent the last 2 years. I mean, Tyler Kolek, that dude just gets it done. And
he's coming back. Year 5, he's coming back again.
That's amazing.
That's incredible.
He
might be player of the year next year. Like, he's that good. And yeah, Shaka, he can't waste another one of Tyler Kolek's years. But yeah, they ran into that wolf pack. I mean, DJ Horn shoots some of the worst shots you'll ever see for North Carolina State. Me and my dad just laugh at the shots that he takes because Keats lets him shoot it. Like, that's how they got into this in the first place. Like, DJ Horn. And it was interesting when you heard DJ Burns speak after they won yesterday to go to the Final Four. He was like, yeah, everybody's mentality changed. Guys stopped showing up late. Guys stopped bitching at each other on the court, basically. And guys started locking in, and our season turned around. But you could tell DJ Horn in the games that they lost, if you go back and watch the games that they lost, DJ Horn probably lost them a lot of those games due to his bad shot selection. Now he's playing a lot better in the offense. He still takes bad shots, but sometimes you need guys that can make bad shots because the defense is so good this time of the year, the lack of spacing. You got to have guys to take bad shots sometimes, and he's hit them. Like, he's hit some tough step-back jumpers and just shots that a lot of coaches weren't advised to take. And, yeah, they got what you need. They got what you need. Like Daria, their big man who's 6'10", African-looking brother. He's doing Ramadan and stuff. That dude, solid. They got what's my man's name? The 6'5" kid who's pretty good. Marcel, I like his game. They got some guys, man. I would not be surprised if they beat Purdue at all. At all. Alabama, giving Alabama no shot. They're fun, though. I like Sears and those dudes. Like, Alabama's a lot of fun, which pisses me off even more. Like, haven't y'all won enough in football, damn it? all them damn rings that Nick Saban won and stuff. This is what makes me bad because I'm looking at Texas. Alabama and Texas are basically the same when it comes to basketball. You know, you're in the shadow of the football team. You have a ton of resources and stuff, but coaching is such a big deal with that. And Nate Oates, that's their guy. Like, that's why his name was floating around when everybody was thinking about RT. Should he get the job? Should he not? And it's like, okay, yeah, we got to go with RT because he's hot. But this guy in Tuscaloosa is pretty damn good, who people aren't talking about very much, who just put the number 2 pick in the draft this past season and just took his team to the Final Four. But, you know, okay, Coach Terry's hot. We're going to see what's popping. Now it's too late. Now it's too late. And again, I love you, Coach Terry. Love you. You know you family. I'm just saying, it's at a football school. Alabama, people were thinking that Clemson-Alabama game. People were like, man, is this a football game on this? CBS, are they showing a rerun of the national championship? Oh, no, this is a game to go to the Final Four. Like, that's just, as a Texas.
Hey, man, if you got the coach, you're not a football school anymore. If you got the right coach coaching your team in basketball, we've talked about this. Chris Beard had Texas Tech turning into a basketball school. If you have the right coach, you can be both.
Yeah.
And right. Clemson, damn. I mean, if they could hit their damn free throws down the stretch.
It's tough.
Good God.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve Fisher showed us back in those Michigan days that it could be done. Like he showed us like, oh, you could win at these big time blue blood football schools. You can win in basketball if you can find the right guy. You know, bringing Chris Webber and Jalen Rose and all those guys in there, winning with Glenn Rice and stuff, which I don't know if he was the coach of that 89 team, but still, Michigan, they were winning during that era. You know, you're right. We talk about this all the time. Like, and I still think Coach Terry, you got Trey Johnson in. Let's see what you do in the portal. Like, Nate Oates, he's been in Tuscaloosa for a little bit, so he has an advantage there. But man, yeah.
Fisher took over that Michigan team in '89.
Say what?
Fisher took over that team right before the tournament because Bill Frieder took the Arizona State job and Bo Schembechler was the AD, and he said, we'll have a Michigan man coaching Michigan, thank you. And he fired Frieder and elevated Steve Fisher, and they won the whole damn thing with an interim coach. And then Fisher recruited the Fab Five and went back to the Final Four in 91 and 92. Lost both. But, yeah.
Don't call that timeout, C. Webb. Coach Fisher told us in the huddle. Coach Fisher told us we have no timeouts.
You know what got him? There was a player, I forget who it was, backup guard, who was telling him to call a timeout right next to him. And that's why C. Webb did it. And then immediately he knew, and he turned and looked at that kid and was like, what the hell are you doing telling me to call a timeout?
Don't blame him. He ain't playing.
No, he's never blamed him. But that's what happened.
Good for C. Webb. Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I think the Michigan folks treat C. Webb foully, man. They don't treat C. Webb good. And you know he ain't going to come back now since you fired his boy. That was the only time you saw Chris Webber. It's when Juwan Howard was in the building. They fired him. You ain't going to see Chris Webber ever again in Ann Arbor. Ever. I don't think they put them banners back up either, Chip. Them banners still down.
Put them back up.
Put them back up with NIL now. Put them banners up there. Put them banners up there. Come on.
Put the banners up. Give Reggie his Heisman. Never should have won the Heisman, though. I voted for Vince Young. Thank you.
That's true.
That was ridiculous, but that's a conversation.
Reggie Bush should be the one getting knocked out at the club and stuff, getting sucker punched. My man VY won the Heisman. He wouldn't be getting knocked out.
VY's got to hang out with some less combative friends.
We need some new friends.
Because his friends are the ones getting him into the middle of that mess.
Yeah, we need some new friends. We're 40 now. We can't be playing with nobody.
We playing.
We too old to be, stay in the ATX, man. Like you go, I get it. Houston's home, but let's probably just stay in the ATX because you'll be way safer here in Austin than you are in Houston. Houston, there's too much going on. ATX, come on, man. You're basically God here. Like, I would if I'm Vince Young, I'm never leaving Austin. Ever. Right. It better be something important, mama. Like it better be something like I move everybody up here too. All that family, all the kinfolk, y'all move up here too. Absolutely.
Well, hopefully he can find little beer muscles guy and sue him, get some cash.
Yeah, we taking his money.
Yeah, I mean,
some BS, man.
You can't be sucker punching VY, man.
Yeah, and whoever sent that tape to TMZ, you wrong too. You ain't shit either. Whoever sent that tape, you ain't.
Well, hold on.
Whoever sent that tape.
Depends on how much.
Exactly. That's exactly why they sent it in. Like, hey, I got this tape of Vince Young getting his ass knocked out. How much y'all want for it?
How much?
How much y'all want for it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, CB, I don't know. I think he just saw him play because LBJ and Bowie were in different districts back then, and my pops might have been at San Marcos before Ray Jackson. He got to Bowie, and Ray Jackson was able to play or against Bowie. I don't know. I think that's 91, Ray Jackson's class. That would make sense, but I don't think Pops ever faced him. Thank goodness, because Bowie ain't winning that one. Ray Jackson was Ray Jackson was serious. Yeah, Ray Jackson was serious, man.
Ray Jackson was dealing. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here real quick, like Apple Leasing. You know what I'm saying? Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. Some of you are driving around in cars you can't stand. It's no way to go through life. And some of you are like, I'm not buying a new car. I'm not paying for that future trade-in value. Well, guess what? At Apple Leasing, when you lease from Apple Leasing, you're only paying for the car while you're driving it, which means you are not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new, under warranty. You're getting the new car smell, baby. And whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, you're getting whatever you want. They lease every make and model of car. They don't care what car you pick. They just want you to make sure you're picking the car that's going to make you happy because they want to build a relationship with you. If you had a bad leasing experience in the past, probably because you leased from a dealership, they're not going to let you out of your agreement if you want to try another make and model of car. At Apple Leasing, you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into the lease? No problem. The easy lease. Everything about Apple Leasing is easy. Just give them a call today, 346-9977 or appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. Zay, real quick, finishing up on the UT women whose season came to an end because NC State's guards were just, it was like they didn't care who was out there. They were going to deal.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was impressive. But Texas, here's the deal for next year. So people have been asking me who can come back, who can't come back. Okay, Shaylee Gonzalez and Hadi Fai have indicated, well, Shaylee's done. She's a 6-year player, so she's done. Hadi Fai has a COVID year, but she walked on senior day. So she's indicated she's leaving. Everyone else can come back. Taylor Jones, Shea Holly's already said she's coming back. Deanna Gaston can come back. And Vic made it sound like they're all coming back. And then you bring Rory Harmon back and you landed a top 3 recruiting class. And I like, you got Justice Carlton. She's the number 7 player in the country. She's a 6'1" forward who is a clone of Aaliyah Moore, but probably finishes a little better with contact at the rim. She's for real. Jordan Lee, 6-foot guard. She's the number 8 player in the country, scores at all 3 levels. They're going to need her. They're going to need her scoring with Shaley moving on, that outside scoring. They need some 3-point shooters who can space the floor. And then you got Brianna Preston, the 5'9", combo guard, point guard, 2 guard. She's the number 43 prospect in the country. She's 5'9", lightning quick, kind of a Rory Harmon clone. So you're adding those 3, and you're getting Rory Harmon back with Madison Booker, Shea Holly, Leah Moore, possibly Taylor Jones, Mina Muhammad. You got Jakalenga, Tanda trying to get some minutes too. And she was a difference maker in that game yesterday. Tanda. So lots to look up and look forward to for Texas, the Texas women. For the Texas men, they got to nail it in the portal. We'll keep you posted on that. We don't have any. There haven't been any developments yet on that front, but the May portal window is going to be big. So yeah, and before we get to some Texas spring football, Texas baseball wins their series at Kansas State. This team will take you on a ride, man. You don't know how they're going to do it, but somehow they've done it. The only series they've lost, they went to Tech and won the series. They won the series with Baylor. They just won the series with K-State. The only series they lost was to Washington. That's non-conference. So don't give up yet, folks. Even though Tanner Witt probably done for the year, which is sad. They didn't clean him up right. He needs a better doctor or something, because he's got bone spurs that they needed to clean out. It's not good. And then Texas softball went to Oklahoma State, and they made one mistake, and they paid for it. They had an infield error that allowed a runner to get on base, and then Estelle Check hit the next batter, and then the third batter hit a 3-run homer, and that was all the scoring. So you can't make a mistake against the elite teams, and Texas softball will play OU in Austin this weekend. This is the big showdown. My man Zay likes it. He likes when the Longhorns can get after those big home run hitters from OU. So I think we're going to talk to Mike White, the head coach of the Texas softball team, on Thursday as they get ready to take on OU. But spring football rolls on, Zay, and physical practice on Friday. And then they got the weekend off. They will resume practice on Tuesday, tomorrow, and Thursday, and then big scrimmage on Saturday of this week. This will be the first time the coaches are really expecting everybody to have the offense and defensive install down. Let's see who's on top of their game, who's been studying their playbook. Everyone wants to know what's going on at receiver. I'm hearing that the players feel good about this team, and that's a plus, because the players always know. And if the players feel good about it and they believe it, then they're going to practice harder. They're going to support each other that much more. But they're definitely going to need to do those Culture Wednesdays that they did last year. They're definitely going to need to do those this summer, because you got a lot of new faces. You got a lot of newcomers involved. And that worked. That worked for Steve Sarkisian. He brought his team closer together. They battled and showed that they could finish games finally. And now they've got to continue to build on that, because you seen these odds that are coming out. Texas is favored at Michigan by 2.5.
Yeah. They had their strong safety at Michigan out for ACL.
Yeah.
So Ouch. Coach Moore taking over for Jim Harbaugh. JJ McCarthy gone. A lot of guys going to the National Football League. So
did I tell you while we were up in Ann Arbor, my daughter and I, we were at this insane burger place. It's a unique Ann Arbor. It's Cuban burgers called Frida Bertita.
Yeah, you told about the burger spot.
Yeah, and Sharon Moore walked in. And I was like, Max, that's the head coach of the Michigan football team. She's like, what? Can we get a picture? I'm like, no.
Let me get a picture. What you mean?
He's like, don't you know him? I'm like, no, I know the Texas coaches. I don't know Sharon Moore. But yeah. So Texas favored by 2.5 at Michigan. And the early line is out for the Texas OU game. Texas by 9.5.
Yep. Jackson Arnold, welcome to the show, baby. Welcome to the show. This is what you wanted. You a Texas kid.
What you wanted, OU fans.
This is what you wanted. Yeah, Dylan Gabriel, he off in Eugene, living good. Getting showered with Nikes, probably smoking legal weed. This, that, and the third. Living great. Dylan Gabriel living great. Norman, Eugene, Norman. That's an easy decision. Dan Lanning's cool ass or the villain? The villain from the Avengers, Britt Venables. Come on now. Like, who would you want to play for? It's easy. It's easy. So, yeah, I love it. And I'm hyped Danny Stutzman's back. Oh, Danny Stutzman, we owe him. He's the dude. He's on the locker of everyone's locker room, whatever. He's on the locker, everyone's locker. A picture of Danny Stutzman with that whack-ass tattoo doing horns down, even though when he looks at it, it's horns up. You know what I'm saying? Because we owe Danny one, everybody. If I'm Kelvin Banks, somebody like Jaden Blue, CJ Baxter, Quinn, you know, Amari Nyblack. You got to let Amari Nyblack know what's up. Hey, Amari, we don't like this dude. Yeah, you see this dude who looks bootleg as hell with these braids, looks like a straight hick. Yeah, we don't like him. He made life hell for us last year because he had a good game. You go look at that goal line stop. Danny Stutzman was a huge part of that. So I'll give him his credit. He's solid. He's a solid player. Very, enthusiastic when it comes to his school. I respect that. But, y'all owe him one big time because he act like his shit don't stink.
Well,
and it reeks.
Dylan Gabriel played the game of his life against Texas last year. He's the reason that OU won that game, and OU fans were like, oh, we want to see Jackson Arnold. So
yeah, who is this guy? Hawaii.
he heads on out to Oregon, and Jackson Arnold steps in for the bowl game. 3 interceptions. In a loss to Johnny Nanson's Arizona Wildcats, Tia Savea dealing against the Boomers. I mean, look, Jackson Arnold's got all off season to get it figured out. He's got 5 games into the regular season to get it figured out before he faces the Longhorns in the greatest game day atmosphere in sports.
Yeah, let's not, let's not act like Jackson Arnold wasn't no stud coming out of Denton Geyer. Like after Arch Manning, he was the next quarterback up. He was the quarterback that everybody wanted after Arch Manning. So that dude, he's capable. He's no scrub. He just kind of got thrown into the fire of that bowl game. And that's a tough thing to do, especially because, when you play in a non-CFP bowl or a non-New Year's Six bowl, who knows who's all locked in and who's not. You could argue that a lot of those guys probably opted out to either transfer or go in the draft. So you probably didn't have those same heavy hitters that you did, during most of the season. So I'll give Jackson Arnold the benefit of the doubt. But if it was my choice, if I was a Sooner fan, I'd like to have Ohuwai back. Because Ohuwai, the lefty, is a problem. And the Big Ten's going to find out that he's a problem. Dan Lanning, don't they could win the Big Ten. Everybody's looking at Ohio State. Michigan just won it last year. I would not be surprised if they wiggled their way in and won the Big Ten at all. Getting Jabbar Muhammad, getting Evan Stewart, Dan Lanning hit the jackpot in the transfer portal. He got some really good gets going from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten. So I don't think they're going to surprise anybody. And it's not that same, it's always just going to be Ohio State and Michigan every year. Nah, them Ducks are coming to muck stuff up for real. And yeah, Dylan Gabriel, God, he made our guy Jalen Ford look like rump roast.
Oh,
that's my man. Love Jalen Ford. What a career he had at Texas. What a career. Made 41 look like rump roast. Made 41 look confused.
Played 85
snaps. Yeah.
In the roiling heat. Can we get some depth?
Can we get some depth? Yeah.
Can we get some depth?
Yeah. Yo, Jeff Choke. I hope you ain't using those guys like that in that Nevada heat. I hope you rotating those dudes in that Nevada heat, because it's gonna get a little steamy, man. You might have to rotate a little bit. I know you like your guys and all, but damn. Yeah. Jalen Ford and Jahdae Barron. Which Jahdae Barron rocking that Michael Huff number. I don't think we talk about that enough, Chip. Come on now.
Give it to me.
New man.
You like that number 7?
At number 7, only elite players wear that number 7. I saw that video was fire. Michael Huff handing them over the jersey like, hey, this your time now. You represent. You know what I'm saying? Like, show me something. Because I won Jim Thorpe when I was rocking this number. You want that, don't you? I was first round pick rocking this number. I was a national champion rocking this number. You know? Which, to Michael Huff's, help, he had a lot of guys that also went to the National Football League around him. But still, Michael Huff out of Dallas, Texas, was an absolute ball hawk. And Jahdae Barron, we know he could be that too, which I know we talk about him having a fall-off season compared to 2022, but I really do think he was playing through a lot. Like, I think he was playing through a lot of injuries, and I think he's such a tough guy. And Pete Kwiatkowski and Steve Sarkisian rely on him so much that, he's not going to tell you he wants to, come out the game or anything. Like that Houston game, just the fact that he even played in that game is impressive because he wasn't supposed to. But the Horns, Keaton Crawford and Jaron Thompson kept getting smoked so much that they risked playing him that week. And who knows, that might have hurt him throughout the rest of the season because he should have been sitting out. And they were like, okay, well, if you want to get to a college football playoff, we can't afford to have you sit out any more games, Jahdae. You at 50% is better than some of our guys at 100. So and Jahdae's a competitor. He's probably thinking this is a contract year, so I got to show as much film as possible so these NFL scouts could really see what's up. And obviously that wasn't the case. I'm glad that he's back. I expect huge things from Jahdae Barron, a lot like what he did in 2022.
Yeah, I agree. Jahdae Barron, the goal should be to put him in the best position possible to have as much success as possible. He's a dude who can, he's so instinctive. He studies, he prepares. Just turn him loose, get him into the position where he's going to make the most plays and let's go. And if that's wide corner, if that's the nickel corner, I mean, you can make an argument that you put him at free safety and he should maximize all of his tools because the guys who really prepare and can read the keys of the defense, free safety is where you can see everything.
Yeah.
You're not in motion like the corner, if you're in man, like the nickel corner is, you're able to kind of see it all and tell everybody. That's why that position is so important from a communication standpoint.
Right.
And it just didn't seem like it was happening as well as it should.
Yeah, again, I always refer to that Houston game because that game was – they should have lost that one. That's why I always go back. If it wasn't for, a bad spot on that Javondre Sweat hit on third down that led to the Jahdae Barron deflection to end the game, then Texas is in a college football playoff and they lose to U of H up in H-Town. But, yeah, I really think that moving forward for Jahdae, I could see him as a safety in the National Football League. Just because he's not the biggest guy, but his football IQ is out of this world. And you're right. Him playing free safety this year, I don't think that would be so bad. I mean, obviously, Austin Jordan and Jalen Gilbo, that would mean those dudes would really have to step up and show you something to where, Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph could trust those dudes. But, again, that's why you have Andrew Makuba. That's why, you brought in guys like Xavier Filsaime and all those freshmen, early enrollees that are expected to play. Again, you saw Derek Williams last year, and no matter how old you are, if you're out here ready to compete, you're getting the playbook, and you're a dog, you're going to be on that field, especially in the secondary where Pete Kwiatkowski likes to rotate dudes. So, yeah, I'm so excited about the secondary. I keep trying to convince myself that, okay, we know this interior line is going to take a step back, but with the secondary hopefully taking such a huge leap forward, it's not going to make that defensive line as weak as it could be. And you're banking on that if you're Steve Sarkisian. You're banking on that because T. Sweat and Byron Murphy gone. Ain't coming back.
And we have to wait. We have to wait till that portal window closes in May before we make any final conclusions about.
Oh, you say that like they ain't happy with the roster right now.
Oh, there could be a Willy Wonka golden ticket sitting out there if the boys in maize and blue are not happy with the direction of how things are going.
Jeez.
So, everybody's waiting to see. Because Michigan lost their coach after the portal window closed.
That's right.
So who's happy? You just lost 18 players to the NFL.
See,
where do you think you can win?
And if I'm Vernon Brodin and I'm Alfred Collins, that would drive me insane. This is supposed to be y'all's turn. This is Moro Ojimo, Keandre Coburn, 2022 NFL. Javondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. Now 2023 NFL, 2024. This is y'all's turn. Yes, you need.
They're also going to get 400 reps.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to rotate the big boys.
You do. But the main dudes, you need them there, man. Those guys that have been waiting, all that potential there, which. There's film out there on Texas football social media of Vernon Broughton talking, clapping, talking to the offense, y'all better come with it today. Talking to the running backs, y'all better bring it today. I like that. I know we've heard things about this O-line killing them and stuff, but let them get their feet wet. Because again, Kyle Flood's been here. They know what to expect with Kyle Flood. This defensive line, they don't know what to expect with Kenny Baker. They're figuring it out. And Kenny Baker is figuring them out, but it's still a learning process. It's still trying to, see what these guys do well and just, grow accustomed to different coaching, different terminology, etc. This offensive line killing a defensive line, I'm not tripping about that as much as maybe.
They're not killing them, but they're holding their own.
Okay, well, I'm not tripping from it.
Right.
I'm not worried about it. I like that. They're supposed to. They should be. They've been here for a long time. They got a first-round draft pick on that line. So I expect that. If we weren't hearing that, I'd be really concerned. We heard the offensive line is struggling with the defensive line. I'd be like, why? How? Aren't these guys supposed to be all back? You're returning everybody except for Christian Jones and we're really high on Cam Williams. So what's going on? But that's not the case. Let those guys get a little more acclimated, and we'll see where we go there. But yeah,
I think they feel good about DJ Campbell, Jake Majors, and Hayden Connor if he's still at left guard, or if he kicks out to right tackle, Neto Umazulu, the stretch arm Umazulu family. They got some of the best arm length I've ever seen. That family, oh Lord have mercy. Wait till you see Zeke Umazulu, the preferred walk-on.
Dude's a walk-on. Why are we? I get it. He's in like Umazulu. I get it, but he's a walk-on.
Yeah, but if he can put it together faster than some, if his technique's a little sharper, he's got good speed.
Hey, they'll reward you if you're a walk-on and you earn that scholarship. Ask Mookie Taft. They'll reward you.
And Zeke had offers. Like he had offers, and he chose to come to Texas, play with his brothers, and he's no scrub. Yeah. He's no scrub. Now, the way Texas has been recruiting, Texas fans will be like, "Oh yeah, whatever." Zeke, he's good. No. Wait till you see his length, folks. Go to the spring game, April 20th. Number 41. I'm not crazy about his number for a DB, 41, but that's.
I mean, he'll walk on. You get the last.
I know, but
numbers.
Just saying. That's like a fullback. Last. It's like a fullback number.
Like a safety.
Keith Byers. Keith Byers wore number 41. You know what I mean? It's okay. It's okay. It's got that super long arm length. Dude has like 36-inch arms. It's amazing.
Damn,
I'm just saying. And Zena. Come on, Zena. He's got arm length too. And I can't wait to see how they use these edge guys, because you have situational guys, you got run stuffers, you got a little bit of everything. And Kwiatkowski coaches the defensive ends. So he's got to be on his A game. He's got to have the right guys in at the right time for the right situation. And let's see what these boys got. Because Trey Moore is getting all kinds of love from Sarkisian for his work ethic. He's got to show he's more than a spin move from Conference USA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go. Or the American Athletic Conference, or whatever the hell conference.
Yeah, whatever the hell they're doing it with the Roadrunners. They're playing at the Alamo Dome. I mean, come on.
Yeah, whatever he's been doing at the Alamo Dome, let's see if it translates to the SEC.
Yeah. And he's going to be fresh. He's probably getting 90% of the reps with the Roadrunners. Now, he'll probably cut that in half when you got guys like Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke. I expect Justice Finkley, when it comes to just body-wise, he's one of those dudes, as Bucky Gobbold says, get off the bus dudes, where you're like, damn, impressive.
Yeah, he's thick. He's put together. Arm length isn't great, but he's tough. I need to look at his snaps, because his snaps may be coming down this year.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Because of who? Trey Moore or Colin Simmons or?
Yeah, I mean, both of those dudes.
What's the word on Colin Simmons? I haven't heard you talk about him much. What have people been saying about him?
I mean, he's just got to get. He's got to get. Okay, Finkley had 284 snaps last year. Let's keep an eye on that.
Compared to what Barrett Sorrell and Ethan Burke have.
Burke had 434.
Okay.
And Sorrell had 587.
Damn, Barry.
So I think maybe all their snaps come down a little bit. I don't know. because it depends on how good Trey Moore and Colin Simmons are in my mind. Simmons has freaky bend. Like he can carry weight with his body contorted and get under the shoulders of offensive tackles and just cut the corner to the quarterback. You just don't find that, you know?
He put out a tweet of a picture of him in his Texas uniform rocking 11. That's his number. And he tagged Micah Parsons in it. He took it down. Like, why you take it down? Because I was going to come show you last week. But then I was like, I can't find it. Where'd he do with it? And he took it down. I don't know why he took it down. But, yeah, like that's clearly somebody.
That's his guy.
Yeah, that's his dude. Like, that's his dude. Being a Dallas area kid, watching them up close and personal, like, that's his dude. So
that's his dude.
I appreciate that. Like, that guy is a standard when it comes to defense. Like, Micah Parsons, he might be a little crazy. Sometimes he talks a little bit too much on his podcast for my liking, but when it comes to ball, Micah Parsons is all about it. So if you see anything of Micah Parsons and Colin Simmons, especially as a freshman, you in good shape. You in good shape, Steve Sarkisian.
The goal would be for Colin Simmons to be as effective as a pass rusher as Anthony Hill was last year. And Anthony Hill had 2 sacks in the Alabama game. Now, as he understood the defense better and better, he moved into that weak side linebacker role and didn't rush the passer as much. Ideally, if you've got Anthony Hill playing middle, he stays in the middle. And Colin Simmons gives you that 5.5, whatever, 5 sacks. And then Trey Moore gives you 5 to 7 sacks. And Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell give you 8, 9 sacks. And then you're getting the quarterback on the ground. And that's and then if someone just goes off, I mean, Colin Simmons could go off. Colin Simmons could be that good. He could just have that ability to get guys leaning and get around them and make them look silly. I mean, that's a lot to ask. I'm not going to put that on him, but he's got that ability if he wants it bad enough. And the thing that we know about Anthony Hill is that dude wants to be great.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. You know, that's one clip that was floating around social media back at his Duncanville days. And it was during the playoffs, and he seemed pretty hurt, you know, had a pretty hurt ankle, and he refused to come out the game. And he was still making plays. You know, I think we talked with Hank South about it. Like, his toughness is on a whole other level. And he led that state championship defense for Duncanville, along with Alex January, who's a 3-star that's on campus on the interior. But yeah, I'm really high on Colin Simmons. I mean, the thing about Anthony Hill, they didn't put too much on his plate early. Like you said, like they started adding it later on. And that Alabama game was perfect because it was just see ball, get ball. That's all it was. It was, okay, you follow Jalen Milroe around. Anywhere he goes, you're going to follow him and you're going to tackle him if he takes off. If not, then hit him in the backfield because we trust your speed. That's it. And then the very next week when they're like, okay, we're playing against a Wyoming team that's not as good, so we're going to try you at that middle spot, and he gets toasted by the running back and completely misses his gap. You know what I'm saying? But as the season progressed, he got better and better. They were able to move him around due to him being comfortable in Pete Kwiatkowski's defense, to where now him coming in as a sophomore, you hear guys like David Benda saying he might be that guy that has the voice in the helmet due to how far he's come along with just calling plays and stuff, if that happens. But yeah, there's so much to be excited about with this team. And again, that's what I'm saying. Like, you see all what Vegas came out about Michigan, what they came out about Oklahoma, like Sark, obsession. Yeah, we get it. The pressure's here. You getting paid that $10 million, like top 4 bust, championship or bust. That's where we at. Sorry. That's where he should want to be, though.
Yeah.
That's where you want to be. Like that's the standard. You want to be just Nick
He's already
Saban,
said it.
fourth and goal.
And I like that. He came out. I always used to say Bob Stoops during the Stoops Mac era. Stoops talked about championships. Mac talked about 10-win seasons. Stoops won championships. Mac had a bunch of 10-win seasons. You get what you demand. You don't get what you deserve. You don't get what you earn. You get what you demand. And the fact that Sarkisian's making it about championships, and Vic Schaefer talked about this yesterday in his press conference. He said, Texas is different, y'all. He's like, I talked to Steve Sarkisian about this all the time. He's like, there are some schools where you make a bowl game, it's a good year. At Texas, you got to win it all. You got to be the last one standing. And he said it can be a miserable existence if you're not up for it.
Yeah.
And they're up for it. And that is such a blessing, because sometimes you get a coach in who talks a good game but isn't really about it. And Sarkisian's done a good job of putting together a staff that so far has been about it.
Yeah.
And I think Sark's willing to look in the mirror and say, I can do better. I can do better.
Oh yeah.
You got to have that. You got to have that too.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't get complacent. You can't think that just because you're having a little bit of success that you're king and you know everything. Like, he still has to get better. I'm going to be focused on his play calling and decision making even more this year than I ever was.
You've been on him. You've been 10 million.
10 million. That 10 million. That last season was that 5 million play calling that you got. 10 million. 10 million doesn't go for it with Bert Auburn on fake field goals and not get it.
10 million. Zay talks about that 10 million like he's part of the like he's putting that money in.
10 million, you get in the end zone on 4 tries against Oklahoma on the 1-yard line. 10 million, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, a lot different. 10 million is, I don't care if Malik Murphy's taking the snaps. You shouldn't be having these close games with teams like Kansas State. 10 million, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Keep playing aggressive defense.
Yeah, keep it aggressive. I don't give a damn if you up by 20 or not. Keep it aggressive. Bring them new guys in here and stay aggressive. We're trying to blast everybody by 50. Send a message.
He finally went to PK after that TCU game and said, hey, keep bringing the heat. We're not protecting leads. Bring the heat. Keep playing like we're behind.
Yeah.
That shit should have been.
You needed a bad throw by Quinn Ewers. Thank goodness Adonai Mitchell is a first-round pick and has just the ability to make that type of catch. There were too many of those last year. Too close for comfort calls from that catch by Adonai Mitchell, TCU game, Barrett Sorrell, making sure Will Howard doesn't get that throw off against Kansas State, Trevondre Sweat making that third down stop against USH, which led to the John A. Barron stop on 4th down. Too many close calls last year. Yes, you won those games, and that's a step. Yeah, you won those games because the year before, 2022, 2021, you weren't winning those games. So, yes, the progression is there that I like to see, but when you get paid $10 million, them close calls, they don't feel the same. They don't feel as good. Well, now when you was in year 3, no, absolutely not.
And people are wondering why Hayden Connor's getting a bunch of reps at center. That OU game is the reason he's getting a bunch of reps at center. Because if Cole Hudson's out, like he was with the knee injury for the OU game last year, and Jake Majors goes down early first quarter, you got to have a dude that can get you first and goal from the 1.
Yeah.
And it's not all it's not all on Connor Robertson. The play calling wasn't ideal. Come on.
Connor Robinson had some good moments that game. He had some really bad moments too, but excuse me. Yeah, the Kyle Flood, figure it out. Figure it out.
I think Kyle Flood's been really good. Like what he did with Christian Jones. I mean, we all watched the 2022 season, or the 21 season. 21 season. Oh boy, when he's at left tackle and then for him to come back to life the way he did at right tackle, that's great coaching.
Yeah.
Because a lesser head coach or staff would have been like, okay, you're done. But they saw, well, let's try this. And then all of a sudden, Christian Jones is a leader. He's a guy who's holding it together. And now you've got a pretty good culture in that offensive line room. And you got guys that are carrying on that culture. And that group should be, if not the strongest position on the team, one of.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Last year when you did your position groups, strongest to weakest, they were your weakest.
Yep.
The offensive line, they were your weakest. And now I look at you here on April 1st, 2024. You might have them come September or late August. I think that first game is August 31st. You might have them 1 or 2, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's, let's see how the spring goes. But right now they're on that plane, which means the running game should be really good.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We know Sark loves to throw the ball, but
he runs it. I mean, he needed to run it more against Washington.
Oh, we know he wants to throw the ball. Yeah, that's what I meant. No, he wants to throw the ball, but you could have 2,000-yard rushers.
Yeah,
if you play it right.
And here's the thing about Sark. Sark likes to get his quarterback comfortable. So those first 15 plays, he's calling passing plays to get the quarterback
in a rhythm.
And sometimes he's got to let that go, especially with an experienced quarterback like Quinn.
Yeah.
He sees that the defense is giving him stuff in the running game. He's got to come off the script and he's just got to pound it.
Yeah.
And be arrogant about it. Like Steve Spurrier, run the same play over and over again until they stop it. Like, go fast and run it.
Yeah, that's so petty.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. Like, you got to know you ain't stopping it. Okay, we're going to run at your left end the whole game because he can't mess with our guys. We're just going to
don't be that coach that's like, oh, that play worked. I'm so glad it worked. And then you leave it. No. You go back to it. They stop it. Then you run the counter off of that play. And then you run the counter 2-3 times. Then you go back to the original.
Right.
And
that's what, if I'm Steve Sarkisian, and this goes out to all coaches, the best head coaches really, really, really listen to their assistants and give them the responsibility and the freedom to say, if you see something that I don't, yes, I'm the head man, but come to me and say it. AJ Milwee, Tashard Choice, like some assistants, they're afraid to step on toes because they don't want to be disrespectful. Or some coaches, they play that just hardball tact of just being a hard ass and trying to, use their coaching philosophy with, intimidation to where you don't feel comfortable going to the coach and be like, hey, coach, I see this. What you're doing now, yeah, we want to get Quinn in the rhythm, but I think Jaden Blue could really go crazy in this game right now. What they're playing you, like what Washington was doing. That would have been a great time for AJ Milwee or Tashard Choice, Kyle Flood, whoever, to be like, yes, Steven, I don't know if this is quite right. And hell, I'd take it even a step further, Chip. I'd let Quinn Ewers be that guy at this point. Quinn played enough ball. You you, Steve Sarkisian, and AJ Miller, Quinn Ewers, y'all been in enough meetings, that whole quarterback room, whatever. Y'all been in enough meetings to know what Quinn can and can't do and to be able to trust him. Like Quinn said, just scoping out the defense before the balls even snap. That's a huge point of emphasis for him going into 2024. So if Quinn starts proving that he's getting better at these things, then you need to trust him when he comes to you after 3 and outs or whenever y'all have to punt and be like, hey, coach, I respect your call. I respect this, but we should have done that. Let's go this next drive. Let's look for this. You know what I'm saying? And I think Quinn Ewers, just year 3, I think he'll be more comfortable doing those things, letting those guys know, hey, man, I think I might be able to use my legs a little bit against this team more. I'm not saying call design QB runs for Quinn, but I'm just at times, just stuff like that. I'm just giving examples, but the trust factor has to be there with your quarterback and your assistant coaches to where Sark, maybe sometimes that script that you drew up, those 40 plays, you know what I always say, Chip, sometimes you just got to bottle that thing up and coat that thing in the trash can. It is what it is. It is what it is. You spend all night drawing up that script, waking up L'Oreal and shit with the lights and bed and stuff. Sometimes you got to crumple that thing up and say, this ain't it. This ain't it. So hopefully the 10 million, hopefully that 10 million has you thinking like that, Steve. You know what I'm saying? Because you're
hoping that 10 million opens up little lobes in his brain that he's never been able to tap into before. It's like Mario Kart. You finally win enough races, you get the next cup to open up and you get a whole new set of races.
Yeah, man.
You're hoping that 10 million leads to some more cups.
Sark ain't that same man he was in 2023. He's not.
Can't be.
That man's gone. Can't be.
Gotta be better.
Gotta be better. It's what it is. That's why that obsess, you're seeing the obsession word getting floated around.
Saban's gone. That position of owning college football is either going to be you or Kirby Smart. So
this was like when Mike retired. It's like when MJ retired in 98. And everybody was like, oh, it's anybody's league.
Who's going to ascend?
Yeah, who's going to take it? And Tim Duncan and Shaq and Kobe said it's going to be us.
Jim Harbaugh just went to the Chargers.
Yeah, he gone.
You're gonna let Ryan Day? You're gonna let Ryan Day, who was like yelling at his own fans? You're gonna let him weasel his way up there with all their NIL spendings? No.
Them Buckeyes gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, and they're on the schedule in 25.
I want that smoke.
25 and 26.
Yeah. I want that smoke. Come on in, Caleb Downs.
Kudos to Del Conte for loading up that schedule, man, and not canceling any of these games. No. Everyone's like, are they going to cancel their blockbuster games because they're in the SEC?
No.
You
want that smoke. Yeah. You want that smoke. That's what think about how many NFL eyes were watching that Alabama game, the second game of this year. That changed a lot of people's lives. Like, yes, everybody went on to have solid seasons and stuff, but those catches that Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell had on first-round picks like Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold, that shit changes your life. Playing those big dogs like that. Don't shy away from it. That's what I want. If you really have those NFL aspirations like everybody says you do, I need to play against other future NFL players so these GMs and front office guys could say, oh, he's done it against top-tier talent. Yes, you're going to get that smoke in the SEC, but, hey, the most smoke, the better, in my opinion. Like, I want that. I want that competitive matchup. Like, that's the best part about going to the SEC and leaving the Big 12. Those games that we used to get at DKR were duds.
Those
hope and pray that Kansas State would be good sometimes or Texas Tech would be good. Oklahoma State.
Those plays made in that game by Edey, Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Anthony Hill, Ethan Burke, Jade Barron had a pick in that game.
Yeah.
Like
JT Sanders went off.
Yeah, JT Sanders went off. Those are the games where you can show the NFL. Yeah, I went into Bryant Denny Stadium and it felt like I was playing in my backyard. And those NFL people are like, ooh,
that's a Saban team. Or those Saban guys, that's not even Kalen DeBoer guys. Those are Saban dudes you were lighting up. You know? So, yeah.
My man, Rasheed Rice, drag racing down Central Expressway.
Man. What's wrong with your SMU dude? Come on. I thought y'all were smarter than that.
The Chiefs are sitting there looking at Edey Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. Their stock just went up because my man Rasheed Rice is like, let me drag race my Lamborghini right in front of the SMU campus.
Man.
How about the bystander who's like, y'all okay? Y'all just gonna leave it? And they're just like,
leave the whip here. Yeah, right on the freeway. Just leave it, huh? Y'all just gonna cause all this traffic. The traffic in Dallas already ain't good, so y'all just gonna make it worse and not help nobody, huh? Criminal, just criminal. And Rasheed Rice, look, bro, you just got here. Life's going to be great for you. You're going to be able to play with Patrick Mahomes, hopefully the rest of your career if you do it right. You just won a Super Bowl your rookie year. We talk to Daniel all the time. That's an anomaly. Those things shouldn't be happening. Yet you could be the top dog for Patrick Mahomes, and you're risking that because your ignorant-ass friends want to go over a hundo on the freeway
at 6:25 on a Saturday night.
Stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
You're playing. That's a rookie contract. That's a rookie second round contract. That's not big money. He hadn't made big money yet.
Yeah. And good point, Rob. Like Henry Ruggs should have been an elite example. Henry Ruggs, first round pick, national champion, going to Vegas, about to live great. Should have a terrific career. One of the fastest dudes in the NFL. Just threw his career in the shitter after killing somebody. Like, it's just, I don't understand these guys, man. Like, get a driver. Hire someone. Like, everybody wants to stunt and stuff in their whips. And, like, why?
Henry Ruggs is up for parole in 2026.
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs is up for parole in August of 2026.
Yeah, I hope he's getting his Burt Reynolds on that longest yard shit because that's all the football he gonna see.
He's making $2.50 an hour at a Nevada prison camp.
CV said Jerry will sign Ruggs.
Well, he will. He absolutely will.
Holy shit. Yo, man. I just...
Ruggs was sentenced August 9th, 2023 after pleading guilty to driving drunk at 156 miles per hour and crashing into a car, killing 23-year-old Tina Tintor and her dog. The crash happened in November 2021.
So sad.
His blood alcohol was 0.16, twice the legal limit.
So sad, man. Yeah.
And now he's making $2.50 an hour cleaning government offices.
Yo, Nick Saban's practices are too hard to throw my career away like that. Like the work that you had to do to get to that point. You've heard the stories on Nick Saban's practices. You always hear about the NFL players that play for the Crimson Tide and how they say, man, the NFL is way easier than it was at Bama. Like that's just, there's so many reasons why not to risk it. Like you need to make it. It's just the pros and cons. It's not even close. There's zero pros, nothing but cons on driving that fast. Like I wouldn't even get a fast car. I might get something nice, but Nah, let's try to make it as slow as possible, just so I don't even try to get in no trouble. And now these dudes out here trying to race and stuff. I blame Vin Diesel. Quit making these Fast and Furious movies, man. They used to say all the time about, kids getting in guns and stuff because of Grand Theft Auto. Nah, man. These guys driving way too fast because of Vin Diesel and them. Thinking they could jump out of planes in these whips and shit. You're not Vin Diesel. You're not. You're not Tyrese. You're not Paul Walker. Like, drive the speed limit. You ain't special. Just because you've been getting paid millions and you in the National Football League, you are not special. Do not ruin your career. It's stupid. And it really pisses me off because I wish I was blessed with that talent. Damn it. I'm the slowest dude in the world. Got thighs like elephants. Like, just slow. But these dudes, all the talent, Rashee Rice, had his whole career ahead of him. Now you got to deal with this shit.
Rob says all these dudes buying these sports cars should have to drive Volvos and Camrys.
Yo, Rob, Volvo was my first car. Who'd I get it for? Grandma hand-me-down. Grandma hand-me-down. CC knew. My mama knew. Like, hey, first car for our 17-year-old son is going to be, which I thought my Volvo was clean. You couldn't tell me shit, but in retrospect, as lame as possible, it was my grandma's car, but then again, no wrecks in it.
My first car was also a hand-me-down from my grandmother.
See?
It was a 72 Chevy Impala.
Woo!
Battle tank green.
Oh my God, you were riding clean.
With a 400 engine and a bench seat. That thing.
Oh, hold up, man. You were riding clean. 72 Impala, you were riding clean. Now, you didn't get carjacked or anything. You were in Detroit. Were you all right?
Yeah, it was Kalamazoo by the time I was driving.
Okay. Kalamazoo.
Yeah, except for we called it the tank because it was green like a tank.
Yeah.
That color green. But yeah. Wow, you say man. 72 Impala, people are like, oh
yeah. Yeah. That's first thing I thought of was Los Angeles low riding with the hydraulics bouncing up and down. That's the first thing I thought when you said 72 Impala, which, yeah, in Detroit, that Michigan area, they were probably slinging them things out like hotcakes.
Man.
Wow. Yeah, if you were driving down in Detroit, you wouldn't have that car for long. You get robbed.
Be up on blocks.
Back then, yeah, when you were driving around in that thing, yeah.
Oh, you're saying because they saw the little white guy?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'll take that.
I'll take that for white boy.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
Mr. White Boy. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get headed toward the commentary. But hey, Brain Vault mouth guard, Brain Vault is changing the game when it comes to mouth guard because it is proven, patented to protect your competitor. Maybe the competitor is you. Is to protect you from the effects of concussion, brain injury, protecting you from brain injury. That's how important the mouth guard is. Developed right here by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. This is changing the game, the Brain Vault mouth guard. It's in college football, it's in the NFL. But listen, it needs to be in your competitor's mouth. Whether you got a cheerleader, flag football, lacrosse, basketball, of course, anything where you're at risk of soccer, concussion, this is the mouth guard for your competitor. And protect them. It's real simple. Go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And maybe you got a whole team. Maybe you're in charge of the team. They do group fittings. They will come to you and do group fittings. Just go to brainvault.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. and audiovisual consultations when you're ready. Maybe you just got done watching all these games, the first, second round, the Sweet 16, the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament. And you're like, you know what? I don't have the big screen of my dreams, and it's time. Well, then there's only one phone call to make, and that is to audiovisual consultations, my man, Tom McKay, 255-8678. Of course, area code 512. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. They're going to bring you the best price on big screen, surround sound, surveillance, new lighting, electronic shades, you name it. Build you your dream media room. It's what they do. 255-8678, avconsultations.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And of course, Cover 3, your NCAA tournament headquarters, right there on Anderson Lane up in Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek, where you're getting high-end food and the ultimate place to watch your favorite team. Great service, great food. Happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30. And, of course, all night on Monday night. So go get you the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. But on the appetizer menu, you got the buffalo chicken sliders, beef tenderloin sliders. You're going to love it. Get the Parmesan fries, and you will love it. And if you're looking for that seafood, the best raw oysters in Austin, the best selection, and during happy hour, $1 raw oysters, Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore. The same Jack Gilmore who brought you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Yeah, Salt Traders right there at Zilker, right off of Mopac and Rollingwood, and up in Round Rock at Old Settlers. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right, Zay. Let's get into a little commentary today in the chip shot. And it's a big week for Texas spring football because we're heading into the first significant scrimmage of spring ball. And this is where the coaches want to see who's buttoned up, who's got their stuff together. This is the midpoint of spring football. It's going to be about practice 8, which of 15, it doesn't get any more right down the middle than that. And this is where we get to see some of these newcomers, some of these guys who've yet to prove themselves, some of these guys who don't have starts under their belt, who are trying to get up in reps, trying to get snaps, trying to become the next. And this is where it gets good. In some of the battles on the outside, at receiver, at corner, at tight end, at safety. Of course, I'm specifically referring to Amari Nyblack, Juan Davis at the tight end position. Gunnar Helm can't be taking any, he's got to keep getting better too. We're not crowning anybody. We're not even crowning Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers got to get better. Everybody's got to get better. Sign of a well-coached team is week-to-week improvement. And that's what we need to see here coming up in this scrimmage on Saturday. And I'm excited because, again, the momentum of the program is moving in the right direction. Steve Sarkisian, people keep asking me, what do you think of Sarkisian? I'm like, Sarkisian has not made many sideways steps since the 5-7 season. The offseason, he's recruited well. He's hired good coaches. He's hired good analysts. He's, not losing players to the transfer portal who he wants to keep. And Quinn Ewers came back for his 3rd season as the starter at Texas. And that's enormous. No one's talking about Texas. Well, maybe they are because they're blinded by the Manning last name. But this is a big year for Quinn Ewers, big year for Arch Manning. Texas probably has the best quarterback room in college football, for crying out loud. And you look at the running backs, you feel good about Jaden Blue. You feel good about CJ Baxter, Trey Wisner. Then you got the youngins coming up. Everybody's, You got airplanes on the runway, and that's what you want. You want airplanes on the runway. That's how Alabama and Clemson and Ohio State and Georgia have been at the top of the food chain for the last decade. It's because they've had players willing to wait their turn, learning from the best, then taking over from the best, and sometimes exceeding. You know, people forget Tennessee didn't win a national championship with Peyton Manning. They won it with T. Martin. T. Martin he waited his turn, and he came in with all those players, and he took them to the promised land 1 year after Peyton, finished his time at Tennessee. So, look, this is a great time of year. You got the Final Four all revved up, ready to go. But spring football, this is where champions are made in the spring and the off season. Who's working hard? Who's coming in at the right weight? Come on, fellas.
Yeah, man.
This is a big week. This is a big week, Zay.
Huge.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, huge, man. See what freshman takes that step up.
Yeah.
Like, that's always fun to see, like these early enrollee guys that have only been on campus for about 2 months, and there's a plethora of them. You mentioned those freshman running backs, Hank South is really high on them, and you think about Colin Simmons, as we mentioned earlier, and guys like Xavier Filsaime and Kobe Black.
Yeah, everyone talks about Ryan Wingo. I'm like, let me see how my man Aaron Butler's doing.
Yeah.
That dude just slides across the grass.
Yeah. So
right.
What the Sark's obviously focused on the offense on these scrimmages and stuff, but he also
sometimes he handcuffs the offense, and he'll make it tough for him.
Okay. That's what I was getting to. Like, he puts them in uncomfortable situations because you just never know what you're going to see on any given Saturday. So I like that. I mean, sometimes he needs to mix and match. Like, yes, you could be locked in like you would on any given Saturday, but also, hey, let AJ Milwee call the plays, or let Kyle Flood call the plays or something. Like, God forbid anything happens to Steve Sarkisian, but you just never know. You just never know when you might.
Usually in one of these first scrimmages, he lets the defense blitz till their heart's content just to see how the offense reacts.
Right.
Because it's like, okay, you haven't faced anything yet. And then all of a sudden, here we come.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before the right call and before this live read that I got, though, Texas fans, y'all will be excited to hear that McDonald's All-American game is this week. They've been practicing in Houston. Been hearing a lot of good things on Trey Johnson. A lot of good things. They said
like,
this dude
can score at every level. Good things.
Yes. Because, again, you're around nothing but other All-Americans, and he's a guy that's just separating himself for a lot of guys that are in Houston right now that are going to be playing in that game this week. So, again, I'm high on Trey Johnson, too. Some people be hitting me on Twitter, be like, yo, Zay, I've heard why don't you think Trey Johnson's going to be very good? I never said that. I said that I wouldn't build my team around him because he's a freshman. That is a lot. I'm not saying he won't be good. I'm just saying let's be careful about just talking about we're going to build a team around Trey Johnson and expect him to be, the Zach Edey, DJ Burns, Mark Sears for Alabama, best player on the team. Let's wait a little bit. But, yeah, Trey Johnson, he is doing well in Houston right now for McDonald's All-American practice. Not surprised at that one bit. But before the right call, though, shout out to Kobe BK. Cover Automotive Dealership has been doing it for over 100 years. And man, I wish I would have got a covert vehicle. Love my grandma, but that Volvo, I would have loved 7 of these brands at Covert, a little more, like Chrysler, Dodge, Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK. They are committed to giving you a high quality selection at new and pre-owned vehicles. Go to covertbcave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Right.
All right. Before you get to the right call.
Go ahead.
Do you remember what Kevin Durant averaged as a freshman?
Like 25 and 11.
25.8.
Yeah.
Terrence Rencher, 20.8. You think Trey can come anywhere close to those numbers?
No, that's tough. 15, yeah, I can see him averaging 15, which is really good. But think about T. Richard, who was a dog, and Durant, as good as they were, that three-point line was a lot shorter. That three-point line looked like what the Texas women were playing with yesterday on one side of the court, which is still BS. Such bullshit. I'm Vic Schaefer. I'm taking a stand. Oh, I'm looking at him like, screw ABC. Screw Disney. Screw Mickey Mouse. I don't give a damn. This is the Elite Eight. I don't care. If I had Isaiah James, of course I'm playing. If I'm the other coach for NC State, hell yeah, I want to play. Shoots. Zaza James, she from Virginia Beach. You know, everybody thinks, oh, Virginia Beach, beautiful destination. Oh, have you seen the projects in Virginia Beach? This is where guys like Allen Iverson and those dudes from. Virginia, they got some rough parts. Isaiah James plays like she's from the projects. Yo, Shea Holly, I'm telling you, Shea Holly ain't never seen that in her life.
Michael Vick.
That's what I'm saying. Zaza James. Some of those in and outs and like little hezzies that she was hitting Shea with. Shea is such a good defender. Shay's such a good player. She was on skates yesterday. Like, this isn't my right call, but I just got to talk about that game again. She was doing some James Harden stuff. Like, not the whole James Harden where he was all ball dominant and just holding the ball for 20 seconds. I'm talking about like the James Harden when he was with Oklahoma City and he was playing off ball. And then every once in a while he'll play on ball because he had Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant. Like, she has game. And that shot is so smooth and pretty, man. Like, they put on a show yesterday and they deserved that win, whether the court was messed up or not. They were the better team. And Vic Schaefer, you know, I feel for him and his girls. But, yeah, they'll bounce back next year, as we talked about. But listen to this, Chip, for the right call today. Our guy, DJ Burns.
Big fella.
Love from not the NBA, but the NFL. Yeah, the NFL. Peter Schrager, NFL Network, went out and said he spoke to multiple scouts and GMs about NC State big man DJ Burns as an NFL offensive tackle prospect over the last 24 hours. He's listed at 6'9". Yeah, Chip is showing them right now on our TSU YouTube page. If you're listening on the app, DJ Burns talking shit to the Duke fans yesterday. I love that. Just a great character. He's great for this time of the year. Definitely the guy that everybody's riding with. But yeah, NFL GMs are interested because they like the A-plus footwork. They like the size. Talking about after the NFL, he could maybe get on a pro day or something like that, which DJ Burns is going to be a hooper. We all know that, whether that's the NBA, which slim chance there due to his age and due to just the difference of the game, NBA and college. He'll be a good overseas player. But if he were to test the NFL waters, Chip, could you see it happening for old DJ Burns?
I know I gotta get to know his inner dog a little bit more because that's a different world.
That's different. That's a different beast. You could be a dog in basketball, dog in football, way different. These are different dogs we talking about. Football, we need that pit bull. Basketball, you can get away of being a golden retriever.
Yeah.
But you a dog, though. You're still a dog. But
You're
there's
dog.
degrees of this shit. There's degrees with this. A lot of pit bulls in the NFL, a lot of golden retrievers in the NBA. You got a couple of pit bulls, the Pat Bevs of the world, you know.
Who does he remind you of in the NBA?
Oh, Zach Randolph. I've never seen a comparison closer. I have never seen a comparison more close to Zach Randolph.
Hey, and Zach had a good career, man.
Really good. Yo, go back to those Grizzlies series in the playoffs. They used to beat the Spurs. Zach Randolph used to have Tim Duncan in hell. And Pop would be like, well, Mark Gasol's out here shooting threes and shit. We can't double him. Mike Conley's good. You know, like those Grizzly teams were always just raw and rough. And Zach Randolph, he was a big part of it. Yeah, he reminds me and everybody that's watched Zach Randolph and now is watching DJ Burns. Like he's basically a smaller Zebo. The difference is Zach Randolph, his career ended right when the Warriors started changing the game with the three-point shooting and the spacing. So once the Warriors came about, now guys started being drafted to stop the Warriors and to play that style of basketball. That's why we haven't seen the big like we used to. You know, it's slowly coming back. I've been seeing Zach Edey and Donovan Clingan, the UConn center. Both of those guys are getting a ton of love when it comes to this year's draft, but that's also because this year's draft a little weak. So, yeah, DJ Burns, yeah, he reminds me of Big Zebo, who was playing for Tom Izzo back there.
He played 18 years in the league. Played till he was 36.
Yeah, and he got better like 10 years in.
Yeah.
It's rare that you see that. Like, it's rare.
He made his first All-Star game 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 in his 11th year. And he made his second All-Star game in his 14th year.
Yo, God, he was good. He was slow. He was unathletic, but he get you on that wing and he jab step you like 8 or 9 times, and he'll pump and jab and pump, and then he'll shoot that little fall away jumper, and then he just start getting physical with you down low, and he had that touch, man. Like, that's the most impressive thing about DJ Burns, his touch. Like, yeah, he's strong and physical and has really good IQ when it comes to passing the ball. But guys his size, he had a move yesterday versus Duke, Chip, where he was on the left side wing and there was help in the middle waiting for him. And they're expecting him to turn on his right side so he could get to that left-hand hook. But instead, he turned quick to his left side, his dominant side, and he beat the man that was guarding him. And then the dude that was in the middle stepped up, and before he could step up and do anything, Burns was already shooting a floater, like a floater. I tell Tyrese Hunter needs to add this to his game. And you got guys like DJ Burns having it in their bag. Like, that's why it's so nuts. Like, this is a point guard shot that guys like Tony Parker made a career off of, that a center is doing this. Like, he is so unguardable. And now the Zach Edey matchup, if I'm Zach Edey, Matt Painter, I'm a little nervous because Zach Edey, he just sits in the lane and protects the paint. If anybody drives on the team, you got big old 7-foot Foul Ming waiting for you. And now with DJ Burns, he won't be able to just sit there all day because he's going to have to worry about Burns and guarding him and checking him. And Burns, when he steps out to the wing, Kevin Keats, his team does a really good job of moving without the ball. You know, Horn and O'Connell and those guys, they move so well when Burns gets the ball and they cut at the right time. So you got to have your head on a swivel. Morcell, Diarra, you know, Middlebrooks, all those guys have been really good during North Carolina State's run. And even though DJ Burns is the focal point, like you got to have dudes around you. So it won't allow Zach Edey to just relax and block shots. Like Dalton Connect, he did most of his work on the outside. Like Dalton Connect got that 37 off mainly jumpers. He wasn't driving in on Zach Edey. And when he did, Zach Edey was there to throw that shit. That's why Edey didn't really help you much, because Edey, he's good, but he's good because Kai Ziegler and Dalton Connect find him. He's not a good post player. DJ Burns is a good post player. So Purdue, they're going to have some matchup problems. And even on the offensive end, that's why if you're Kevin Keatts, you're a little nervous. How do I guard Zach Edey with DJ Burns? Does he have the stamina? Because his stamina is not very good. DJ Burns, his stamina, he walks around a lot. He does just enough not to get exposed, but
his stamina's got to be at same as 300-pound Zach Edey, right?
Yo, I don't know. Zach Edey has really good stamina because, again, he doesn't move on defense. And he's so much bigger and stronger, he doesn't have to exert that much. He's not moving much. He's just turning to his left jump hook, turning to his right jump hook.
How much zone does Purdue play?
Not much at all. I don't think they play zone, really. Yeah.
Okay, so then Burns has got to drag him around.
Yeah. And DJ Horn has to be amazing. They're going to put Jones on him for Purdue, number 55 with the dreads. They're going to put him on Horn, but DJ Horn's going to have to create some shots off the dribble. And, yeah, it's a good matchup. It's a really good Final Four. I know everybody's probably praying for a Purdue-UConn national championship just because old school center matchup with Donovan Clingan and Zach Edey, like that's must-see TV. Like I gotta see that. But I wouldn't mind if North Carolina State got in. Nate Oates has his hands cut out for him. Like Dan Hurley's team, those guys, they don't give a damn. 30-0 run against Illinois. 30-0 run.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
And Terrence Shannon,
you gotta be going out of your way to not score. What was that? What do you say? You got to be trying really hard.
Oh yeah,
not to score in that way.
Right. Like that's hard to do.
It's hard to do.
Like DJ Horn will throw some shit up and it'll go in.
Yeah.
Like 30-0?
30-0
with Terrence Shannon on the other side. Because the way Shannon played against Iowa State, he was so good.
Yeah.
Iowa State was sped up. I couldn't believe how shaky they looked.
Yeah.
And Terrence Shannon was the best player on the floor in that game.
Yeah, he was good.
And he got schooled in this deal.
Yeah.
So, I think he shot his wad. Like that quick turnaround on top of the fact you're playing the defending national champions. It's tough, man.
Yeah, they're deep. Like UConn's so deep. They bring in Diarra and Johnson off the bench, and Diarra's from New York, so he's a classic New York point guard, just tough as hell with crazy handle and absolutely fearless. So if he's doing well, along with Spencer and Newton and Castle, and your boy Caravan starting to play great, like they put him on Damask in that second half, and that changed the game. Because Domas is really good and a really good player for Illinois. He locked up Domas. He completely locked them up on that 30-0 run. And that was it. They're just so versatile for Dan Lanning. And, yeah, that's why everybody picked them to win the national championship, and they're the favorites still.
Well, if your boy Nate Oates, with a week to prepare, let's see what he comes up with.
They're not going to be scared. They got tough guys. You know, I like Estrada. You know, I like Sears. Sears is the dog. Lefty, only about 6 foot. Grant Nelson is amazing. That dude be crossing dudes over. Like, okay, white boy. He took over that game. The Sweet 16 game. He took over that one.
Yeah, you and I were on that.
Yeah, we're like, damn, Nelson.
Like, where'd they find him? Out in the
North Dakota State.
North Dakota State.
North Dakota State. That's what Rodney Terry. We're getting out of here. There's no 3 o'clock show today. Rodney Terry, they're out there.
They're out there.
Them.
Dalton Connect was at Northern Colorado and Greeley.
Dalton Connect played JUCO ball before he went to North Colorado and all those schools before Tennessee.
DJ Burns was at Winthrop.
Find them.
Come on.
Find them.
Find them.
All right, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Bucky and BK.
Let's do it.
See you guys. Chip, see you tomorrow. That'll be cool.